FIFA players in this country, and we also get to see some new emerging talent as well. Well, it's super exciting because at the end of this weekend, one club we crowned our ePremier League champion for 2023 and take home a very cool £30,000 as well. Not a bad prize, is it at all? And joining me this weekend, we have these two guys next to me, Alex B, the FIFA analyst, and Gravison, a professional esports player in the Spanish leagues, of course. I mean, guys, this is quite an exciting time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very exciting for these players. You have a range of talent from 16 years of age all up to the experience, and being here for the first time in person at your first event can be a bit daunting. You've got the 4 pods, it looks beautiful. I'm looking forward to seeing if some players kind of live up to that hype.
Well, Alex, that's the point, isn't it? It's very different from what they do in their living rooms, in their bedrooms at home. It's a very different stage here.
Yeah, definitely. It's the equivalent of Premier League clubs playing their matches at their training ground. You play at home, in your own room, in that comfort, it's very different. When you get on that big stage, the lights are on, the pressure's on. Some players, as I said, thrive off it.
Well, let's hope the players thrive on it today. Gravison, a question to you. Obviously, you've played in the La Liga, the Spanish league at home, and these guys are playing in the ePremier League, which for them, they get to represent some of their childhood clubs. It's a massive moment, isn't it?
It is a massive moment, definitely. It's a different thing. They probably, most of them play for different esports club, but when you are playing for your childhood club, I remember the first time in the La Liga when I was playing for Real Oviedo, I was shaking because it's just a big thing, you know. Probably lots of them have been playing World Cups and big stuff, but the chance of playing for your childhood club is just another thing.
And for people who don't know a load about esports, there are so many similarities as well to the Premier League, aren't there?
Yeah, definitely. We have some players who might don't have like they might have a slow start, and you can afford that. Like just in real life, let's just say you go to halftime and you're kind of asleep and you concede a goal, you're 0-1, and then that plays a massive factor here as well. If you're just gone for a second, you're gonna be scoring or conceding a goal. So yeah, definitely, like I'd say it's pretty much the same as like football.
Yeah, they have to really keep their head in the game. And I've had a little look at the pods, and everyone at the moment seems pretty excited and happy to be here. Not too many nerves if you look around the room behind me. So all super exciting. And guys, a lot of you, as we were saying, it's a dark weekend in the Premier League. We'll be sitting at home and maybe practicing on your console FIFA as well and thinking, I would like to be here next year. Well, you possibly could, because this is how the ePremier League works.
The ePremier League returns for its 5th year in 2023, with all 20 Premier League clubs looking to secure the EPL trophy and the lion's share of the huge £100,000 prize pool. The tournament kicked off back in November with 2-day online qualifiers open to fans all over the UK. Less than a month later, we progressed to the individual club playoffs, where players battled to knock out their rivals and earn the right to represent a Premier League club either on Xbox or PlayStation. Now it's time for the ultimate stage, the EPL finals, with every club bringing their Xbox and PlayStation players to London to try and secure the ultimate prize over 2 days of EA Sports FIFA action. Day 1 features a round-robin group play and 4 groups of 5 teams, with the top 2 teams from each group progressing to the knockout bracket. Each fixture features an Xbox and PlayStation leg played simultaneously. 3 points are available for each leg with a win, meaning a win in both legs will secure you 6 points. There's no extra time or penalties, and it's 1 point for a draw, nothing for a loss. Day 2 is a single elimination knockout bracket, featuring the top 8 teams from the group stages. You win your fixture, you progress to the next round. You lose, and you go home. Each fixture features an Xbox and PlayStation leg played back to back, with an aggregate scoreline across both legs. If the aggregate scoreline is tied at the end of the second leg, we go to extra time and penalties. Only one team can be crowned champions of the ePremier League.
Well, 40 players have qualified, but guys, there's still a long way to go, isn't there? Obviously, 20 teams, 40 players, and we have 4 groups as well of 5 teams in each, all ready to battle it out to try and get the top 8 spots, which they need to go through to Sunday's matches to obviously try and be crowned the 2022-23 ePremier League champions. Let's have a quick look in Group A. There's some powerhouses in that one, Gravison, aren't there? Firstly, let's go through the likes of Arsenal, Palace, Southampton, Southampton. Who do you think might have a chance this year?
Yeah, Palace obviously has a big chance with Ethan, a really good English player. Arsenal obviously have also really good players as well, but I could go probably with Aston Villa. We can go more into Conke, a player who's been playing at his best for a couple of years now. He reached the Club World Cup final, unfortunately losing it, but it's still a really good result. And then he's at this kind of age, 21, when you're kind of peaking, like FIFA talking. So yeah, that might be different than real football, but yeah, in FIFA, if you're 22, you're kind of just reaching that highest peak.
Yeah, that is quite different to the Premier League. Guys at home, if you don't know, Graveson's 24 and at the end of his FIFA career already at a very young age. Alex, let's move on to Group B and see again which clubs you've got your eye on to progress nicely through the competition.
Yeah, Group B, I think there's two teams that we look at to start off with, which Manchester City, you've got a former ePremier League winner in Chelsea, didn't make the event last year, wasn't particularly happy with that. You know, he said that's going to make me be a little bit harder coming into the season. And Ryan as well got groups last year, which he wasn't particularly happy with. So that is one to look out for. But then for everyone at home, Liverpool, Tex and Diogo. Tex is arguably one of the best FIFA players to ever brace the game. Which you look at that and you think that is a partnership with Tex and Diogo. Do you think, could they go all the way and get that trophy together? Quite possibly.
Well, they kind of almost need to, and we were chatting about this off camera. Tex, if you guys don't know, he was our first ever ePremier League champion in 2019. This was that match there. It was up against Man United in that final, and it was a massive moment for him because he's such a massive Liverpool fan as well. He talks openly about that, and I think after that a lot of players knew his name. He loved that Trent Alexander-Arnold knew his name, Virgil van Dijk did, so became quite the person, didn't he, for Liverpool. This then was in COVID, this was 2020, didn't quite go all the way there, but has been around the Premier League and is the only player to have ever represented the same club in all 5. This is the 5th version of the Premier League, which is a massive statement, Graveson.
Definitely. I mean, if I could play for my Real Oviedo team for 5 years in a row, that would be like a big thing for me. But we've seen Tex over the years. The thing is, he's been playing at his best at the LAN event, but also those online years, 2020, 2021, he actually did good. Not as good as you would expect from Tex, because you obviously always expect him to win.
And actually, his teammate Diogo, they actually competed against each other in 2019. Diogo was playing for Fulham there, is now transferred to Liverpool, and Tex knocked him out in the 120th minute with a header. Not very nice. They're now teammates, they're now on the same side, guys. So they're all happy in the Liverpool camp this time. Okay, let's go to Group C then and see who is in action there. Graveston, back to you. Massive names. Man United there, we said runners-up in 2019.
Yeah, we talked about Kyle Lees being the runner-up in 2019, but yeah, we also have Jaden, a player who actually qualified for the World Cup in FIFA 21, a player who actually is a really good real football player as well. We have Leeds with Olelito, a Swedish player who was the runner-up as well. Stokes, a massive English player for 10 years now. But we should jump into West Ham, I'd say, with Goal Poacher being last year's winner. And he's just 18. For me, that's mental. Like, when I was 18, I obviously did have like the talent, but did you have the composure to actually win big tournaments? He did, so he might go back-to-back this year, which I think could be like a big statement.
Yeah, Alex, though, is very different. Last year he was playing with the Polish player Dami, and they had brought to the EPL last year a completely new formation. We hadn't seen it before, and that was eventually which led them to be the winners. Can we see something similar this year from Goal Poacher without this partner of Dami?
Yeah, I think he's kind of got something to live up to, purely because last year there wasn't any pressure on himself. No one really went into that and said, you know what, yeah, Norwich are going to be the champions. But now we're talking about it. We're saying, can Goal Poacher kind of put that on his own back and take it all the way? Has he got something up his locker like Dami did with that 3-5-2 formation coming through? I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table. Yeah,
well, let's see if he can repeat that. Great scenes last year, and we mentioned that Graveston as well has never been a player who's gone back-to-back either, so it'd be special if history could be made this year. Right, finally, Group D and our final 5 Premier League teams. Alex, again, I'm going to go Nottingham Forest here. My team are in this group, so I'm excited to see how they get on. Obviously, I'm going to be on the fence throughout.
Yeah, possible chance for Nottingham Forest, but I kind of draw my attention to Tottenham Hotspur, where we see Tom Lees, former ePremier League winner, Gorilla, won the championship as well many years ago. He hasn't been performing too well at the ePremier League over the last few years. He'll be the first person to say that. So he knows that he needs to come here and perform. And we look at that and we say they've got that experience. They're a great partnership. They play outside of that with themselves. But we look at it and we say, well, you've got experience there in that age. Leicester, we've got players at 16 years of age, which when you come into that tournament for Koza, he's never been here before at 16, you can just play with freedom. You don't have any extra pressure on yourself. You come here, you say, you know what, I've got here, I'm going to just go and perform. And I'm, looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Well, we see that in the Premier League, don't we? Some players making a debut age 16. And for the likes of Koza to be making his ePremier League debut at 16, it's so young. These guys are probably still in school and going back on Monday saying, do you know what I did at the weekend? Well, I was actually in London competing in one of the biggest FIFA esports events going. So, he's very much on the map, on Sky as well. And talking of Sky, that's what you're watching right now. But you, of course, can watch on Sky YouTube as well and on EA Sports FIFA Twitch. And there we have 4 streams. So you can check out all the 4 pods behind us and pick the favourite match that you want to draw your attention to. So there's so much going on there. So it's pretty cool. Right, so we also have some viewership rewards for you like we always do on these shows. So if you're watching at home and want to get some free goodies just for enjoying this show, it's pretty simple. Make sure you link your Twitch and EA accounts and watch for at least an hour to get everything you see here on screen. Kits, crests, tifos and stadium. Head over to ea.com/Twitch linking for more information and how to link your accounts. So you're pretty nice. You give stuff away, don't you, for free as well. Right, schedule then. Groups A and B first up. Round 1 starts at 12:15. Then we have 2, 3 and 4. Finally, round 5 to see which 2 teams from groups A and B go through to Sunday. That's at 2:15. And then we've got groups C and D a little bit later this afternoon. Round 1 for those guys is at 5 to 3. Again, similar format to earlier on, 2, 3 and 4. And then that crucial round 5 is the one if you have to pop out and do something on your Saturday, come back at 5 to 5 and you get to see who goes through to Sunday. Only 8 teams go through to Sunday. We're going to knock out a lot of teams today, guys. It's going to be heartbreak for some, but absolute joy for others. Well, come back and join us in a couple of moments. The guys are getting ready behind us for round 1 of the ePremier League finals for 22-23. Well, welcome back then to the ePremier League finals, where we're nearly ready to get underway with all our action. The pods are filling up nicely behind us. Guys, though, I was having a think about how this feels. To me, it feels like we're on the summer break and we're about to start the first round of fixtures in the Premier League, but we're here at the ePremier League. So, Alex, with that in mind, the players have no idea how the other teams are performing. So how do they go about the first round of fixtures?
I mean, the first round should just be you going out and saying, I'm going to do what I can do best, which is play FIFA to the highest level. But some players might say, I'm going to try and see if I can just maybe grab that point, get an early lead if they can and see that one through. However, when you have got 2.5 hours to get through these games, if you get that loss in that first game, you've got to recover quickly. OK, well, one final question to you, Gravison, because I think they're just about to log into their game. We've never had a back-to-back ePremier League champion. Would that be something you think you can see from the teams already spoken about this weekend?
Definitely. I think it's the 5th year we have the ePrem, so I think we can actually ask a question. Which one is the best football club in the ePrem history, and which one is the best player in ePrem history? You could argue maybe Liverpool and Tex because of the consistency is there. But if you have a back-to-back champion, that just leaves no question. So let's see what happens. I'm kind of, I just want to see.
Well, it's exciting. So our past champions have been Liverpool, we've had Watford, we've had Norwich, and we'd have Manchester City. So any 4 of those could make history this weekend. Well, the guys have logged in, boys, so we're going to go take a seat in the green room and watch the action unfold. And you guys at home can have a quick look at who we're going to see up first. So again, there's 4 streams happening on Twitch, so go wherever you want to. But the likes of Liverpool, we just mentioned them, former champion in 2019, they're taking on Wolves. And Man City, they were champions as well in 2021. They're taking on Brentford. So 2 matches there to keep your eye on. I just mentioned, of course, we're watching it on Sky right now. It's also on Sky Sports YouTube and on EA Sports FIFA Twitch, where you have 4 streams, which I've already mentioned, so you can tune in to whatever match takes your fancy. OK, guys, it is time to kick off. So our first match is Manchester City taking on Brentford. Let's hand over to George Overton and Lisa Manley, who are calling this first match.
Thank you very much, Rachel. We are here for the first game of the day. It's a massive one. It is a massive one indeed. My name is George Overton, joined by Lisa Manley. Well, what do you think of this game, Lisa?
Yeah, it's obviously a massive game. It's on a massive stage behind us. These players aren't used to this, so it's going to be a different feel for them. I'm excited, obviously. We've got City, who didn't do too well last year. On the flip side, Brentford, they came second, so there's a lot of pressure on them. City are going to want to be able to perform and prove themselves this year, though, aren't they? Yeah, definitely. It's a massive stage for Man City. Obviously, looking at the team coming into it, Shells and Ryan Pessoa, looking at this, they've been together so long. We heard the analyst desk talk enough about it. But you look on the other side of things, we've got Adam, Ryan and Big Stuff. They're obviously, they've been together for a long time, known each other since 2019. They've been working hard together, not just at club level, but international level as well. And this is their opportunity to really go ahead and prove themselves in the Premier League. Yeah, exactly. And on the flip side, City, we know last year Shells didn't make it, so he's going to want to prove himself. Also, Ryan made it, but they didn't do too well. So obviously they're going to want to be able to show everyone that they're here and they're here to stay to make it into day 2. So I'm looking forward to see who wins this game. Obviously 6 points up for grabs over the 2 games of FIFA being played. So they're going to want to start really, really well. Yeah, they need a big start. And that's one thing we spoke about a lot last year at the Premier League is the teams that did lose early on in the series in round 1, they need to bounce back fast. They need to come back and they need to get their wins. They can't afford to drop 2 losses in a row because that can almost already show them the signs of leaving. But obviously massive game. We'll have to see how they get on. Man City, what do you think Man City need to do? Because obviously we saw them last season, they didn't perform as well as we thought they were going to do, but coming into it, what do you think they need to do differently this season? Yeah, I think obviously last year it was different because Ryan wasn't with his teammate. He was obviously with B. Hughesy. This year he's with him, and actually in an interview that he did beforehand, he actually said that the proud moment for him during the EPL was the fact that his teammate made it, which means it shows how much it means to him being with his teammate. And I think coming into this game, if they can start really well, then that's great. If they don't, they've only got 5-10 minutes before the next game, so they've got to be able to showcase how good they are. And if they lose, they just got to bounce back quickly, because if they don't, 2 losses in a row, it's not going to be looking good to get out of that group.
100%, but just having a little look at my cue cards just to think about what to talk about. Mr. Big Stuff himself, which was thinking about, you know, the way that these guys like to play. Will it be able to upset Man City? Well, Gary, he likes to play very fast play style, but he can also play slow. He can slow it down if he needs to. On the other side of things, Adam Ryan, he likes to adapt to his opponent, so he's very much a player that, you know, at any given time he can play in any given play style, and that's something that you need to have as a pro player. You need to have that adaptability, and he's showing that here. He's told us he can do it. We'll have to see if he can do it on the biggest stage.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw, obviously, Shells has won before, so obviously if City do go on to win this tournament, he'll be their first ever back-to-back winner in terms of doing it twice. So I'm looking forward to see if he can start well here. A lot of people watching as well. The game, as you can see, is about to start.
Here we go. It is time. It's Man City versus Brentford, and we are underway. It's time to see what the teams have conjured up. We're seeing a Junior Firpo already. Very nice card, which came very recently, but enough about the teams. It doesn't really matter. We're going to see a lot of the same teams today in terms of the actual in-game items, but Man City Brentford, it's a massive one. Who do you think is going to get the first chance here?
To be honest with you, I think City, Shells does like to play attacking football. He does like to keep the ball as well. So I'll be interested to see, especially as Big Stuff obviously did say that he likes to play quickly. So as you can see here, potential chance.
Chance plays it into the middle, but it's a great interception by Vieira there from Shells. Good start for him. We'll have to see how he gets on as we delve deeper into this match, but Adam Ryan looking to build up on the attack once again. Lovely over the top ball to Haaland, and it's easy as that. It's a lovely finish, and it's a lovely, lovely pass. Adam Ryan finding his first goal of the tournament very early on.
Yeah, exactly. That was a massive goal for him. Sort of shake the nerves. I know me personally, when I'm in this type of competition or in competitions in general, my nerves are high. When you get that goal, it sort of settles the nerves a little bit, and that is a great goal, great through ball over the top, and an easy volley into the back of the net, and he'll be happy with that one. On the flip side, Shells needs to bounce back.
Yeah, needs to bounce back fast off of that one. Most definitely. It's really tough to go down one goal so early on in the game, 8 minutes to be precise, and as you can see on the cameras, both players very, very focused on the task at hand. And the task at hand for Adam Ryan right now is, does he go on, does he try and get more goals, or does he slow the play down a little bit? You know, he can play differently, he can play any kind of play style. Is that what he's going to try and do, do you think?
I think for me, you want to get that 2-goal cushion at a potential chance. Unfortunately, red timed. I think you're definitely going to want to try and get a second goal. One goal in FIFA, you can score that in 2 minutes. Getting that second goal gives you that little bit of a cushion up. You don't want to like take your foot off the gas, but at the same time, you want to get that goal, and then you can dictate play. You can keep the ball. However, Shells isn't going to want that to happen, and he's going to try and get a goal sooner rather than later.
100%, couldn't agree more with you, Lisa Manley. Junior Firpo on the ball down this left-hand side to Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box to Yaya Toure. Trying to find somebody in the middle, look for the fast pass. Couldn't quite find it. David Ginola as another breakdown in the attack. Shells unable to break down Adam Ryan's defence so far.
I think coming into this, I think if people would have predicted who they think was going to win, it would have definitely been City, especially with Shells' accolades obviously being able to
unable to break down Adam Ryan's defence so far.
I think coming into this, I think if people would have predicted who they think was going to win, it would have definitely been City, especially with Shells' accolades obviously being able to say that he's a champion prior. However, on the flip side, I feel like the underdog story normally is what you're looking for, especially me when I'm in a tournament. I don't want to be the favourite because it puts pressure on myself. So in this scenario, yes, Brentford did well last year, but
yeah, 100%. It is two different players, completely different. It's a completely different skill set for both of these. What's going on there?
both.
I think he'd like to find a goal before the half-time break. I'm sure I'd be right in saying that. However, Vidic is on the ball. Goal for Brentford. Adam Ryan gets his second, and he's going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, it's sort of a player that you don't actually expect to be there, Vieira, especially as the last couple of years people have been using him in centre-back. However, we know that he is good going forward, and it was a lucky deflection, but sometimes you just got to take it, and he did there. And now it's 2-0. It's going to be hard to come back. He needs a goal definitely before half-time.
100% needs to start throwing more bodies forward. That will, in turn, make gaps appear in the defensive line. We'll have to see how Adam Ryan can weather the storm here. Yaya Toure, dispossessed by Kevin De Bruyne and Virgil van Dijk. Calm as you like at the back, can slow things down and hold the ball for Brentford. And, you know, there are a lot of question marks for Brentford coming into this tournament. You know, obviously we wasn't too sure how the two Scottish lads would get on, but they are showing here they are performing very well. At least Adam Ryan having a fantastic first half against two of the big favourites to win this tournament.
Yeah, exactly, and we did speak about it earlier that we saw that a couple of years ago, obviously Shells did go on to win this tournament, so he's going to want to do that again this year, but he just hasn't started the way that he wants to. However, the bounce back in the next game, it needs to be crucial, and a potential chance here, but defended really, really well. I actually wanted to mention, defensively, Adam Ryan is solid. Every time Shells goes forward, there's just no space to make a pass, to get a shot off. He's just crowded every single time.
Absolutely, that's one of the things about defending this year on FIFA. If you can get those close contact blocks in, you know, you can do it consistently, you're definitely going to be sound in the defensive departments. But what do Shells have to do, in your opinion, in this second half to bounce back? Because obviously it's been a very tough first half for him.
I think it's just tough for him, to be honest with you. I think for me, potentially change formation to a more of an attacking formation. I think going forward, there just isn't enough options. Defensively, Adam Ryan's doing really, really well and stopping these passes in behind, and there's just no gaps for him. But he's got to try and make them gaps to try and get a goal, because, you know, if his teammate as well is losing, for example, that's 0 points on board. You need at least 3 points going into the next round, and potentially you need all of them, but you'll settle with 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen what Shells has done over his career in the FIFA esports scene. He is a very talented player. He definitely has what it takes, and, you know, he's had comebacks in the past. He's had moments where you say, well, he shouldn't be able to do anything here, but he always seems to come up with a way. Can he come up with a way against Brentford to pick up his first win in this tournament? We'll have to see, as it looks like the boys are just about ready to get into the second half.
Yeah, I definitely think he can come back in this game. You know, me personally, when I'm playing Foot Champs and I'm 2-0 down, I always seem to find a way. So I'm looking forward to see if he can come back here. I mean, 2-0, like I said, if you can get that next goal, 2-1, potentially can come back.
Yeah, we shall have to see indeed. Kyle Walker, not a great pass, is going to be taken away by Man City, but giving the ball away in a dangerous position. Ginola can't quite find the angle to play the ball through. Virgil van Dijk, Cantona battling, fighting for every bit of possession, and almost wriggled his way through there. The aggression of Cantona, sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse, almost came off there.
Yeah, exactly. And last night I actually was talking to some of the players, and some of them was talking about potentially using Cantona or using Okocha. And for me, if I had to pick, it'd be Cantona because of his skill moves, his strength, and he showed it literally right there.
Yeah, 100%. João Felix on the ball roll. Can he find the pass? Ginola out wide into the middle towards finish. It's a beautiful goal, and Shells has found one back. It's 2-1 now. Can he find the second? Can he get back into this game?
Well, we speak about composure there. I mean, to sort of whip into the box, and most people in that situation would just shoot with the first player. He decides to head it across the box to be able to get into a 95% chance of scoring and puts it into the back of the net. And now it's game on. Shells can come back in this game.
Haaland goes back towards Junior Firpo, Ruud Gullit. Yaya Toure now back to Gullit. One more goal and it'll surely turn the tides here. Offside position is Eric Cantona, unfortunately for Shells, but you can really feel it's starting to get a little bit more lively in this game. It's starting to get a little bit more pacey. We're seeing Shells start to come forward with the ball. It seems like he knows that he can make a comeback happen here.
Yeah, he knows that in his head. In any game when it's 2-1, especially me when I'm at home playing, I feel like, you know, the momentum shifts, especially when you get that next goal, and he's got that. So now he's got a good, 30-ish minutes in game to be able to get the next goal, to make this, to be able to just about get a point, or even maybe go on to win the game.
100%. We'll have to see if he can do that, as, this would be a great chance for Adam Ryan to just slow the play down a little bit. But instead, Shells wins the ball back. Ginola down this right-hand side. Plenty of players in the box if he can find anyone. He is having a little bit of a tough time down there against, I think it was Virgil van Dijk, defending well. Yaya Toure. Now it's Gullit. Now it's Cantona. Nice little bit of skill. Can't beat Van der Sar. Still got the ball. And he finds the back of the net. It's Shells. He's managed to find the comeback. It's 2-2. Now the question is there going to be a winner in this one?
To be honest with you, the way he's playing, I definitely think there will be another goal in this game, whether it goes to him or if it goes to Adam Ryan. We see the actual pause there going into this from Brentford. Clearly he wasn't happy with something, and he now obviously just conceded, so he's definitely got to speak to his coach, work out what to change. But on the flip side, I mean, that was great play from Shells. I spoke to you that he was struggling to get in and around the box, and there he was able to, and he actually ended up doing step-overs, speed boost out of a step-over, which got him into that position. Obviously, it fell back to him, and he was able to put it into the back of the net. But that sort of was the second goal for Adam Ryan as well. So sometimes you've got to take a bit of luck when you get it.
Definitely, and now we've got to see Adam Ryan adapt like he says he can. We've got to see him bounce back from this, conceding 2 goals straight after the half-time break. He's not going to be happy with that one, but there is a goal from Brentford in the other game. Big stuff has found a way into it. We're going to have a little quick look at the replay now. It's Kevin De Bruyne and it's Haaland, and he just slots it past the goalkeeper, nowhere to be seen. And that is Brentford actually 1-0 up here in the other game between Big Stuff and Ryan Pessoa. So, well, it is very, very interesting here now, Lisa.
Yeah, it is, especially as, Brentford are currently 1-0 up in the other game. That's 3 points. Not guaranteed, because there obviously could be still a couple more goals in that game.
Yeah.
However, on the flip side, in this game, Brentford were 2-0 up. They could have had 3 points in this game. However, can Shells turn it around? I definitely think he can.
There's plenty of time left for him to do so. Man City want to be picking up the points early on. Ball played into the middle. Cantona is there to Haaland in a great position. It's not Haaland. He has just been brought on. That might be Mudryk. I'm not too sure. But either way, a great opportunity gone out for a corner. Walker, it is Mudryk, the Chelsea man, just signed for the big money. Can he provide a big goal here? He can! It's Mudryk, and Shells has found a way into this game. He made the comeback happen, and it is now 3-2 to Man City.
And you can see how much it means when we heard the roar from Shells there and what it means to him. And I felt like he didn't start how he wanted to in this game, obviously seeing himself 2-0 down. However, he got the confidence. He got that first goal, second, now third. And obviously we see the man come on, Mudryk. I think he's right around 90 rated in the game, at Future Stars item, I'm pretty sure. And he's very, very good. He's very expensive in game, and you can see why. What a finish that was there.
What a beautiful finish. Just absolutely smashes it past the goalkeeper. Uses that pace as well, which, we've seen the pundits in real life talk so much about it. He's absolutely rapid and showed it there. And Shells showing his resilience in this game here. To go 2 goals down early on, to believe in yourself, to make that comeback happen. The question is, on the other side of things, can Ryan Pessoa make a comeback happen against Big Stuff? Because, honestly, unless Man City they're not going to be happy unless they get at least 4 points here.
I mean, if you ask any of the players before going into the game, they would take 6. But especially now, the circumstances, you definitely take 4 if you can. And, I mean, can potentially, though, Adam Ryan come back here and make it 3-3 and get potential points for his team?
He's definitely going to want to do that. I don't know if we've actually seen a chance here in the second half yet for Adam Ryan. Understandably, it's a very tough task coming up against Shells, especially when he is fighting to try and make that comeback happen. You can see in the top right hand corner here the scores from around the grounds if any of you are interested in your top teams, or your favourite teams, sorry. Playing into the middle for Haaland, well defended once again by Shells, who he just has looked like an absolutely different player in the second half.
Yeah, he definitely spoke to his coach and changed something at the half-time interval there, and it's worked. I mean, he seems to have gone to the 5 at the back now, that he's got a lot of players back, but you would do. It's 3-2, you need to try and see out the game, and it's going to be very, very hard, in my opinion, for Adam Ryan to come back into this game.
100%. It will be a very tough task, but, you know, he's a man driven here in this tournament, and that is definitely the case for both Big Stuff and Adam Ryan. They both want to smash it and make their families proud and do their country proud as well. That is for sure. We'll have to see if he can bounce back though and get a goal with just 15 minutes left on the clock. Not too long to do so.
Yeah, exactly, and he definitely can come back. You've got to remember, he went 2-0 up in this game very early on, so he's definitely got goals in him, but Shells now is going to want to try and slow down the game, keep the ball, frustrate him, which means he moves players out of position and he can potentially get a 4th goal in this game.
100%. We shall have to see. Right now I can only see it going the way of Shells, but a good counter-attacking opportunity for Brentford could very well see that change. Mudryk down on this right-hand side, looking to cause more trouble for Brentford. João Felix on the ball, trying to twist and turn, find an opportunity, find a pass. Yaya Toure back to Mudryk, just testing and teasing now, trying to break down this Brentford defence. Finds Cantona in the box, and once again this is just holding the ball here from Man City, waiting for the perfect opportunity to come down. Eventually Brentford do get it back, but they need to move fast now. The clock has well and truly ticked down since they last had the ball.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen another pause from Brentford, potentially to go constant pressure. You know, it's not the same format as last year where it's aggregate score over the 2 games. Now, if you lose, it's 0 points, right? Yeah. So I think he's just got to go for it, go constant pressure, send every single person forward, and as I said, there's a pause.
Yeah, there has been a pause come out, but is it too little too late? 85 minutes in, potentially not much added time to come on at the end as well. I don't even think we've had a free kick here in this game. We've had a few play-ons, but nothing really too crazy. Mudryk, really good tackle, blocked by Junior Firpo to make sure that ball can't be played down the wing. That would have been very difficult, but you can see now game management coming into play for Manchester City.
He's definitely not going to get this pause. That's why it's definitely too late that he did it. You need to be doing it in the 75th minute to get that, because he's going to keep the ball. He's not going to be able to make the changes. You know, if he was on constant pressure here, he potentially would have got the ball. So it's definitely something he needs to change.
And on the other game, between Big Stuff and Ryan Pessoa, they've actually picked up the win there. So 3 points for Brentford on one side of things. And as we go down to the final few seconds, it looks like Manchester City will be picking up the other 3 points. So 3 points for City, 3 points for Brentford. You've got to say, I would say it's a fair result. I think both teams played well throughout the game. I think Adam Ryan had a fantastic first half, but just couldn't take it home. Yeah,
it definitely is a fair result. I mean, what a comeback there for Shells. On the flip side, Ryan will be annoyed. However, Big Stuff, what a performance from him to be able to see out the win there.
Yeah, you got to feel a little bit bad for Adam Ryan there. That's a massive opportunity for him to get the 3 points. But it is a long day. It is a long day indeed, and there is more chances for Brentford to pick up points and to continue on. And you've got to say, you know, coming up against one of the absolute favourites, they have to be happy with picking up 3 points against Man City.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely think they'll be happy with that. However, on the flip side, he was 2-0 up, so he'll definitely be devastated as well. But on the flip side, it shows how good he is going into the next games.
100%. We've got some match highlights coming up, indeed, for you guys, so we can have a quick look at how the game went down. Lisa, do you want to have a quick talk about this?
Yeah, and this was a great through ball into Haaland, and he's always going to pull it in the back of the net from there, 1-0 up. And, you know, in this situation, we thought, wow, could this be amazing start for Brentford? And it was. However, later on,
lovely little header, you said. It was just that clarity to see the opportunity, to see the moment.
One should the fans at home be watching?
I like that Brentford-Liverpool matchup because it kind of could create this huge gap in Group B, because Liverpool now has 6 points with a potential 12 points and create a huge gap with the second or third team. And then Brentford, they are at 3 points at the moment, but if they can create at least win this one match and then draw the other, they could close the distance to Liverpool. So I think that could go like, if they could create like a big gap in that group.
And Alex, your eyes are on Arsenal Crystal Palace. Why?
Oh no, I'm not looking at that one. I want to go Southampton and Aston Villa.
Oh, I was going to go that.
Well, there's a reason being for it. Aston Villa, they didn't have to play in that first game. They had that little bit of time, and they've got a chance to watch Southampton. It gives you that little bit of the edge to know exactly what the opponent's going to be doing.
Well, chance to watch opponents, chance to watch any match you want at home as well, because we're on the Premier League YouTube and on EA Sports FIFA Twitch. 4 streams as well running, just so you can watch whatever fixture takes your fancy. Pods that are live, and we have different casters covering them behind the scenes, which is pretty exciting as well. So round 2 coming your way, and this time it's Wolves taking on Fulham, and it is with Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, here we go then. We are into our second round of games this morning. We are mainly looking, as we said, at that Group A and B side of things. Before we jump down to Group C and D, the question mark is this: what top 2 teams from each of these groups will book a spot in the final 8? We were commentating in the back room in this group, Richard. We've been focusing a lot on it. Liverpool off to a great start. Brentford on the opposite side of things, looking pretty good as well.
The top of the table often makes itself pretty evident after these first couple of games. It's at the bottom where it gets a little bit tasty, where it gets a little bit spicy. And this is why, me in particular, Brandon, I'm invested in this game. Fulham haven't we seen yet. They've not played a game. We know a lot about Shawry. Gangle, unknown quantity. On the other side of it, Wolves need to pick up points. 0 after the first game. You only get 4 matches. You only get 4 opportunities to pick up points. Must, at least, in my opinion, you're looking at 3, minimum, for Wolves if they've got any hopes of getting out of this Group B.
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on that man on your screen. Shawry's back again for his third ePremier League run, previously of Watford. Now, moved to the opposite side of London to partner with his club in Fulham. What I absolutely love about these setups, both games playing at the exact same time.
Oh, so
we will
tight as well.
Try our best to keep you updated. How many coaches in that pod? Admins, players. Tomorrow, that's going to get even more heated in that booth.
I thought it were warm on the casting position. Never mind over in the booth. There's about 14 people in each booth. The players, the coaches, the admins. That's what the ePremier League offers up.
Well, no matter where you're tuning in from, if you have joined us from Sky Sports, welcome into the ePremier League. This is day 1 of the competition, the biggest UK FIFA competitive tournament. £100,000 on the line, all 20 Premier League clubs involved, 40 players, an Xbox and a PlayStation representative for each team. And today, it is all about the group stage, as only 8 teams can make it to tomorrow's final 8.
It will be Fulham from left to right in that black strip, Wolves from right to left in the orange that they're obviously so famous that we're known for. If you're wondering, well, why is Kyle Walker playing? Why is David Beckham playing? We play on an ultimate team. All of the players in the Premier League, you've got icons, players of yesteryear, Ruud Gullit, David Beckham, and you've got foot heroes, players who specifically made their name in a league. We're looking at the Premier League. David Ginola is the main hero that you want to be keeping your eyes on.
And if you are a keen FIFA player and you are an Ultimate Team fan, you would have saw yesterday, FUT birthday arrived, but what did that bring, Richard? It brought a handful of players that will be in these teams and will be causing problems.
We've already seen Eric Cantona and João Felix featured from the FUT birthday promo with specific weak foot and skill move upgrades. And also, I'm keeping my eye on Emerson Royale at right back. I think he could feature, and I think he's going to be quite prominent with the upgrade that he's been given.
Oh, and Haaland. Keep an eye on him as well. There's been a lot of aerial battles that we've seen so far in our first round of play here at the Premier League. A lot of headers, a lot of flick-ons. Expect to see Team of the Year Erling Haaland do exactly what he's done on the pitch, on the virtual pitch. That's be involved in goals and also score a few.
Just dominate. Just dominate defenders. He's so physical in the air. You've almost got to put 2 men on him. You've got to double mark him. Because as soon as that ball gets floated into the area, unless you've got to jump on him, unless you're around him, he's going to win that first contact. But what the pro players do, which is so smart compared to maybe me, you, or the people at home watching. We shoot when Erling Haaland gets that header. What these pro players will do, they'll knock it down, they'll play for the header, and they'll look for a better opportunity.
Well, sure there for Fulham, waiting for the free kick. What can we see here from 25 metres away from goal?
Show us something, Shiori.
Show us something very special indeed.
He's trying it.
Does he fancy it? Surely not.
You can see he's going for the outside foot curled.
Here comes Fulham now, goes for the direct shot. It was zipping, it was moving.
It was anticlimactic. That's what it was.
We tried our best to build it up, but we're unable to do so. Keep an eye on the top right-hand corner of your screen. There's result through live right now. What a start for Tex, by the way. 2-0 up against Brentford on the Xbox side of things. Fulham still in the hunt for their first goal. There it is, posted in. David Ginola getting Fulham off the mark in the ePremier League.
Great work from Shorey, just kept on moving the ball, kept on moving it until an opportunity arose. And you just saw that extra pass into the path of David Ginola, left-footed strike into that near post.
And let's be honest, Richard, it was always going to be a matter of time for Shorey. He was
it's been one-way
just
traffic,
trying to find a way through slowly but surely, and then finally it just all clicked. As Fulham will win a free kick, and 22 minutes in, they have got the first goal.
We had the opportunity to watch both of Wolves' matches in the opening game, both Kai FIFA and Joey Sharp. It was against Liverpool. They led in their respective games, both players. In the end, they walked away with 0 points. I don't want to say this is potentially a sign of things to come, and another negative result for Wolves. But given the formation he's playing, a 5-back, given how he is also operating, not particularly a lot of chances being created, maybe playing on that. Presence, as we spoke about, of Erling Haaland, but the tide potentially is already starting to set.
Yeah, but to your point, very simple, isn't it? If they don't get a single point from this round of fixtures, that's 12 points dropped.
Curtains.
And you are going to need a miracle. Here, it has been all Fulham so far. Joey Sharp of Wolves has struggled to get into this game.
So I think there's a couple of options, but Firpo sort of is just taking that hit as left back. This is the cross we're talking about.
If you get it right, and you can get Haaland to drop it down, this could be a live steal. Joey Sharp with his first real chance to get the ball forwards, finds a way back, and that's why you get the reaction of Shorey, because he's going to sit there and think, look, you've not deserved that, but be clinical as you want, Joey says. 1-1 all square.
Perfect choice of words. Keeping it alive. It was the second, it was the third, it was even the fourth bounce as he recycled the possession. Yaya Toure into Ruud Gullit. Going a bit more direct there is Shorey. It's going to block full nicely for him.
By the last one, Junior Firpo, the idea was there to play the cutback pass, but that goal suddenly gives Joey a lot of confidence to get this ball forward to that man.
He wants him in the box.
He won't just offer you an aerial threat. He's got the physicality, a bit of pace behind him in that Team of the Year upgrade. He's had in the game for quite a few months. We're jumping ships because there has been a goal in the other game, potentially. Is it Fulham back inside? A player that you've said, Brandon, watch out for today, and that is Sam Gangle.
Yeah, he's a young player. He's sort of coming through the ranks, but he's been playing really well in the online qualifiers, and he's just starting to creep up. And sometimes you just need a tournament. You just need an event to make people know who you are, for people's ears to prick up and say, you know what, he's a guy that we're going to invest in. He's a player that we're going to get behind.
And you would argue this is the tournament.
This is the tournament to do
make a name for yourself here in the UK. Look at Goal Poacher last year. Won the ePremier League with Norwich, obviously were relegated, but now moved clubs to West Ham United and I put a post out there, he's in my top 5 players to watch out for.
And it's not necessarily even winning the ePremier League, having a good performance, getting to a final, getting to a semi-final. Look at Mike Marley back in 2020, got to the final. And now the opportunities are coming. Now he's starting to really cement himself as one of the best players in the UK.
Well, this will be the last chance of the half for Joey Sharp. It's into the box again to that man who's going to be causing problems all weekend long here in London. Erling Haaland with the last kick of the game, the last touch of the first 45. And now Fulham get into half-time and they think, how am I losing 2-1 after dominating possession, dominating chances? But, I mean, for Joey Sharp, he's played this game very well.
How many chances, how many opportunities was Shorey looking to create? And you just see just a glimpse there of the formation. 5-4-1. And that one, he can do 4 people's jobs. Erling Haaland, he can run the line, he can finish inside the box, but he's most prevalent, he's most dangerous when that ball is in the air. And when that ball is hung up at the back post, you're not going to beat him.
And what was the most important part of that, Rich, is the timing.
Green times.
As soon as it's green, no matter what you put in his way, he's always going to be winning that ball, or at least it's going to be on target. Wolves 2-1 up at half-time. And in the driving seat.
Yeah, what that green time effect does, it just gives you a little bit of extra power, a little bit of extra accuracy. Almost, doesn't necessarily guarantee it, but it gives you an extra 20% chance of a goal. It's a hard skill to do. You have to press the shoot button, and then just before the ball is about to interact with your player, you press the shoot again, and then you'll get that green timing.
Haaland looks to be the provider this time. There's some scores coming in the right-hand corner of your screen. Keep in mind, it's only Group A and B that are in action for this first part of the afternoon. Then you will be seeing Group C and D. But there's some big results there. Palace leading 2-0. Fulham, as we know, 2-1 up on the opposite console.
Brentford, Liverpool 1-1.
1-1 in that, and then Southampton against Aston Villa is also 1-1. Sorry, these are on the PlayStation, of course. Eric Cantona, reverse elastico. That's clever from Shorey. He timed it green, but there was a certain somebody in his way. Virgil van Dijk will clear that one out for a corner.
You saw Liverpool leading 3-0 there. Tex up against Big Stuff. I had a little glance on my left shoulder as that third goal went in, and Big Stuff just looked a little bit bewildered. He just shook his head and said, what can we do? As it stands, 9 points from 12 for Liverpool. They will be top of this group by some margin.
And they were the favourites to have a run in this tournament. Shorey for Fulham.
Great feed.
Brilliant feed. David Ginola, he just fluffed his lines. Was there a cutback available?
And that's the red timing of the shot. He used the time finishing and timed it red, meaning the shot had decreased power, decreased accuracy, and the attempt at goal was never really going to go in. But what's promising for Shorey, he's creating. He's getting into those chances, and you've already seen the reverse elastico skill move, the one that he created those 2 opportunities with David Ginola, opening up avenues inside the box. That's where you can get at him. He's already shown it. I would be very, very surprised if there wasn't 2, maybe even 3 attacking changes coming on to this pitch for Fulham to try and turn this game around. Conversations raging in the booth.
Would you say, obviously, we've been covering the Premier League for quite some time now, so this is the 5th year of the tournament. In terms of the variety of squads this year, there is so much in it.
Well, there's just so many players, there's so many items, so many promos that have been released during the year that more and more players become really sort of relevant and usable when you are given the accounts that the guys are on.
So just on that as well, in terms of substitutions now that we're going to be seeing across the weekend, you can just see there a little bit, if you've got brilliant eyes, of some of the names we could be seeing coming on. Any of those names you could give me on top of your head that we might see come on and maybe snatch that equaliser if you're on the side of Fulham?
I think you're potentially looking at some of the icons who have featured, maybe a Samuel Eto'o. Obviously, he had his appearances with Chelsea. He's viable and accessible to come on. I would be very surprised if you are playing a 5-back, 5 defenders, if you're not changing those full-backs. Those are probably the most important positions in the 5-back. So getting maybe Andy Robertson, getting Kyle Walker involved if they're not starting for you. Trent Alexander-Arnold if you're using Walker and vice versa. And maybe in the centre of midfield. I know a few people haven't used Kevin De Bruyne, so he will definitely be coming on.
Well, you see the scores coming through on the PlayStation. Diogo leading 2-1 against Brentford. Palace 3-0. Fulham still trying to find a way. Junior Firpo does get intercepted now, and a chance to break for Wolves. If you miss some of the goals in the opposite game, as we said, both games play at the exact same time. This is what you missed. Gangle made it 2-0 for Fulham, and then there was a goal back in this one from Wolves and Kai FIFA.
Yeah, just before the hour mark, David Becker with a couple of step-overs before releasing that strike into the back of the net. That cross into the box looked dangerous. Again, David Ginola this time winning that first header. And what do you do if you're Wolves? If of a man, but has that little bit more skill moves, has that little bit more ability. Haaland is fresh for Fulham.
Haaland, cut back available. Great save, Van der Sar. It was a little bit of an awkward angle, to be honest, for the shot to come in originally. And you can see now the press that Fulham are having to implement. They want to get 6 points, or at least 4.
He'll feel hard done by, Will Shorey, if he doesn't walk away with at least a point from this game. Just given how good he's been in the final third, but he's not been able to create that final chance.
This could be curtains, Richard. Eric Cantona! It's not the first or the last that he will score this weekend. And I think you're right to say hard done by.
Great game plan.
Joey Sharp, he might have had his back against the wall for some long periods in that first half. Played to his strengths, played to the likes of Erling Haaland, had to make his opponent come out and press, and that's what Shorey's had to do, and he's just picked up the pieces where the gaps are. It's a massive 3 points and a really, really important win for Wolves, who could have been on the back of potentially 0 points from a possible 12.
A game plan played to perfection, and really we would have seen this. We had the opportunity to watch Wolves in our opening game on the B stream, Brandon, and we were commentating against Liverpool. Both Wolves players were leading their respective ties until Liverpool showed that extra bit of quality in the final third and turned it around and walked away with 6 points. As you just see Ranners, his coach, there having a little look around to look around the screen to see how the other Wolves game is currently taking place. But I think we're going to see this a lot during the weekend, especially because we're playing in a one-legged format. We're playing just one singular game of FIFA. Typically, over the course of the FIFA Global Series, the competitive ecosystem, we play over 2 legs. Red timed again.
I'll tell you what, Erling Haaland.
It's a bit brutal one.
Fancy about that. Just get your head down and run some.
Just run down the wing and shoot.
There's a time red again from Shorey. Did get quite fortunate to get the bounce back, but this game is still so on. 10 minutes left. Keep in mind, last time we checked in on the opposite console, Fulham were winning their PlayStation matchup. Well, that is a full-time result now. So Gangle, in his first opening game, Richard, 3 points on the board. He'll be looking across to his teammate now, saying, come on, Shorey,
get a point.
Pull this back, get a point, get us on 4 points, and get us up the table.
But would also leave Wolves on 1 point out of a potential 12 that they've played for. So, on both ends of it, Fulham looking to start really strong, 4 points out of 6, and Wolves really needing a win. I said they needed at least 3 points to keep their hopes alive out of this 6 available.
Well, we're coursed. Now Manchester United comes on to shake things up. David Ginola, good feed, better defending from Carl Walker. Sort of comes across as a bonus centre-back. Trent Alexander-Arnold, is he onside? Yes, he is. This is where the heavens could open. Cantona.
Keep it in the corner
from Joey, though. He knows he doesn't need to score another goal. It's a case of, look, let's get more time out the game. Great feet through the legs somehow. Erling Haaland, as much as it would be so nice to try and score again, he didn't really need to.
I'm surprised by that. I thought we were just going to keep it in the corner and recycle possession. He's given Shorey and Fulham one final opportunity to salvage something from their opening time.
Everything has to be perfect. Every pass has to be timed so well. Carl Walker with a massive win. Will they return possession again?
That's it.
Well, that will do us. Wolves with a massive 3 points on the board. They would have been so close to pretty much ending their tournament if they were to get 0 points. But the points will be shared between Fulham and Wolves, both taking 3 each on the respective consoles. And look, Rich, we're only 2 rounds into games here, but there's been some fanatic matches so far.
No, there certainly has been, and I think the table is also starting to take shape here in Group B. A really dejected Shorey right there. I think he'll be looking back, he'll be watching the footage back. I played well, I created chances, I really should have at least got a draw out of that game. He needs to go back, he needs to he's got a very short break, but he needs to use that time wisely before he goes into it. Negative thoughts going into the next FIFA game is a recipe for disaster.
Well, we didn't get to see the opposite game, but I can tell you one thing. Liverpool, I think it's 12 points from 12 right now. They're absolutely flying. We have got some highlights, as we said, from that matchup that you did just see there. This was the game, and this is how it played out in the end. 5 goals, but 3 points and a win for Wolves on the Xbox.
I just want to draw attention to these goals that he was scoring, Joey Sharp of Wolves. The composure here, just to keep it alive. He played it into Rude Hullet. It's a finish into the bottom left corner. And this just came from a throw-in. Just a throw-in deep inside Fulham's half. Ginola whips it into the box, and it was Junior Firpo with a mismatch against Erling Haaland. Not only is the aerial ability, there's about a foot difference as well between the two of them. It was always going to go Wolves' way, and he did kill the game off here with that third goal, which in the end was just too big of a mountain for Fulham to climb.
Yeah, and there was a chance, wasn't there, with 10 minutes left to play for Fulham to get back. Look at this for a goal. Just get your head down and run. He timed the shot red, which produced that, and then...
I'm not being questioned about the goalkeeping.
Pretty fortunate there for Edwin van der Sar. This is on the opposite side. As we said, it was Gangle that won this game for Fulham. They did take 3 points out the fixture, and this was the opening goal in that game.
Yeah, Eric Cantona getting down the byline, cutting it back to JJ Okocha. His finish whips it into the far post. Driving to the byline once again, and this time Eric Cantona, provider turned goal scorer for Fulham. Wolves did get a goal back. Great work, and David Beckham with that finish over the top of the keeper. Wasn't meant to be for Fulham, and Fulham and Wolves in this matchup take 3 points apiece.
No, absolutely. Great start here, as you said, at the Premier League in London. 2 days full of action. We're starting to see the storylines, aren't we, shape up in a lot of these groups?
Yeah, we are. Group B starting to take shape. Liverpool leading the line, and then that midfield pack to see who can get in second place. In Group A, there has been results from the second round of fixtures, and I'm looking forward to seeing how those fixtures did take place.
Yeah, a lot more FIFA to come here in London at the Premier League finals. But for now, it's over to Rachel and the guys on the desk.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, again, points shared then in that matchup, which you guys were delighted to watch on stream there. Are we shocked by the Wolves-Fulham fixtures there, boys, in terms of how it played out in the end? I was thinking of Joey there for Wolves, saying he's played for them for 2 years now with the same teammate. Does that give him a level of comfortability, Alex, of coming back and knowing exactly the format and his teammate?
Yeah, he's a very experienced player as well, one of our older competitors today. And for him, just knowing that he's been here before, he knows what he needs to do. What I thought he did really well in that game is Shorey committed so many numbers forward in the attack. And Joey just said, look, if I can defend and get the ball, I can break, I can cross it, I can find Haaland and just score some easy goals.
And Shorey, though, he's equal as experienced, maybe not as old there as we're saying that Joey is. I'm talking mid-20s, we're saying is old on this show today. And he's also a semi-finalist before for Watford. Again, what was he lacking in that match there?
I think it was the tactical mistake. I'm not saying mistake, but he didn't have an answer to the crosses to Haaland. And
does anyone, Graveston? No.
I think maybe you can. He was using the 3 defenders at the back, 3-4-2-1. I don't think the actual the fullbacks didn't actually come back on defense that quick. I think maybe if he would have used the 5 defense at the back, the 5-4-1, maybe the crosses would have been stopped. I don't know. It's hard. It's actually a really hard thing to do because the crosses are actually overpowered in a way. And who's stopping Haaland in real life and in FIFA?
Well, 5 at the back can't even stop Haaland in this game,
nope.
And in real life either. So we'll have to see if anyone can find a solution later on as the rounds unfold. Right now, though, let's go over to Kyle. He's with the Brighton boys.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I am. I'm with our group leaders after one round in Group A. Brighton, Mark, Jacob, good to have you here. Mark, I'm going to come to you. You know this tournament quite well, don't you? It's your 5th time competing in the ePremier League. Is this the time that you're going to do it?
I hope so. I've genuinely finished every possible outcome apart from win it, so I'm really hoping this is the year.
And Jacob, you were saying just before that he's got to get his hands on that trophy. You want to make sure that you help him do that. Drawing that first game for yourself, not the best result and the best start that you would have wanted. I could see that you were visibly frustrated at that before. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, still the same. Like you said, I definitely want to get him that title. I think he deserves it out of most people here. That first game, I knew I should be winning that game to give us the best chance of going through. Like I said, Billy's a good player, but I feel like that as a game I should be winning. I think I wasn't as positive as I should have been.
Well, 4 points out of a possible 6. You put yourself in a great position. Mark, as I said, top of that group. Difficult group, though. Who are you looking at now and going, all right, this is going to be difficult. These two opponents are going to be tough. Who's going to stop you from getting into that top 2?
Well, the remaining games is against a couple of my teammates, Colin Kai at club level and Michael at national level. So we know each other well. It's going to be interesting how it plays out.
And you were saying before that your next game, you're coming up against someone that is obviously incredible on the console, coming up against a teammate of his as well. Has he been giving you any tips, any pointers on how to beat him?
Not quite yet. I hope he does in a minute, though. But yeah, he's the game I come into it most worried about. If I can pick something up here, I think we have a really good chance of topping the group.
Well, good luck for that one. I'm looking forward to it. Rachel, that's a slight insight into our Group A leaders. What did you make of that?
Well, Carl, the fact that they were leading, they seemed a little bit dejected. They obviously were looking for the total 6 points on offer in round 1. 4, though, guys, there's nothing to kind of be as disappointed as they seemed, Gravison, about.
I mean, you always expect like the perfect results. So even though you're leading, you expect to get those 6 points at least. But yeah, I mean, they should be happy. They're playing well. It's round 2 yet, so they're in a good position. But I kind of like that attitude, you know, of just not being confident enough. Let's just say we have 3 rounds to play. Let's just play, and the job's not done.
They want more from themselves every round. Well, this was the round 2 Xbox results we just saw there. So Villa then 1-0 over Southampton, Arsenal beating Palace 2-1, Wolves, so we saw that one 3-2 over Fulham, and Liverpool again 4-0 over Brentford. Wow, let's have a look quickly though, Alex, at the PlayStation results as well. Southampton 3-1 to Villa, Arsenal lost that one 3-0 to Palace, Fulham 2-1 over Wolves, and Liverpool again 2-1 over Brentford. I mean, Liverpool are the guys a force to be reckoned with. Anyway, they're in Group B. We'll get to them in a short while. Crystal Palace, though, top with 8 points. Brighton, like we just heard them then, 6 with Southampton, 6. Arsenal, Aston Villa, 6 and 5 respectively. Then Group B looks like this. I'm not sure that would be 14.
Yeah, 12 points, but yeah, nevertheless, I mean, dominance.
12 points for Liverpool. Fulham, Man City, Brentford. Well, this is going to be a really close set of group at the end of it, and Wolves 3 as well. Liverpool, as we keep chatting about guys at home, if you don't know the story of Liverpool, it's got a player called Tex and a player called Diogo. Tex being a former ePremier League champion in 2019, looking to be the first ever team and player to go back-to-back titles as well. So to be the first person who's ever held the Premier League trophy twice, which would be pretty exciting, guys, here. OK, so round 2 of fixtures has been completed. Round 3 coming next could be the decider for some teams. It could be where we go, we think they're going through, and these guys are out of the competition. So round 3, guys, is getting pretty tight. Come back and join us after this short break. Well, welcome back then to the ePremier League 2022-23. We've just seen 2 rounds of fixtures being played. We're looking at completing 5 rounds of fixtures for groups A and B. And one team have been making things look pretty easy, I'm going to say, boys, is Liverpool. And they're taking on the powerhouse, which is Man City. Man City possibly haven't been playing how we'd have expected them to. I'd like your thoughts on that in a second. Let's quickly have a look at what's coming up. Then that's what I was talking about, B there. Guys, in terms of Liverpool, unbeaten so far, Alex, what have Man City got to do to try and get a point? I'm talking about one single point from this matchup.
Well, the worst thing is that playing Tex and Diogo in itself is a difficult thing to do, but when they're unbeaten, they're going to be so much more confident. For Shells and Ryan, it's just about trying to get that early lead and saying, you know what, can we stop Tex in that attack and Diogo? But it sounds easy. It's not going to be a hard thing to do for them.
Just looking over your shoulder, Gravison, there and seeing how relaxed the Liverpool boys look, and this is them on your screen now. That's Tex that you can see. He won this title in 2019, and his partner, who you can't quite see, Diogo, actually they were on opposing teams in 2019, and Tex knocked Diogo out like you do. They're now teammates. What have you made of their performances being unbeaten so far?
I mean, they're playing well. They're playing good FIFA. They're playing consistently good. And I think this kind of takes pressure off Diogo's shoulder, because when you're playing with such a big teammate, not only big, but a teammate who obviously you expect to win every single time, you expect him to win every single time, you kind of get in this mindset of, maybe if I don't win my matches as well, I'm not going to be good enough. So this kind of plays a huge factor for Diogo, confidence-wise, winning all his group matches. It can make him just win a lot of confidence for the quarterfinals, semi-finals. I think Diogo is playing really good this year, and I think this can be his year to win an ePrem title.
Well, Tex is possibly making Diogo raise his game as well, which is exactly what we love to see. You can watch that matchup as well on stream on EA Sports FIFA Twitch, and there's loads of streams there. There's 4, so you can tune into the game we're talking about, Liverpool, Man City, or any of the other 3 that are behind us as well. Or you can watch on the Premier League YouTube channel. Well, the big one we're talking about is Liverpool taking on Man City, and Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith are calling this one for you.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, you'd think this is a knockout game. No, it's not. It's a match-up in Group B. What a game it is. 2 football giants with some incredible FIFA eSports stars, Rich. City against Liverpool. Also, a game behind me. It's just there. Brighton Palace as well, up on the opposite group. There is so many big games taking place in this 3rd round of group play.
Yeah, and really, not only are they massive games, not only are they massive ties, huge personalities facing off against each other, Ryan, Shells, Liverpool, Tex and Diogo, but it really must earn points, really, if you look at this from a Man City perspective. I know we were talking about it in the break. You were saying which tie favours City probably more. I would lean towards Shells against Diogo, but every time that I speak with Ryan, he often joins us in the commentary position. He's been on many a broadcast. He talks about Tex so much. He talks about him in such a glowing light, but he does fancy himself. And I think because of both players being British, both players having played against each other so much, they've been competing for years and years. The event that Tex broke out in Barcelona 2018, who did he beat in the quarter-finals? It was Ryan Pessoa. It was the man in front of him here today. Almost 6 years later, we're here live in London at the ePremier League. City versus Liverpool. Big game.
Massive game. And look, there's one thing that you can't fault with this Liverpool side. They have been perfect. Even when they've had question marks over them, 12 points from 12. You could argue a win here and you boys you can go and chill out.
1 win out of the 2 games. 15 points. You've probably done enough mathematically in this group.
On the flip side for Manchester City, 3 points on the board so far. 2 massive games. We will be focusing predominantly on the Xbox side of things, as we said. Ryan Pessoa against Tex. As Diogo faces against Shells. This is Group B. It is the group leaders. What's so special about this tie as well? What have both these 2 teams got in common? They have both won the Premier League before. After a penalty shootout like no other against Leeds United, Man City were victorious.
It's a good start.
Liverpool winners of the first ever ePremier League. This could be a perfect start for Ryan Pessoa. It's Erling Haaland. It'd be a perfect start. But it's an even bigger save from Edwin van der Sar.
Corner played short. looking to create something here is Ryan. Go back to that chance in a split second as it's headed away. Love the work down the byline for Ryan, opening up the space. And I'll be honest, you used to expect it to go in. You used to expect it to hit the back of the net. A great save from Van der Sar. A little bit of goalkeeper movement, just shifting him into that near post area. But a really, really solid start if you're wanting Ryan or Man City to pick up any sort of points here.
The intensity to the start of the game from Ryan Pessoa, just trying to work Tex around the pitch.
Well, he knows he needs to put him on the back foot. In a one-legged game, 90 minutes of FIFA, that's all we're playing. No extra time, no penalties. If you can put yourself in a position of just ultimate authority, you can control where the game takes place. That's how you're going to pick up any sort of points against Tex. We saw Joey Sharp, first game of the day, and Kai FIFA, Wolves against Liverpool. Both players were in a winning position against Liverpool, and they just sort of took the foot off the gas just a little bit. They rested on their laurels and just sat in that 5-back, and allowed Liverpool to take control of the game. And what happened? A 2-1 and a 4-2 result Liverpool's way.
Well, if you are joining us on Sky Sports and you're thinking why is so many different players playing for Manchester City, like the likes of Ruud Gullit, Virgil van Dijk. We are playing on FIFA Ultimate Team. It's a game mode in EA Sports FIFA 23, which you are allowed to use icons and foot heroes that are from the Premier League alongside any Premier League item.
You just see the way that this ball's been knocked about here. The wing-backs really high and wide. Emerson Royale, and on the other side it was Junior Firpo. There was the 3-back in Vidic, Vieira and Virgil van Dijk, and then those wing-backs high and wide, looking to stretch the pitch, trying to just create those little avenues, those little bits of space in that back four that's been deployed here from Tex, and Haaland, the lone striker, to put the ball in the back of the net.
He came so close to doing so, in fact, in the first 5 minutes of the game. Liverpool, as we said, have been perfect so far. They've not dropped a single point in their opening 2 matches. Big wins against Brentford and Wolves in Group B.
What you're seeing here, just patience from Tex. He's almost waiting to see if Ryan will bring a player out of position, create some space. He can manipulate the ball in these areas in the middle of the pitch using skill moves or tight control dribbling. And he's just waiting. He's in no rush to go forward. But when the opportunity comes, he will capitalise on it.
And the timing of those tackles, Richard, are so important. We just saw there from Emerson Royale. Not the most popular fullback that we've seen back so far in the Premier League, but he comes into the team for Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, he's very new into Ultimate Team. It was only released yesterday into the database. And, I mean, I'll be honest, he's knocked the ball out of play twice in the opening 27 minutes, so maybe we're getting that decision already. But I like the fact that you've sort of seen him, you've gone, yeah, I like what I see there, I like the skill move upgrade, I like the attributes increase, and he's the best in that position. Talk about some big players, but it's also because he can go forward. Given the formation, given the way that Ryan's deployed this, you need those wing-backs. You can't have rudimentary wing-backs. You need players who are explosive, who can attack the space, who can create opportunities. The most important players, when you line up like this with the wing-backs in that particular formation, are those players. Left wing-back, right wing-back. They're the creative forces.
Well, one of those new creative players is João Felix. His new promo item following that move to Chelsea. Has not just featured in the team for Liverpool, he's been in amongst quite a few of the goals they've already scored here in the ePremier League. Expect this game to be played exactly like a chess match, waiting for one player just to make that mistake. So far, both have been perfect. As Man City from Leeds United's Junior Firpo. That's a long ball over the top. It's a room on pass. It's half defended there by Vidic. Another one of those icons that will be sprinkled across a handful of these teams. David Ginola, pretty terrible there. I'm not too sure why he kicked the ball out of play.
Something that Tex does so well. I don't know if you saw the run from Ruud Gullit. That was triggered by Tex. He wanted him to make the run into the box. But he never really had any intention of playing that pass. It was a fake out. It was the opportunity for, hopefully, if you were Tex, that Man City would pull a player out of position. It would open up a space, and then you capitalise on the space that was created from Tex making the run into the box. It's such small margins at this level. When you've got FIFA players who are in the top 0.001% of the country playing and competing. Surprised I kept that in. It's where those opportunities are like.
Just see here, Ryan just switching the ball from left to right. As you rightly said, Richard. Trying to find the opening. Half-time, it is 0-0 on this Xbox game. As you just see Tex and Diogo checking there for a quick chat at half-time.
Half-time in the other match as well. Shells and Diogo both having a conversation there. Nothing to report in our featured match as it currently stands. One big chance fell for Erling Haaland, as you see Venny, a good friend of Ryan and coaching here.
Former ePremier League finalist as well. Yep. Represented Southampton quite a few years ago and actually had a decent run, a top 8, I believe it was, for the Saints.
Yes, really good performance. I think he lost to Cowlese on his way before Man United made it to the grand final. Lots to be discussed there for Man City. There's so many different matches taking place right now here at the ePremier League. If you're wanting the full fix of all of the matches, twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. And that's where you can see the command centre with all the different matches taking place from all of the groups. Group A and B in this early afternoon session, in the late afternoon. Group C and D.
Yeah, 10 more clubs in action. Later on this afternoon, if you're a Spurs fan, Manchester United, Leeds. Chelsea, Leeds, the list goes on. 10 more clubs in action later on today. It's all happening here in London in the Premier League. Do stay with us. So many more games coming away as we get back underway for this one. Man City against Liverpool. 0-0 so far. Between a very well-known player in Tex, who has won this tournament before. A lot of FIFA fans or those that are new to this tournament will recognise that man. What he has achieved on the opposite side, Ryan Pessoa has been part of this FIFA esports scene for such a long time now, has achieved so much in that time. De Bruyne. Back to Trent, it's just patience, it has to be. Both attackingly and defensively, and defensively, just neither player wanted to make that first move or make that first error. Is there an option in the box? Is there a cross in there? I mean, you have got the height of David Ginola.
Great feet.
Still so patient, reverse elastico, skill after skill. He tries to chain it up defensively. It was a really good interception from Van Dijk.
When you're talking about the patience for Liverpool, but the patience defensively as well for City there. Ryan was happy, sitting deep, sitting in the block, almost, penetrating. I'm not going to pull a player out of position, I'm going to make it easy for you. And in the end, Tex just ran into the brick wall.
Well, that will see many 0-0s here at the Premier League, and I'll be surprised if this one ended as one, but...
One goal changes everything in this game. If Man City get that goal, Liverpool then change formation, they step on the foot, and they really try going forward. If Liverpool get it, you would expect Man City to come out of that back five, maybe going something a little bit more progressive and try and get an equaliser.
Well, we hear it's actually 0-0 in the opposite game as well, Richard. Over on the PlayStation, Shells against Diogo. It's been a goalless affair between these two clubs. This could be a chance. Junior Firpo for Manchester City gets into this danger area there. It was a clever little elastico from Eric Cantona. Just the exit. Ideally wanted to go through the legs of the defender, but just did not. His possession changes hands again.
I think you said it early on, a chess match. It's exactly what we're seeing here.
It's two players that mechanically so sound, know every single animation in the game, from
that's a mistake.
Tackle to skill move.
Hullet just caught on it, but there was nothing really there for Tex to try and hit quick, so he's gone for a slow approach yet again and swinging the ball back out wide.
Just haven't seen a cross into the box, just don't think it's part of
It's not really the players for it.
Yeah, it's not really the way he wants to move. De Bruyne still does well just to get it down here. Went for a Travella there, timed it greedy. It was something different, but this game needs something different. De Bruyne again. down the byline. It's just trying to open up a gap, wins a corner, and into the pause menu we will go with 20 minutes left, as I think both games are actually the pause as it stands right now. Will there be a goal in this game?
Yeah, both players utilising that formation, sitting back, holding the shape really well. And I think as we enter this final 20 minutes, it's going to be one chance. It's going to be one opportunity. Maybe a mistake. Maybe someone stepping out at the wrong time. And I know you said you'd be surprised if it was a 0-0 draw. I don't think I would be at this point.
I mean, I'm probably the only 0-0 that we'll see.
There's not been too many chances either created. That one big opportunity for Erling Haaland, Man City, first, 5 minutes of the game. A great save. Some would say a bad miss as well. And other than that, I can't recall too many opportunities where you think that's a golden opportunity and should be a goal. I believe the other game as well, Liverpool, Man City on the PlayStation, is also 0-0.
No doubt, this is the game of the group. So much on the line. Will we see a way through? Offside is Hullet. Clever idea from Tex of Liverpool, but fortunately it was not timed at all there. This is only our third round from this group play, as we said. There'll be one more round to come before we know it. Group A and B will be concluded. Emerson Royal, what can you do this time? Is there a cross into the box available? Plays it short. João Felix. Man City, they tried to delay and delay. Was there ever going to be a cutback or a passing option available to David Ginola? It just did not line up.
Yeah, he just collapsed on the danger far too quick. Did Tex. Shut it down, and really when Saliba was right behind him, there wasn't an opportunity.
This is really a top tactical game between two players that just still are trying to feel each other out. Mentally, tactically, mechanically. Is there a way through for either of them? Haaland, Hullet. Is he onside? Ginola is. This is where Tex needs to get creative. Show us a spark of magic. Show us a big chance like this. David Ginola! That was that chance, and Tex knows it.
Massive save from Edwin van der Sar. The space opened up. He just stepped out at the wrong time. Did Ryan, and it was a golden chance.
Still is alive. One more pass. De Bruyne, he had an idea to get a shot away. Well played, Man City.
Is there a counter potentially starting to take shape?
Final 7 minutes.
No.
I mean, look, Rich, if we're being honest, 2 shots this whole game. 2 major chances. And they're just a brilliant bit of goalkeeper.
Is Ryan here, you think, playing for the last attack of the game? There's 5 minutes left to play. If you're new to competitive FIFA, what Ryan's going to do is he's going to pass this ball around the back. He's going to wait for the time to tick down. As soon as we get to the 90th minute, you expect him to go forward and look to score the final play of the game. The deep injury time winner, if he can get the ball forward in enough time.
Or are we going to see
Tex snatch it?
Tex snatch it, but still a draw will keep him unbeaten so far in the tournament.
And he has won that ball back. Erling Haaland off the bench, claiming possession back.
I think that's it.
Seconds.
Unless
there will be a chance.
One more roll of the dice for Tex to make something happen. There is an option in the box, but Emerson Royal is there. And that is going to do us between Man City and Liverpool on the Xbox. The points will be shared 1 apiece. And Liverpool will actually not win a game for a change, which seems surprising. But look, that game didn't have much in it in terms of chances. If you look at the stats, I think you'll see 1 shot for each player.
2 big opportunities for both players. This is the live action of the PlayStation fixture right now. 5 minutes left to play. And it's Diogo for Liverpool and Shells for Man City. Previous winner, Shells.
Is there going to be a winner from this game, or will it be goalless between these two? Remember that Man City, as it stands, will have 4 points on the board with that last result. It will be 5 of a draw here. For Liverpool, another draw would actually make it 14. Last chance, as we said. It'll be Liverpool that gets it. Diogo. 1 minute of added time to get that ball forward. To try and snatch 3 more points on the board. De Bruyne. And I think that's going to do us as well. Liverpool, Man City. We built the hype for it. We wish there was goals, but it is going to end goalless between the two players across both consoles. I mean, Rich, did you expect 2-0 nils? We knew it was going to be a tough one, but did you think there was going to be at least a goal?
I thought there'd have been a goal because we had chances. We had 2 big chances. If that goes in the first 5 minutes, we have a completely different story. Because Tex has to get back, he has to equalise, then he has to probably go and look for the winner. Did both players maybe just say, you know what, Liverpool's still unbeaten? Still, City's the only team to take points off them. 14 points they've achieved so far. On the other side of it, Man City, you come into this game, you're against an unbeaten Liverpool side. You're against a Liverpool side that's been flawless so far. 2 points out of a potential 6. It's not bad. You probably look at the positives rather than the negatives. It's a glass half full, not a glass half empty.
Absolutely. I would say look at the highlights, but there really wasn't any from those games. So let's have a look at the group roundup of what happened around the grounds here at the ePremier League. And this is what happened across the board. As we said, it's only Group A and Group B underway. This was on the PlayStation, Aston Villa against Arsenal. Some of the goals going in from the games. The Palace-Brighton game. Looks like Palace may have had one of the last laughs there. Aston Villa maybe fortunate, but found a second in that game.
Yeah, this was a goal back here for Arsenal just before half-time, but Aston Villa cemented their place with a 3-1 victory right there. Plenty of goals between Fulham and Brentford on the PlayStation. 6-3 Fulham were victorious. Over on the Xbox, well, where do we start? Crystal Palace taking a 1-goal lead there against Brighton. Aston Villa and Crystal Palace, it seems. Aston Villa and Crystal Palace having a good run of it in this next round of fixtures.
The London clubs getting all the points as it stands. But that group is so tight. We saw it before a ball was kicked in that last round. I think there was like 3 or 4 teams all on 6 points. Aston Villa, 5-0 winners in that game. That Brighton Palace game as well. Looks like Palace got the last laugh there. There's still plenty more games to come here in the Premier League. We are getting closer, though, to those closing rounds here in Group A and B. But for now, I'm going to pass it over to Alex and Kyle.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. I mean, plenty of games where we could have picked analysis from with plenty of goals, but no, we've stuck with Manchester City, Liverpool. We're going to break that one down. Alex, what did you like about that one?
For me, it was 2 players showing a lot of respect for one another and kind of saying, we're going to take our time in that attack and have that little bit of patience. To break this one down for you, to start off with, we saw Ryan have that ball out on that right-hand side. Now, sending players on a run, the beautiful thing that we see here is creating that space in the middle. What you really have to admire is the footwork with Ginola, pulling the fullback out of position. You then got Kuhl out in that wing, you don't want him there. You lay it off back into the middle, and then we see Hullet, acres of space. This is top-level FIFA at the highest level, literally to perfection. What we want here is for Hullet to be moving over and De Bruyne to be moving over, but the change of tempo with Hullet, the first time pass, laying it into the 18-yard box, penetrating that, finding Haaland, and then the step-overs to find that space. That is the difference between maybe a casual player and a pro-level player, having that ability to just take that man on. However, we're not done yet. Tex, goalkeeper movement. Who moves a goalkeeper to the near post there? That's why he is one of the GOATs.
And we do talk about, obviously, there was plenty of goals in the other games, but looking at those two going head-to-head, was it almost a case of them cancelling each other out or giving each other a lot of respect as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at across the board with both teams, you know, we know Liverpool have started off so well, and City kind of saying, we just don't want to have a defeat here. If we can pick up a point against probably one of the favourites of the tournament, we'll be happy and we'll get our results in the next few rounds.
Well, talking of results, let's have a look at our Xbox results from round 3. Brighton losing to Crystal Palace, 1-0. Crystal Palace, the top seed here out of all 20 teams. Aston Villa beating Arsenal 5-0 in that one. Manchester City, Liverpool 0-0 as we talked about, and Brentford beating Fulham 3-1. Right, let's have a look at our PlayStation results. Well, Crystal Palace continuing that winning form, across the road on the next console. Brighton 1-0. Aston Villa 3-2 against Arsenal. Liverpool 0-0 against Manchester City, and Fulham beating Brentford 6-3, so 3 points each across both of those consoles. Right, we've got plenty more action coming up for you, so do not go anywhere. We're going to get straight into our round 4 fixtures at the ePremier League, and we'll see you after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ePremier League finals here in London, England. We are back for another very exciting round of games. What to expect from this round?
I mean, this is the round where it's crunch time, pretty much, for some of these teams. We've seen some of the results coming in that haven't been favourable to some, obviously been very favourable on the other side of things. And now you get into the point in the groups where the games are starting to run out very, very quickly. More quickly for some teams than others who are struggling to pick up points at the moment. I feel that's the situation we're going to find ourselves in our next game, where we have Arsenal taking on Southampton. Arsenal didn't have the best of rounds last time, Leah. Southampton, they picked up a few points.
Definitely. I think, as you mentioned, this is do or die for a lot of these players. You win, you stay, you lose, you go home. And so these players have everything on the line. They want to be able to split that £30,000 prize pool. They want to secure a playoff spot if possible, but we'll see.
Yeah, not everyone can win. That's the great thing about the tournament, right, where you can only have one champion. And the first step to becoming a champion, of course, is getting out of the group stage. And that's the main theme for this games that we're going to be seeing right in front of us. And I think for Arsenal, like I mentioned, this is now
a must-win game. We mentioned how it's getting to crunch time, and for Arsenal, they need points on the board here. Or you could almost argue they need 6 points on the board here just to build that confidence back, to really throw them up those leaderboards, because it's been a bit of a slow start for them, and you can't afford to be slow for too long, because otherwise you find yourselves knocked out.
Definitely. Well, Arsenal doing very well in the Premier League, but struggling a little bit today off the start in the ePremier League. So like you mentioned, looking to at least take home something, but a lot of pressure on them because they need something or else their weekend's done.
Oh, 100%. And if you're looking at the game we're going to be following, this is going to be the PlayStation 5 game between these two players. So for Arsenal, you have Kai Rowley, you have Michael Fisher on the other side for Southampton. And to give you a little bit of backstory about these two players, you know, on one side, Arsenal, quarterfinals, made it that far last year in the ePremier League. So for Kai Rowley, he's got experience at this level. He's managed to do it before. Also, shout out to Barwell FC. He missed the game today for he's a semi-pro footballer. He missed the game today to be here in the ePremier League. I'm sure the boys are supporting him at home as well. They're going to want to see him come through on this. On the other side, you have Michael Fisher representing Southampton. Now, he's a Scotland international. A lot of pedigree to his game as well. And he's a player that we've seen, obviously, compete in the ePremier League before as well. So this is a very... I feel like this could be quite a tight affair between the two, especially when you add in that little bit of spice of what's on the line and the fact that the leaderboards are so tight, and it's kind of getting to that point where you need points.
Definitely. I think at this level, they know what they need to do. It's been a few games now, so a lot of the nerves, maybe they've shaken off. The lights don't feel as hot, as bright, but there's going to be a lot of pressure. There's, like you said, a lot on the line.
It certainly is. It's going to be interesting to see what players are going to step up in-game, as well as what players are going to step up on that stage that we're looking at right now. But we're moments away from kickoff here, and you can almost feel like the expectation in the room, everything got a little bit more quiet. If you notice that, everything got a little bit more serious after the first round of games or so. Everybody all of a sudden realised that games are running out. This might be our last opportunity here in the Premier League to pick up points. And the one thing we don't want to do is watch the rest of the games from the sideline. We want to be involved in those matches.
Well, as you mentioned, it's only one game, 90 minutes, no extra time, no penalty shootout in the group stages. So it's do or die. There's not a lot of time for mistakes. There's not a lot of time to concede goals. So these players are going to need to do what it takes to take home at least a point.
Well, at the start of this game, you can see already high pressure from Southampton, really trying to maybe put the pressure on, knowing that Arsenal didn't have the best of rounds last time. And I think that's quite a smart thing to do. Try and win that ball back high up the pitch and really trying to pressure your opponent into a mistake, especially after they might have come off the back of a few disappointing games like we've just mentioned. But Arsenal trying to do the same at the other end. So I think first goal is vital here for both sides. Southampton can feel settled. For Arsenal, it's almost a must-be first goal.
A potential chance here over the top through ball, but defended well by Arsenal. We mentioned before that Kai Rowley played last year and made it to the quarterfinals for Aston Villa. So for those of you watching at home on Sky, similar to the Premier League, you can make those transfers between teams. And so Kai Rowley did exactly that. He went from Villa last year to Arsenal this year, and he's looking to at least get to the quarterfinals again to kind of maintain his record from the previous year. But yeah, a lot of work to do.
Well, that ball's been won back high up the pitch. And, ooh, you saw the idea trying to just feed Erling Haaland in behind there. But defended it well just to extend that leg and cut that pass out. But you can see already there seems to be gaps appearing at the back for both teams. Runs being made in behind. There's another one, that time from Ginola. But this time it was Van Dijk who got the interception, but turned over possession a little bit too easily there.
Definitely a little bit of a cagey game so far. A few mistakes, a few missed passes. Something that you wouldn't typically see at this level, but I think under the kind of pressure that they are, it's very easy to lose a little bit of composure.
It certainly is. And just holding possession, I mean, we saw it in the last game between Manchester City and Liverpool, right? How both players valued the possession of that ball so much in order to, you know, really pressurise their opponents. If you don't have the ball, you feel under pressure. There's also been a goal on the other side of things at the moment. We say we're mentioning the PS5 game, but there's been a goal on the Xbox between Southampton and Arsenal, and it looks like it might have come on the side of the Saints. It's Haaland into De Bruyne, back to Haaland. And it's not very often, Leah, that you see Erling Haaland miss on the real pitch or the virtual pitch from that sort of range.
Not at all. A very common denominator, a common foot item that we see across most teams, because as we know, Erling Haaland in front of goal. A potential chance here again for the Saints, but defended well by Arsenal and Kai Rowley again.
That time it really seemed to open up for Mo Salah there on that left foot, and you almost expect him to beat the defender. He had that half a yard that we've been talking about so much. In FIFA, you're always looking for that half a yard inside the 18-yard box, just to shift the weight of the defender the wrong way so you can test the goalkeeper. It looked like Salah had the opening.
Ooh, a great ball
then. The defender managed to just about close it down, and we'll see a comfortable save at the other end.
Very comfortable. We see a lot of back and forth, a lot of handover of possession from both sides. Like we mentioned before, a little bit cagey, a few misplaced passes. I know we've said this a lot today, but 90 minutes is not a lot of time in the FIFA esports world. Usually these tournaments at this high of a level, especially on the global stage, are played over 2 legs, but the 2 legs are now separated between teammates. So while this game is happening, his opponent is playing another game as well. Cantona with the attempt at a shot on goal, but defended well by Kai Rowley. Cantona, another item that we've been saying very frequently today.
Yeah, he seems to be having big influences on the game as well. That new foot birthday item. He's got a 5-star weak foot, so he hits it just as well on both sides, as well as the 5-star skills, but not for the first time. We're seeing possession given away high up the pitch here. It's Arsenal on the attack, but again, just that final ball at the moment, not quite finding the intended target, and a couple of shaky moments not being punished, still at 0-0 here.
And Southampton on the front foot again. We're nearing the 30th minute, getting close to halftime. A goal for either side would be very helpful for either of them. It would add to the momentum going into the second half, especially with everything on the line. If Arsenal don't win this, then it might be curtains for their weekend, unfortunately.
Well, we saw the first goal of the other tie that's going on between these two clubs. Well, the good news for Arsenal fans is that even though Southampton got the lead, that's been wiped off, because it has been an equaliser going in, so that game is now tied up at 1-1 as that heads into the 30th minute.
Southampton with the corner, but misplaced again to Arsenal. But can Arsenal do anything on the counter-attack here? Another misplaced pass. And another mistake again. There's a little bit of space for Mo Salah to get in behind. Ooh.
That's what we call a heavy tackle. That's a solid tackle. That's where you realise. And oh my goodness, I think that might have been a red card as well. Ooh. If I caught that one wrong. So I thought that's kind of a, okay, we're going to slow the play down here. We'll take the book in maybe. But the referee's made the decision to send Saliba off. So that's going to completely change things now.
It's a really perhaps exciting moment for Arsenal and Kai Rowley, now knowing that they're going against 10 men instead of 11.
Especially when you need those points, Leah. If you're desperate for points, you will take anything. If it's a goal, great. Half a chance, great. Player sent off, early bath, take that 100% of the time.
A player sent off in the 36th minute is a lot of time for Arsenal to be able to capitalize on them being down a man, but a lot of time to do some extra defending for Southampton. They're now missing a player in the midfield, is what I assume would happen, where they would move one of their center backs on the bench to that position and lose one in midfield. So there's some space now.
I think Patrick Vieira's just been brought on at that centre-back position, but even with 10 men, you can still cause some problems at the other end. And here's Mo Salah, and 10 men almost took the lead there. A great save from the goalkeeper once more.
Mohamed Salah with another chance to Ginola in the box, looking for that space. Arsenal's defence splitting relatively easy, but Cole said nope.
Very nervy moments there for both teams. I mean, Arsenal, they get the man advantage with the red card for Southampton, and then up the other end, Mo Salah has a golden chance in front of goal. Didn't time it perfectly, didn't get the maximum power and accuracy on the shot that you can get from those positions, but it was certainly enough to trouble the goalkeeper, to worry Arsenal. And now, can Arsenal make the most of this? You mentioned 90 minutes, not a long time in the FIFA esports world, but if you've got 10 men for almost 45 of that, you have to take that opportunity and get that first goal going your way.
This is the last possible chance of the game here before halftime. Can Ginola find some space and get that into the box? He can. We are still all square at halftime.
All square at halftime, and this has completely changed the game now. You think in Southampton, if they can come out of this one maybe with a point, they'd be very, very happy, right? Get 10 men into the full-time whistle with something to come out with to celebrate. You're going to be happy with that. There were still chances, I will say, on the counter-attack for Southampton. But I feel like on the other side of the stage there, Kai Rowley, he's got some decisions to make now. You know you're playing against 10 men. Do you want to take a risk? Do you want to change formation? Send a few more players forward? Knowing that on the counter-attack, you're not going to have the numbers swarming back against you. Or do you just kind of try and play this game out? Do you just keep to the tactic that you've been comfortable with, that got you to the big stage here at the ePremier League? And do you back yourself in your ability inside that box to create the chance when it matters and then try and hold on to that 1-goal advantage?
I think these are all things that they'll be discussing at halftime, being directly beside their opponent, as you can see, which allows them to communicate between matches at halftime, even during the game, during some pauses, to be able to kind of align their tactics and decide as a team how they want to move forward. How do you think, and for those watching at home, obviously FIFA esports is virtual, but how do you think Kyle Rowley, being a semi-professional footballer, can relate some of that real-life footballing IQ into the virtual pitch?
I think a lot of it is going to come down to concentration in the big moments, right? We always talk about moments of brilliance in, like you're saying, whether it's him playing semi-pro football or in FIFA, but it's also the concentration to make sure you don't make a mistake. And in a game that's so close between two players, you cannot afford to take your eye off the ball for 1 second. You can't afford to not track a run in behind, and it looks like he might have just done that for a second. Similar, trying to twist and turn. You see the McGeady cancel. He's putting all the tricks out at the moment at one end of the pitch, Southampton, Michael Fisher, but just can't break down that defence. And on the counter-attack, he has to be careful, knowing he doesn't have that man on the pitch.
The Saints and Michael Fisher not looking too pressured that they're down a man, still creating chances, still getting into that box and trying to find that space with confidence. Michael Fisher, we haven't spoken a lot about yet, but stages playing in FGS. Started off a little bit slow in FIFA 23 in his global series competitions, but maybe this is his opportunity to prove to himself and to his teammates that he can do it. He can compete similarly to last year and the year before.
Some players thrive under the lights, and I'm sure that he'll want to prove that he is one of those at the moment. And I've got to say, he's managed the game incredibly well ever since that red card. It hasn't been too much for Arsenal, hasn't given away too many spaces in behind, and it still looked pretty dangerous when those counter-attacking opportunities have come up. And when he gets in and around this area, just on the edge of that 18-yard box, he's already shown that he's got a few skill cancels, he's got the ability to create half a yard for a strike, and it only takes one chance in FIFA for you to win a game, and he still looks dangerous when he does get into those positions, so he could nick this one away.
And we just got word that in their teammates match, as we can see here, Arsenal taking the lead 2-1 with a great ball in, squared from Ginola, and an easy goal by none other than Eric Cantona again.
Yeah, that man once again. It looked like a little bit of a failed offside trap, or an offside trap that was beaten on that occasion, that gives Arsenal the lead. And we talked about how vital this round of games is for Arsenal, and maybe this chance is vital as well. And Arsenal, we've just seen them go up on the other side of things, but in this game in front of us right now, the 11 men versus the 10 do take the lead, and it's the left foot of Mo Salah that does it, but you can see how much that means. Now it's about focus, concentration. Do not let this lead slip. And with 90 minutes to still be completed in this game, we've seen that Michael Fisher can create. Kyle Rowley's going to be very careful in these final moments now.
Definitely, you can see the shakes of the head from Michael Fisher, knowing what has just happened in that game, especially with 10 men. It might be a little difficult for him to come back. There's still some time, but again, 90 minutes, not a whole lot of time. That flies by, especially when you're in the chair, you have the controller in your hands. You're paused. You can see he's nervous, he's shaking, he has everything on the line now.
Yeah, it's. We talked about mentality a lot in the previous games that we've been watching, and how it is so difficult sometimes when you're playing on this stage, playing FIFA, to keep a level head in certain situations. I'm sure that he was probably thinking for a good 10 in-game minutes after that red card, how was that red card? That's a booking. I should not. The decision's already been made, and you have to just play the game on as the referee has already made that call. And that's what separates some of the best in the world sometimes, being able to just reflect on that moment and think, hey, well, there's nothing I can do about it. What do I do moving forward? And now he knows what the job is. It's almost become simpler now. Even with 10 men, I need to score a goal. I need to get back into this. And it almost feels like Kyle Rowley, knowing that he needs the pressure of these 3 points, he's got to be extremely careful at the back. And if he can create a second, I think you'll see almost a celebration based more on relief than anything.
And definitely. Well, we've seen a little bit of an injection of confidence with Kyle Rowley and his play style. He's going into tackles hard now. He's pressuring a lot higher up the pitch. But as we've seen before, and as we know as FIFA players all quite well, the more pressure you make, the more space you make, which is exactly what Michael Fisher and Southampton are looking for right now.
Well, it's going to be Firpo using that pace on that far side. Haaland's inside the box here. Can he drive one across goal? Is there anyone going to be there? He gets a lot of fortune falling his way. But you have to say, maybe on the balance of things, with that red card still in the back of our minds, was that fortune that fell his way to tie this game up 1-1. Van der Sar got a piece of it, but unfortunately the pieces fell back to Erling Haaland. And like we mentioned, 1-1 now. And that was the one thing that Arsenal fans did not want. They have the man advantage. They got that lead that they were so desperate for. But now they've got to do it all again.
Well, you mentioned several times this game and in previous games that we've watched today how important composure in front of goal is. And specific to this game with 10 men, you mentioned that Kyle Rowley would need to maintain some of that mentality, some of that composure to not crumble at the back. And unfortunately, a little out of his control because Van der Sar didn't get the full touch on the ball. But to be able to avoid that chance altogether in that space that Michael Fisher had, you need to maintain some of that composure.
I think you saw his reaction to that goal as well. I think it's a really good time to talk about that because there's a shake of the head. There's a little bit of a, I can't believe that's gone back to the striker. But again, the goal isn't going to be chalked off. However much you complain about it, it's still going to exist. It's still going to be 1-1. So now it's down to him to put that behind him in the same way that Michael Fisher did for Southampton a few moments ago with the red card. And he has to be the aggressor now. He has that man advantage, remember. He can go forward, and maybe it's going to be Cantona who can answer back straight away. But this time it's Michael Fisher that holds strong in defence. And the game started to open up a little bit here, Leah.
Definitely, you can see again that injection of confidence now. Michael Fisher knowing that despite being down 10 men, he can score a goal, he can get in behind, he can find that space, and that's exactly what he needs to be able to do it again. And we can see some space here. It's a 2-on-1 situation before the defense of Arsenal come in to support. But again, a little bit of loss of composure, perhaps a misplaced or misjudged pass, rather.
Well, now we're into the last 10 minutes of this game. And this kind of time of the game is the danger time for both of these players. A goal here could be a winning goal. It could be one's the difference between 1 point and 3 points and 3 points and none. But it's actually going to be Southampton who come away with that ball. The attack really was not a well-constructed one, but now we're seeing the ball given away. And this is what I mean. The game is starting to open up here.
We're seeing a lot of back and forth between the two sides. You know, if I didn't know, if it wasn't very clearly indicated, or if I didn't count, there's not a lot of space. Michael Fisher, like you mentioned, is managing this game really well, and it wouldn't seem as though he is playing down a man.
I have to agree with you. It's not felt like a 10 versus 11 game, and you're obviously going to lose a player somewhere on the pitch, but if you can keep on FIFA that kind of mid-block, those 4 defenders, maybe even the 3 centre-backs, depending on what formation you're going to play, in those 2 central midfielders, that space is going to be wide. So even if you work it into the box, you're going to have to work hard to get past that block of players. Well, maybe it's going to be a extra time bit of magic here from Southampton, but Vidic steps in.
Vidic, another very common theme, a common item that we've been speaking about today, but the game does end all square at 1-1, which in these 2 games, as far as we know, we've had no further updates, does give Arsenal the lead over Southampton.
You can see on the other side of things now, we're kind of looking over Kyroli's screen, to his teammates. We'll get in and find out what that score is like. We were talking about just a moment ago to see who's going to come out of this fixture with the maximum amount of points. But one thing we can guarantee is that score that you can see just over the shoulder of Michael Fisher there for Southampton, and that is both points being shared up 1-1. But it was kind of a game filled with some real big incidents, moments of heat, that tackle that went in that Saliba was dismissed for, and then the equaliser that was kind of a little bit fortune going the way with the ball falling back to Erling Haaland, and it was an interesting one for sure, very entertaining.
Definitely very entertaining, and I think although perhaps that game didn't go the way that Kyle Rowley wanted it to go, for his personal sake, having Arsenal come out ahead with the points between both matchups, between both players, I think he'll be confident with that going into the next game.
Yeah, I agree. I think in these fixtures, especially with the groups as well, there's going to be so many games going in, out. It's so many games just like happening after and after and after. And coming out of any game, you don't mind how you come out of the game as long as you come out of it with points. You don't mind any, a lucky goal going your way. If you get a player sent off and you still manage to get 3 points, great, fantastic. Yep. It's about getting out of the groups, and that's what it's all about for these players. And it's those fine margins that are deciding it.
Definitely. Well, speaking of groups, we will be able to see shortly a roundup of all of the groups and how all of those matches went. But yeah, it's I think, like you mentioned, a very cagey affair. A lot happened in the first 30 minutes, a lot of back and forth, a lot of misplacement of passes, a lot of mistakes from both sides. Obviously, the biggest, most memorable mistake being the red card. Is that a yellow to you or red?
That's a yellow for me. I mean, I'm of the old school defending, school. If that's a 50-50, it's 50-50. Yeah, he didn't get the ball. Fine. Maybe he was clean through on goal. But I think where it was on the pitch was a little bit high up for me to give a booking. There was covering players.
Is it because it was Saliba?
And because it was Saliba, yeah. Arsenal fan.
But yeah, like I said, I think that will give them confidence going into the next game. And I think that, Kai Rowley should be proud of the performance despite perhaps not getting the full 3 points that he could have got. I do think, however, he feel a little bit of frustration, a little disappointment, given that he had a red card. He was up against a team with 10 men, and he wasn't able to come out with the 3 points.
Yeah, I think we have got a roundup ready now. Actually, we're going to jump into some of the roundups that have gone down in the other groups. You can see this is a game between Man City and Fulham. Man City already won up in this game, Leah, and it looks like it might be 2. And guess who scored once again? It's that man, Henrik Cantona, who has been on the score sheet more than once today. João Felix going through on goal here, which did manage to pull one back. But then we move over to see, after Man City did take those points home, Wolves looking pretty comfortable in this one, Leah. 4-1 up at this point against Brentford.
The same man that we have said several times, Erling Haaland, and a similar goal to the two we saw in our game for the equalizer. Another one here, we have Villa and Brighton. Julian Alvarez in the box with the Trivela, the ball rolled Trivela into goal. And Fulham City, Kyle Walker through to Rohole into space, in behind. He finds the middle. And a little bit of a deflection.
Nice finish from Cantona there in the near post. Again, that Trivela shot so strong still in the game, especially at that near post if you can get the angle. But this game was back and forth. You can see the Villa went 2-1 up. Brighton answer back almost immediately. And then you can see 83rd minute. Harry Kewell through on goal. Beautiful little Hilda ball roll. And that is going to be the winning goal that you can see there. Aston Villa take all 3 points. They win that game 3-2.
We can take a look at the results here. Seeing those matchups on Xbox in round 4. Aston Villa leading Brighton 3-2. Southampton trailing Arsenal 2-1. Fulham leading 2-1 against Manchester City. And Wolves 1-0 Brentford.
And then we move from the Xbox to the PlayStation, where we have our results coming in as well. Brighton, no goals to report between them and Aston Villa. Arsenal 1-1. We just saw that game live on our screens. And then Manchester City 3-3. A bit of a thriller between City and Fulham, actually ending up 3 goals apiece. And Wolves, that is we'll call that a devastating win over Brentford, 6-1. That is the kind of result you want to see.
Taking a look at Group A and see how everyone match up. 13 points for Aston Villa. Previously, you would have seen Aston Villa trailing the bottom of the table, but now they have gathered all points from that last match to lead the table.
And now we'll move on to Group B and see how the standings are looking here. I mean, Liverpool looking almost flawless, yet to lose a game. 2 draws, but that is everything you want to see from 2 of the, I would say, favourite players coming into this tournament in Diogo and Tex. Fulham, though, good points coming in from them, but Brentford struggling a little bit, but still got some games to play here, Leah. They've got some work to do.
A lot of work to do, indeed. A lot of games left to play. However, like we mentioned before, we're getting into the do-or-die time. People need to get those points. They need to win those games, or else it's curtains, unfortunately. And with that in mind, there are lots of games up next, so make sure you do not go anywhere, and we will be back very shortly for round 5.
Finals. I'm Richie Sheridan, joined by Dan Gaskin, and the spotlight shines brightest on Group A here, and all the points up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, some of these games today have been absolutely insane, as I would expect in the ePremier League, and some players shining, as you say, maybe some players not performing as expected, but that's what makes this competition one of the best every single year.
Now, our featured game, Aston Villa up against Crystal Palace, and this has massive implications on how the group's going to shake out.
Yeah, we've seen, as today has developed, both of these teams have just been fighting tooth and nail, back and forth. One takes the top spot, the other takes the top spot, but it seems like this game is going to guarantee that top spot. And one of these players, or both of these players on both sides, have such an important job to do. Ensure you get those 3 points on your console, 6 points to potentially go up for grabs here, and you could maybe be topping that group, and should be topping that group with a guaranteed 6. But of course, draws can change things. Results from other teams in these groups as well can also change things.
It's Cameron and Concoy representing the Villa, and for Crystal Palace, Ben up against Ethan. And like we say, top 2 go through, 3 teams are eliminated at the group stages, and these 2 teams are in the driving seat to progress.
And I've been so impressed with that man on your screen, Ethan, not just today, but throughout this year in FIFA. It has seemed to be his year. He's always been there in the conversation. He's always been there or thereabouts and had those moments throughout FIFA history, but it seems like here in this year, it's all about what he can achieve and how much he's achieved. He's won championships, and maybe something that's eluded him so far is the ePremier League, and I do think this could be realistically his chance. Crystal Palace coming into this one as the #1 seed, and if anyone's going to get the job done, if anyone's going to be hoisting that trophy for Palace, I think that Ethan is going to be a big factor because of that.
Been really impressed by what we've seen from Ethan so far in the tournament. Not only how composed he's been under pressure, but the consistency he has shown. 1-0 wins on a couple of occasions already, showing that he has the steel to go forward in this competition.
It's been his defensive work, which I think has impressed me most. He will take a goal lead and he knows how to shut that game down. He will completely deny the chances for his opponent. He will completely shut them out. And they don't seem to have an answer, or at least they haven't so far from the games that we've seen. But it is going to be Kai on the other side. Kai, who is a player who kind of likes the slow build-up. He likes to enjoy those moments when he has time to play the ball around, pick his opponent apart, try and find those gaps, try and find those spaces. And that is a completely contrasting play style to what Ethan does. Ethan is direct football. It's over the top. It's trying to find Erling Haaland, trying to bring it down, and trying to secure a goal from the big man.
Ethan's play style, it's not always pretty, but what we've seen so far in the competition, it has been effective. Getting that ball to the big man in Haaland, nudging it down to the likes of Ginola and Eric Cantona to pick up the pieces and fire one home. And like you say, Concoy has maybe something that Ethan hasn't played so far.
Yeah, I think that Ethan will have to know that if he allows Concoy to have that time to build up, it is naturally going to cause him problems.
Kick off then, and we are underway. Cameron and Concoy for Aston Villa. Kicking off at the same time. First up against second. This one's going to be big. Kicking from left to right then for Concoy. And Ethan immediately trying to win the ball back from the tip-off. Driving down the touchline is Firpo. Can the Spaniard find a little pocket of space to the inside? Driving down the byline. Ball whipped to the back post to the big man, Haaland, who finds it on the volley. And it's Aston Villa who draw first blood. Barely 4 minutes played.
I mean, we haven't seen it so far today from the games on the other streams of Ethan going behind. And I was going to say how important it could be for Kai here. If he can take the lead, if he can stop Ethan from having that advantage where he can just play his game, where he can play defensive, where he can restrict his opponents. And how many times are we going to see that today with Haaland at the back post? Kai using it perfectly, and usually it's the head of Erling Haaland maybe, but he brought it down in an incredible volley just to tuck it away. And now something that maybe Ethan's not used to, he's going to be behind in this game.
Different questions being asked then of Ethan in the early knock-ins of this game as he finds himself down by a goal almost immediately. What's he got in the bag as he tips off now? Vidic on the ball. Out wide to Firpo. And inside a little 1-2 with Hullet. Here is Haaland, left wing. Try to twist and turn. Just fashion a passing lane on the inside or indeed out. Throw in. A little fake towards Ginola and he comes short. Takes the ball down beautifully. What can the big Frenchman do? Down the byline. Steps inside, stands his man up, Kyle Walker backs away. Haaland though, inside, step overs. Does not want to hit on the right, and you can see why as Van der Sar smothers that one, tips it away for a corner kick.
Because Ethan's not just about the direct football as well. He does have the fancy footwork. He can get the job done in the final third. He is going to be a threat here. And Kai's going to have to be aware of that. He knows full well that even though Ethan may have a particular play style, he may go for the direct style. He's got more up his sleeve.
Mudryk out wide then for Ethan. Twisting and turning. Trying to find that little pocket of space, that incisive pass. Cut out this time though. And Kai can give it away. And a goal update on the Xbox. Goal for Ben and indeed Crystal Palace. He's in the ascendancy, but as I say that, Harvey Elliott, as you can see, was the one to get that goal. So 1-0 for Crystal Palace on Xbox and 1-0 on the PlayStation to Villa. Points at the moment split.
And if you are just joining us and you're wondering how the format works, 3 points are up for grabs on both consoles. And of course, if you were to draw, it would just be the single point. So a maximum of 6 points across both. And a real chance for either of these teams to solidify themselves at the top of this group. Villa really want to be able to push the pace a little bit here. They have 13 points in the table. Palace just 1 point behind them with 12. So we can see how important they're going to be. And realistically, if you can walk away with a minimum of 3 points, you should be able to progress, judging how the rest of the table's looking.
Kai tries to float that ball over the top towards Cantona. Cannot find the Frenchman. Vidic to Firpo now. Can Ethan build something of his own? Inside to Hullet. Ball fired over the top. We spoke about how direct he can play, and here it is. Cuts back. Firpo using those skill moves. Ethan, no stranger. Vidic over the top then. Hullet tries to cushion one down to David Ginola, but defended well by Kai. And a goal on the other side of things once more, as Crystal Palace have doubled their lead in the driving seat then. Beautiful play. And Ben dispatches that one with ease. 2-0.
So important that Crystal Palace have that 2-goal lead. A little bit of a cushion on the other side, because I think this game is going to be a very cagey one indeed. Kai has to try and take advantage of the possession he's been able to hold against Ethan. And you cannot allow Ethan back into this game, because we've seen how ruthless Ethan can be.
Kai just trying to frustrate while keeping the ball. Offside flag will go up. Possession handed over then. Firpo has been influential throughout. The ball now finds its feet to Hullet.
And you can see Ethan trying to have a little look down those wings, trying to see if any of those runs are made, that he could just ping one over, find the likes of Haaland, who are going to be trying to make that run. A lot of player switching as well, but at the moment, I'd say Kai is frustrating Ethan. Ethan's not been able to play the way he likes to play, and that is mainly down to the early goal. How many times have we seen today Ethan take the lead and then just benefit from it, but now he's having to come from behind. You've got to go down a different route here. And if we were to see Kai go 2-0 up, that's when I'd start to worry a little bit for Crystal Palace.
Ethan has to take a few more risks going forward. Perhaps that'll leave him a little bit more exposed at the back, as a Croqueta inside, just about got away with it there, as the ball was squared across the box, could have gone anywhere. And a goal update once more. Ben has scored another goal for Crystal Palace. 3-0 the score there, absolutely dominant.
And remember, Villa were top of the table coming into this one, but maybe Crystal Palace looking to try and get back into it. They would still be top of the table if scores were to stay the same. 3 points on both sides, it would be shared, and it would mean that Villa would go through this group, guaranteed, and likelihood is Crystal Palace would as well. But we have to see what happens elsewhere, with Arsenal in third position at the moment, and would like to try and change things, but they're 6 points behind, 4 points behind, excuse me, so all that Crystal Palace would need would be 3 points. So Arsenal will just be hoping that Aston Villa can do a job for them here, and at least they are in the PlayStation game anyway, as here's Erling Haaland.
Haaland, Julian Alvarez then, a little heel to heel. Lovely drop of the shoulder, finds that pocket of space over towards Ginola, tries to get a bit of a better purchase on it, but unfortunately Ginola, hooker by crook, just couldn't get a touch on it. Now for Ethan, as we head towards the latter stages of this first half, perhaps this is time to throw a few extra bodies forward, knowing the half-time whistle's about to come.
I really am wondering, is this going to be a kind of matchup that we see in the latter stages of this tournament as well, not just the group stages, with both of these teams with a chance to get through into the knockouts. They wouldn't indeed face each other in the early stages of said knockouts, but could have a repeat matchup as we get further into the competition tomorrow. But Ethan maybe with a chance here in the final moments.
Ethan has found that space on the inside. Virgil van Dijk absolutely handles business, clatters Mudryk, and knocks the ball out of play. Half-time whistle will go. Advantage will be for Kai 1 up here at half-time.
Handles business is one way to put it. I think the referee would have had a look at that one. I was kind of wincing a little bit.
He left a bit on him.
It wasn't going to be a penalty. One of those dodgy penalties that maybe Ethan would have been hoping for. But Kai probably breathed a sigh of relief that he will go into this one, into the first 45 with still a goal lead. But he'll be able to have a quick chat at half-time. He'll know what's happening in the other game, and he'll know how important his goal lead is going to be here against Ethan, because his teammate is currently losing 3-0. You can see it's actually 4-0 now. I can see on the picture, and it's not good news. Certainly on the Xbox for Crystal Palace, or for Aston Villa, excuse me, but now here on the PlayStation, you've got to take advantage of this lead, does Kai. You cannot allow now Ethan to change that game plan, get one of those snatched goals to really change the momentum of this tie.
Kai really had the perfect start, taking the wind out of Ethan's sails, getting that early opener just to settle the nerves, any that he might have been feeling. And now perhaps a chance here. Hullet on the ball for Kai, and with every second he eats away at the clock is another towards the maximum points. And here is confirmation of that 4th goal. David Ginola on the score sheet once more. But João Felix for Kai. This is the game that has a little bit more riding on the line.
Well, I'd say that, yeah, the Xbox game is done and dusted really at 4-0. You should never be losing that. So this one is where all the marbles could be won or lost. If Kai were to just hold on to this 1-0 victory, it would still be Villa at the top of the table. But if Ethan was to find something here, it could really change.
Erling Haaland bears down on goal. Van der Sar comes out and does enough to put off the Norwegian. Out for a goal kick, so whatever Haaland did do, it was nowhere near the goal, and big opportunities like that need to be put away.
And Kai needs to recognise that that threat is always going to be there. Ethan is going to be looking for that long raking through ball, but equally as dangerous as Haaland on the other side. And Ethan just can't afford to switch off at the back. If he goes 2-0 down, this game is most likely done.
I've seen that blonde ponytail flowing down the wing, wind blowing it. Hasn't been able to get on the score sheet just yet. David Ginola over the top once more. Route 1 football. Dragged back inside. Cantona, can he apply the finishing touches? Offside flag will go up.
There is a very obvious game plan here for Ethan, and Kai has been able to deal with it relatively well so far. A few offside traps coming into the equation just to make sure that it's not going to be an easy over-the-top through ball. But if you time one of those incorrectly, that could be the equaliser. That could be your chance of topping this group. Done. So much pressure on Kai now. As for Ethan, you could say an equal amount of pressure. He would have been knowing that he has to come into this game to at least get some sort of result to keep Arsenal at bay in that 3rd position in this group table. He won't know what's happening elsewhere at the moment, so it's just about doing what you can and keeping things in your own hands.
You see Kai deploying a little bit of the dark arts, wasting a little bit of time, firing that ball against Hullet, letting it run out for a throw in, eating away at the clock. At every moment that passes by, there's an opportunity lost for Ethan to get himself back in the game. Hullet goes for the Trivela. Van der Sar in the right place at the right time.
Could have been different, maybe timed green. But there's a reason why Van der Sar's between the sticks. Pair of safe hands, safe gloves. Here comes Haaland again.
You can hear the ground shake, trembling as Allen bears down on goal, goes for the step over, finds Ginola inside. It was a snap shot. Couldn't get anything, couldn't get a better purchase on his second time of asking. But danger signs there for Kai. All it takes is for one of those lob through balls to find its man.
And I'd say plenty of time here for Ethan as well. It's not become panic stations just yet. And maybe he's had a little look across and he's spoken to his coach and he thinks, okay, well, actually a point would still do a job here, and then it would go to goal difference in terms of how this league table would look. But knowing Ethan, he knows full well he has the opportunity to still get back into this game and still win this game if he finds some of that form and some of those chances that has happened already in this tournament. 5-0 now in the other leg on Xbox, by the way, and it really has just been one team running rampant here, and it's Ginola who almost made it 5, but the follow-up off the post, and that one will sew it up. I mean, we knew it was done and dusted anyway, but 5 of the best means that there is no coming back.
Still all to play for here, though, on the PlayStation. Haaland out wide for Kai. Firpo goes for what's called a German cross, but Hullet on the chest cushions it back to Van der Sar. With just 15 minutes left, we're heading towards last chance saloon for Ethan to get himself back in this game.
Does Ethan have anything else up his sleeve? Can he pull a little bit of magic off for us? That's not really going to be what you're looking for, but at the same time, we know how dangerous corners can be in this competition, and it does allow both players a chance to have a little pause, change of tactics, maybe some fresh legs. I think that Ethan will be looking at some of the height that's available now from a corner. I mean, we've seen Peter Crouch come into the pitch a few times already today. Whether that will be the choice for Ethan, that remains to be seen, but certainly a lot of options on the bench. And with this format in the ePremier League, you can only use, of course, Premier League players or previous Premier League players. So use your imagination. Who would you like to see?
We have already seen him. You speak about height. We've seen him bring on the likes of Peter Crouch and indeed Wout Weghorst to try and fire the ball long. You can see that has been his game plan from minute one here. And although he's had a couple of chances, been unable to hit the back of the net. And it's been Kai with that early opener who's just been able to hold on to the lead since minute one.
It's such a difference maker if you can get that early goal, especially in one leg of FIFA. A little bit different when two legs come into the equation, but when it's just 90 minutes of football, and with some of the defensive formations that we've seen as of late, a goal lead can be everything in the early stages.
Ball whipped in though. Haaland's there just to clear the danger, clear his lines. Cantona almost finds it. Here is Firpo for Kai. Just looking to take the sting out of the game now, dictate the pace, hold possession. Doesn't need another goal here. Just needs to hold on to what he has.
Yeah, this is where Kai maybe could learn from what Ethan has been doing in the previous games in this group, where he has been able to just manage the game a little bit in these final moments. As over the top, it's going to be offside. And Ethan now is presented with another opportunity. Every time has been able to just manage the game a little bit in these final moments. As over the top, it's going to be offside. And Ethan now is presented with another opportunity. Every time he wins that ball back, Ethan's going to be in first place. And for Ethan, who's played so well today and who's been dominating possession, has been dominating the games where he's got the early lead, it was all about the goal in the early stages, which just didn't allow Ethan to play his game. And you can see frustration setting in a little bit, but they may have done enough, Crystal Palace, when you look at this table. They may have done enough to scrape through in second place. It really depends on what's happened in some of these other games.
And for Ethan, it wasn't for a want of chances. He had big moments in that game. That last moment with Isaac, it was there on a plate for him, but when he eventually got the strike out from his feet, straight at the goalkeeper, those moments, they have to hit the back of the net.
Yeah, and maybe with other players, maybe if it was David Ginola that had the ball at his possession and was able to strike it away, it could have been a very different result there for Ethan. I think as he goes back and looks tonight at the VODs, he'll be saying, okay, I could have done this a little bit better. Maybe the over-the-top through ball here was maybe too risky as well. Should I have played more of a passing game, more of a controlling game, rather than continuing with that direct approach? But I think it's all about what we were able to see from Kai there and how impressive he was. The early goal and then just controlling the game thereafter.
Well, that's Group A with a bow on it. Over to Rachel and the boys to break this one down.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Round 5. Time flies, doesn't it, when you're having fun? A and B fixtures have been completed now. There was so much going on there. We were struggling to keep up at times. There was goals going in galore, but, you know, that's what FIFA eSports is all about. It's a bit like Soccer Saturday on here, guys, isn't it? We need updates from around the grounds, from around the pods, to just keep an eye across exactly what's happening. But it's absolutely great what we've seen so far today. Let's have a quick chat about Aston Villa. We just saw Crystal Palace there. The player I want to talk about is Ben. He's a newbie to the tournament. moment. He's playing alongside, partnering with Ethan, who is one of the best in Europe. Ben is a relatively unknown. Do you think Ethan's just giving him that confidence and to play the level that we wouldn't expect from a newcomer, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, if you're coming into it for the first time, it's your first tournament, having someone like Ethan to just kind of lean on and get that bit of guidance from is just something that you really just can't put value on it. Obviously, it makes it difficult being 16 years of age, but Ethan will just say, you know what, I'll kind of take that pressure off you, I'll get the results where I can, and then you just try and do what you can as well.
Grav, is that the role that you've maybe taken on now towards the end of your career when some of the younger guys over in Spain are coming through? They look to you for advice and that encouragement?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's important to have like a positive body language, a positive talk with other people, because like they're just so good at the game. These new kind of youngsters who are just 16, mechanically they're unbelievable, but obviously they lack confidence when they reach like this level, these land tournaments.
They haven't there, that's for sure.
Yeah, but if you give them that body language confidence and everything, and if you just kind of relax them, they'll perform. And we're just seeing back-to-back players like 16, 17 performing at the highest level. And when I remember like back in the days when you were a youngster and you just kind of took this big step, you were frightened. And you see these new kids, they're just frightened. And you performance both like Villa and Crystal Palace, and Ben was amazing today.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's go to Group B and just see again which two teams are progressing. Liverpool, I don't think I really needed to see the results there. 18 points. So win rate there, 5, drew 3, that's legs, lost 0 there. Wolves are also going through, 12 points. Well done to them. Really disappointing. We've got a former champion, Man City. They're out of here. We're talking about the likes of Shells and Ryan. Brentford as well. Remember, they were in the final last year with different players, but still, that just shows, I guess, how FIFA eSports is played. You never know what's going to happen one year to the next. It's not really the same in the Premier League, guys, where you're not really going to get an Arsenal kind of getting relegated, which I'm kind of likening it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think going from that as well, you've got to look at that and say for Brentford, they're going to be very disappointed. Manchester City, Shells, obviously disappointed as well. But Wolves, we saw it in 2 games in, they were looking a little bit ropey. And they've just managed to go out there and win the rest of the games pretty much and get themselves through into that all-important knockout. It's incredible.
Well, they didn't know how the teams were playing in the summer break, did they? They were going, we don't know how anyone's playing. They had to figure it out as the season went along. And, yeah, it was pretty exciting in the end for Wolves, making it through to day 2 to still contest, obviously, the finals, which will be worth £30,000 as well. We mentioned then we have 2 teams from each group going through. Let's have a look at who's already booked their space in tomorrow's quarter-finals. So it's Aston Villa. They'll take on a TBC from Group C and D. And we've got Crystal Palace through, Wolves and Liverpool. Only 4 more spots up for grabs, obviously out of 10 in the 2 Groups C and D. Okay, I just kind of alluded to how much money is on the line. Obviously, it's a prize pool of £100,000 and it's broken down as follows. So first, I mentioned this quite a lot and I'll mention it quite a few more times, I'm sure. £30,000, second 15. Obviously, they split that equally between the two players. Third and fourth, £7,500. Fifth to eighth, £5,000. Ninth to 16th, £2,500. Pretty good, I'm going to say. Right, so A and B have been completed. We know 4 teams that are going through tomorrow. We still have 10 more Premier League teams coming after the break. We've got the likes of Leeds, we've got like Man United, West Ham, some massive names in there, all looking to secure their spot in Sunday's round of the EPL 2022-2023. We'll see you after the break. Well, welcome back then, guys, to the ePremier League finals. We've had so much action happening already. We've had matches galore behind us. We hope you guys at home are enjoying, trying to keep up with all the action if you can, because we have FIFA matches galore for you guys at home to enjoy. So, just a quick update of where we are. We've got 4 teams who've already progressed through to tomorrow. Out of 10 we've seen in action so far. There, of course, are Crystal Palace. We've got Aston Villa, Liverpool and Wolves already going through. 10 more Premier League clubs will be taking to the virtual pitches in a short while. And there's some powerhouses there, guys, aren't there? Who are you really excited to see taking to the stage up next? Here's Group C. Gravison, we'll go with you first for this one.
I mean, we got to talk about Leeds United, I'd say, with both Olelito and Stokes. a team who has been, Olelito, runner-up in 2021, semi-finalist in 2022, and one of the best players in the whole Europe, playing out from Sweden. And I'm expecting big things from Olelito because he's just like a consistent player, I would say. He's a consistent player, making every tournament top 4, top 8. He's been struggling in the Northern format for a bit, but I don't know, Alex. I would expect at least a top 4 result for him this tournament.
But also as well, he's won a tournament this year in 2v2. Speaking to him before coming into this tournament, and he said, best time for me to win a trophy coming into that. So I know he's feeling confident, and Stokes as well. That is a very, very strong partnership together.
Yeah, you just mentioned there Tom Stokes. That's his partner. We've seen him win tournaments. In terms of EA Sports, he won what we call the playoffs just before you go to a World Cup back in 2019. Hasn't been, I guess, on the same form as back then. How do you think he'll be getting on? Obviously, last year he played with the likes of Mitch Hayward, who was an E-Lions player, so one of the England Lions set up. But yeah, their partnership with Tom and Olelito, do you think that works?
I think it could work, and I think I'm expecting a really good performance from Stokes, because I think he disappointed himself in the ECL, and I think Stokes is one of those kind of players who's not going to disappoint himself twice. So I think I expect a big tournament from him today.
Yeah, big partnership there. And we just saw, obviously, them in the final against Norwich last year. And when you have gone out in the final, such as Olelito did, he'll know how that feels. And told Tom Stokes how that feels. We want to be lifting those trophies this year. But someone who'll possibly be standing in their way is Tottenham Hotspur. They have a formidable duo in Group D, don't they? Obviously, I've mentioned them at the bottom there. Who else do you think has got a chance of going through? Only 2 go through from each group, Alex.
I think it's actually a very difficult group to call. We spoke about earlier on with Leicester having some young guns kind of coming through. I think for Tottenham, when we speak about, you've got Gorilla, you've got Tom Lees, who former EPL winner. Gorilla won FIFA World Cup as well. Not really hit the heights that they want at the EPL as of the recent years for Gorilla himself. But for Tom Lees, knowing, I've been here, I've done it before, Gorilla and them two together would just be saying, look, let's get the job done. But as you said, if we could go all that way and maybe have that Leeds-Tottenham final, that'd be great.
Definitely, and I think when we're talking about the players of the caliber of Tom and Gorilla getting grouped last year, that's going to take a huge amount of pressure on their shoulders. But I think they can do it.
Yeah, and also for Tom, he supports Tottenham Hotspur. It just means that even a little bit more to him.
And Gorilla as well, being a former world champion, he has seen the hefty heights, hasn't he, of being on that global stage. This maybe is even a step down from that. He's like, I'm on the Premier League now, I'm not even at the World Championship. So he's been to the highest of highs here. So I think it would be quite the story, wouldn't it, for, again, a back-to-back champion in Tom Lees, for a different club, though, going to lift that trophy again.
Definitely, but I think I expect big things from both Tom and Gorilla. So, the passion there.
And I'm actually going to say this obviously was in 2020 when Tom won. That was during the pandemic era. He didn't get to do that in person. I was there, I hosted that one, but I was in the studio, he was at home, and it just doesn't have that same feeling. So he'll want to do it this weekend in situ with everyone going up and patting him on the back, I'm sure, Alex.
Yeah, of course they will. You can do it at home, and yes, obviously, it feels amazing, but there's nothing that quite beats being here in person. You can feel the atmosphere around you, and just lifting that trophy in front of the crowd, in front of an audience, there won't be a better feeling.
Let's hope the nerves don't get to him too much, because that was at home, that was the comfort of actually a hashtag at the time, I think, wasn't it? Okay, well, let's have a look at the schedule coming up for Group C and D. So round 1 is at 5-3, and then later on at 5-5, we're going to have round 5. Alex was checking his watch there. I don't know what time it is, Alex. I hope we're still on schedule, is what I am saying there. Okay, well, if we're not, you guys at home can tell me what is the time. Anyway, right, Group C and D coming your way after this short break. Come back and join us. This is the ePremier League for 2022-23. Well, we're halfway through the tournament then on day one here at the ePremier League finals. We've seen 10 Premier League teams in action already, and we've said goodbye to 6. 4 have gone through tomorrow. We're about to see our 10 remaining Premier League sides. Again, only 4 can go through at the end of today. We're going to now focus on one of the big matches coming away. Man United taking on Chelsea. From a Man United perspective, Gravison, we've got a player there, Kyle Lees, who actually lost to Tex in the final in 2019. He's back for a vengeance, I'm going to say.
You could say that, yeah. He's a player who's been competing at the highest level in the ePrem for a couple of years, and I think he has what it takes to not only get out of group stage but also win the whole tournament. And I think Man United is a pretty solid team, I'd say.
And his partner as well, Jayden, he's actually a European futsal bronze medalist. Fun fact for you there. Alex, so quickly to Chelsea. You've got a fact, haven't you, about one of the Chelsea players there? Tell us, please, what it is.
Yeah, well, before Najib were recording at Chelsea, he's a die-hard Chelsea fan. Said that he used to watch my videos back in the day to get a little bit better. Now I'm hoping he's improved massively.
I was going to say, so he's only
take him so
bad
far.
on you.
Well,
so it could go either way. Either you're a great coach or you need some work.
I'm rooting for him, that's all I'm saying. But partner for that Luby Larry as well, first tournament. I think they'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how they get on as well. Massive Chelsea fan. Let's have a look at those fixtures there. We mentioned Chelsea, Man United, that's our main fixture on the stream. Leeds United, Newcastle, Spurs, Bournemouth, Forest, Everton. Very exciting. Again, you can watch all of these matches on the EA Sports FIFA Twitch. You've got a command centre there. You can select which fixture you want to watch, of course, from the YouTube channel on the Premier League as well. Okie dokie. Well, we've mentioned our first match-up here, which we're excited to see. All eyes are actually going to be on you, I think. Coach over here, see how Chelsea get on. Anyway, it's Man United taking on Chelsea, and casting this one, we've got Onset and Leah Ravel.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Welcome back, you guys, for another big matchup. As they mentioned up front, Manchester United and Chelsea. An incredible Premier League matchup and an incredible ePremier League matchup. So excited to see what we're gonna see.
Hey, something special about when you say those two names next to each other. Is it Man United, Chelsea? It just has a little bit of a feeling about it. But we're starting to move on to a few different groups. We've been following a lot of Group A today, and now we're moving towards Group C. We're going to see Kyle Lees, who I want to kind of talk about a little bit, representing Manchester United, because he's an amazing story. And the ePremier League has been kind of the competition where he's come to the fore. Right, he was a little bit of a surprise package a few years ago. Got all the way to that grand finals, like they said on the desk, and then almost got over the line, but just came up short. From there, he has become Mr. Manchester United, synonymous with the club and their esports program, and he's always been involved when it comes to the ePremier League. So, on the other side of things for Chelsea, you would have to say maybe a bit of a tough battle for them here for NH. He's got to overcome Mr. Manchester United, a man who's had a lot of success in the ePremier League. Maybe he can get it done, though, on the virtual pitch.
Can't be sure, indeed, but you mentioned Mr. Manchester United getting to that final in 2019, losing to Texas. Almost, you know, he had something to be proud of, to being that PlayStation 4 champion, to being the one to make it the furthest on that console, and losing in the final to Tex. You know, going into that game, I'm sure he knew that he was the underdog, and Tex was the one to beat. And he's looking to come back and redeem that spot, his title as Mr. Manchester United today.
If you're going to lose to anyone, at that point in his career, Tex was on fire.
Yep.
I think that's the best way to put it, but if you get that close, you always want to get over the line and lift that trophy above your head, and he was almost able to do that. A feature of his game back then was a lot of solid defensive play. Didn't give away much at the back, and then would go forward and kind of sneak a goal, manage to hold on. And I almost feel like the 90-minute one-game format is going to be helpful for him. However, what was helpful for him was his goalkeeper there, as you saw the header coming in and almost giving the lead to Chelsea.
We see NH is coming a little bit hot, and I think that, you know, for his confidence to make sure that he is performing to the highest of his ability. NH obviously making a pretty crazy run in the losers bracket, which is no easy feat either. Being down, dropping down from the winners bracket to the losers bracket is tough. It's a tough pill to swallow because it automatically adds a little more pressure. You have to win your games to move forward, otherwise you're going home, and he was able to do that to be here today.
Yeah, I mean, those club playoffs, it's so tough to get to this stage to represent the club itself, Chelsea, and like you say, he dealt with adversity and managed to do a great job in doing so, but there is that ball across, and there is the first goal of the game. It's going to be Manchester United who take the lead, and the fancy footwork inside the box was enough to just create that space, and I have to say the vision, beautiful coming in here from Kyle Lees as well to find that man unmarked. A simple finish at the end of it.
A really, really great far post run, and yeah, like you said, quick, direct, and I think that's why he gets the name Mr. Manchester United.
Almost caught me off guard there, how quickly kind of went into the action in that 18-yard box to create that space. And it's always surprising at this level just to see a man that unmarked inside the box. It's usually a sign that someone's done something a little bit special. And Chelsea looking to answer back immediately, but having got into such a good position there, it's almost impossible to understand why the goalkeeper hasn't been tested more.
You know, it's surprising because that was a great ball in, a great Travella ball in, but just a little bit of a fluff chance in front of goal. And I think if there was a little more power behind that, it would have been a goal, equal on both sides.
We do have a goal on the other match that's going on right now between the two clubs that we're watching. This is going to be on the Xbox. It's going to be Manchester United on the front foot once more. It's Emerson Royale with a beautiful ball into that back post, and David Ginola makes it 1-0 to Manchester United. We go back to our feature game now. Carl Leeds versus NH, and almost we saw Manchester United get a second there with a beautiful shot from distance.
Now Hullett almost finding some space, but Patrick Vieira, someone that we haven't seen a whole lot of here and there, sometimes coming on as a substitute, but I know in the Global Series last year he was a very popular choice for some at centre back.
Love the fact we're seeing Peter Crouch on the pitch as well. Obviously has the 5-star skills.
And perhaps 25 inches over the others.
Oh, and I tell you what, it was Van der Sar who needed to use every inch of his frame there to make that save, because once again, it's been a pattern of play developing here for Chelsea. Not afraid to get that ball wide NH and whip that ball into the box. It seems to have an overload at that back post, and even though he hasn't broken the deadlock, certainly tested the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he is trailing, but I don't think he should be too hard on himself with this performance, because he has almost had more chances in front of goal, or on goal rather, than Manchester United have, and the only difference obviously is the goal, and football is about goals, and so all Chelsea will need to do is just finish one of theirs.
Fresh for an early ball over the top here. Goalkeeper should get there. Van der Sar with an assured touch. You always want your goalkeeper to not be too unpredictable in those positions. Just deal with the problem as it arrives. Trying to burst away on this near side this time for Carl Lees, but it's Ashley Cole in at fullback who's going to do the cleaning up for Chelsea. But this has been a really end-to-end game. Both players not afraid to go forward, not afraid to pull the trigger as well. And I always feel like if you're not afraid to take a shot from distance early on in the game, it can create spaces, because all of a sudden when you're defending, you're thinking, is he going to take that strike? Do I need to close this down? Pull a defender out of play, and it just kind of plays a little bit of a mind game with your opponent about how you're going to attack the goal next time around.
Definitely, we see a lot of over-the-top through balls from Chelsea as well to be able to get in behind when his attackers are making those runs. And we've seen Ashley Cole get a lot of that space from those over-the-top through balls on the left side as well.
I think the fact that Peter Crouch is making an appearance on that right-hand side kind of gives away the game plan a little bit sometimes. There's back post crosses. If you've got someone who's 6'7", he's going to win most of them. But this time it was a kind of a half chance, I would say, not completely caught cleanly by the striker there to find that bottom corner. But I have to say, both teams, when they go forward at the moment, it looks like either team could score here. It could be an equaliser coming in for Chelsea, or it could be Manchester United doubling their lead.
Ginola with some space in the box. He has some attackers up top that he could use. Vieira has come up quite high, to be honest.
Maybe the one person in that position you didn't want on the ball was Patrick Vieira. He's not the quickest at turning in the game. You want that to fall to one of your more nimble players who can shift his weight left and right and get that half a yard, get away from the defender to get the shot away. But sometimes it's not possible to get everyone you want in the right position at the right time. That time Patrick Vieira, more suited to the middle of the park, found himself as a centre forward position.
For those of you watching at home on Sky Sports and wondering why we have the likes of Peter Crouch, Patrick Vieira, and other players in these ultimate teams when we're looking at Manchester United and Chelsea, essentially the players have the ability to choose from what we call past and present. Premier League is what you'll see. And they will be able to, in a game mode called FIFA Ultimate Team in FIFA 23, they're able to choose any of those players on the game and include them in their team, which is why we see Peter Crouch, Patrick Vieira, sometimes Ruud Gullit.
You see Ashley Cole We're going like back in time right now when we talk about this. It's half time, by the way. It's still just the one goal advantage to Manchester United after that early goal. But Chelsea, well, with a clear game plan, we're going to have to see if there's a plan B for them as they move through. But you're right. It's fun to watch. I think as a fan of the Premier League as well, to see some of the names that maybe you haven't seen for a few years, like your favourite player from your favourite club being back on your screen, even though maybe not in the real pitch. They certainly can still do it on the virtual one. And again, I'm just looking at the lineup at the moment. When you've got Chelsea with Weghorst on one side of the offensive three, and you've got Peter Crouch on the other, there's going to be some aerial assault coming in at some point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But like you said, almost a dead giveaway at the kind of play style that Chelsea will have, having those players on the pitch.
Well, Manchester United, I have to say, Carl Lees has done a pretty good job so far of actually dealing with it. There's not been too many knockdowns won by those the big lads out wide. The problem is it only takes one to be won, and all of a sudden the knockdown finds a player in the box and the game is tied up at 1-1. So it has to be extremely vigilant on how he switches players, make sure when that ball's in the air that he's challenging for it and not letting that free header get away. As now we're going to see Manchester United just stepping forward once more, trying to just slow the game down a little bit here, I think. This is a smart game management from Kyle Lees, a little bit of experience on display.
Definitely, I think that's something that you mentioned that will add to his game tremendously. Having the experience under the pressure and under these circumstances, especially being at LAN, is not something a lot of people have, and a lot of pros even here today have. So being able to know and understand and kind of tune out the background noise, especially a lot of these players are as young as 16 years old. So I am significantly older than that and still get very still kind of cracked under pressure. So being able to have that mentality, especially at a young age, is quite impressive.
Well, Chelsea have kept this game close. Manchester United and Carl Lees trying to take a bit of the sting out of the game, I think, just by holding possession, making sure that they're very, very careful in their attacks and how they're formulating them.
Definitely a different half than we saw in the first half. The first half was quite back and forth, end to end, and like you mentioned, we're seeing a lot more game management now. Obviously, Man United leading 1-0, and perhaps wanting to maintain that to just take the 3 points altogether.
I feel like Carl Lees is doing a really good job of actually reading the patterns of play now as well. You can see every time that ball goes wide, he's defending the byline. He's not allowing the player to get into a position to cross. He's trying to force them back inside, and it's just synonymous to the pattern of play. He's read it so well. If he can stop the cross, that's the best way to stop attacking opportunities presenting themselves for Chelsea, because it's when the cross comes in, that's where the ball hangs in the air and you're going, right, I hope my player wins the header. When you got Weghorst and Peter Crouch on the pitch, like we mentioned, it's very difficult to predict if you're going to be able to. So cutting out the source seems to be the smartest play, and I think that Carl Lees and Manchester United can be very proud of themselves for reading that and doing it so effectively.
Definitely. You mentioned Kylie's being able to read the play. Obviously, as you mentioned that, Chelsea queued up a pause, changing some tactics, perhaps getting a little bit frustrated that how they were playing in the first half, they kind of weren't able to get those over-the-top through balls, make those passes in the second half.
Yeah, it could well be that. I think they have to come up with something different, because there's been a plan A, but not a plan B so far. But we'll have to see if the changes and the pause is going to change that, because we're inside to the last 25 minutes or so now of this game, and Manchester United still have that goal lead, and kind of follows the pattern of play that I was talking about with Carl Lees. He'll get a goal lead. He's happy to sit on it. He's going to hold possession. He's going to make you work and ask questions of you. Can you go forward and break down my defence? And if you can, fair enough. But I feel like one goal is enough for me to win games of FIFA.
Not looking to be too aggressive on the offense. Ruhullet maintaining that possession. Ginola will pass it if there's space, but not really. Yaya Touré's goal.
Tough to see in that position when you do finally get that ball back and you think you've got an overlap on that near side and you're trying to fire that ball down the line just to get in behind, and you give it away. Having just spent the best part of 10 in-game minutes trying to fight to get that ball back, you're trying to turn possession over because the clock is ticking away in front of you. You know you need to create an opportunity, so you're trying to fire that ball forward, and You now know, having given it back, how difficult it is to get the ball back off of Manchester United and Carl Lees. So it's kind of that mental game we talk about as well, right? It's when you get the ball, you have to value the ball, even knowing that time is against you.
Definitely, you saw just there another pause queued up by NH, making a few more changes. Cantona in behind for Manchester United, though, looking for the space, not going to make any mistakes, does find that space, and De Bruyne is there. He's the man to put it in. NH will be quite frustrated with that, I'd imagine.
Frustrated, but it's brilliant play from Carl Lees as well. Getting to that byline with a combination skill moves. You saw the ball roll followed immediately by the scoop turn, and with Chelsea forced to commit players forward in a change of formation, it just leaves space for the likes of Kevin De Bruyne to get in behind. You saw how much space he had in the box, and you can see all of a sudden now how much space Manchester United have in behind. Game completely open, but this is all because of the way that Man United and Carl Lees approached this game with the 1-goal advantage. They deserved, and they worked into a position where they deserved and basically created an opportunity for them to keep ball, because Chelsea had to chase the game. By doing so, it creates opportunities, it forces changes from your opponents, and that's when you strike, and that's exactly what he's done.
Very, very, very good game management from Kyle Lees, as you imagine. And now that it has opened up, we see a little more pressure and a chance there into Eric Cantona. And H does get a goal back, and there is still some time to get 1 goal back and at least get a point out of this tie between Manchester United and Chelsea. And the thing is, as you mentioned, Chelsea's going to be looking to all-out attack at this point, which is great for Chelsea if they can get that goal back. But with attack and with that kind of pressure, opens up space and kind of invites mistakes. And so will Manchester United have the time to take advantage? Maybe not.
I think the interesting thing there is I was questioning, does NH and Chelsea, do they have a plan B? Well, they kept trying plan A, and plan A finally works, getting that ball in the box and winning that knockdown. But the problem is time for them to get back into this game. They need the ball. He's trying to put pressure on. There's a change in tactics, of course, but now that just leaves so much space. Vieira gets there, though, and we will see a turnover of possession. And Leo, we're going to have Chelsea going forward once more. There might be a little bit of a sting in the tail here for Manchester United.
See the player lock on Erling Haaland. He's looking to find that right moment, maintain that possession until the last attack, which will be any minute now, but it's do or die for NH at this point.
If there's one man who knows how to find a little bit of space, it's David Beckham with the heavy touch in behind, just presented possession back. You thought for a second that Beckham was going to be able to pick out a pass. He can't, he gives the ball away. And Manchester United hold on, and I would say hold on at the end of that game and get the 3 points for the 2-1 win.
A good game. Likely how we expected it to go, but I do think that NH put up a really good fight against Kyle Lees. I think that he should, again, be proud of that performance. 2 goals. That last goal was perhaps a little bit of a fluke. Maybe he hadn't changed enough that he needed to change in order to kind of mitigate the distance between the play style of Kyle Lees and himself, but a good matchup overall.
Yeah, I think the second goal from Carl Lees was, I think, the indication of taking advantage of a situation in a game of FIFA, which is where you have a bit of space, all of a sudden you can get in behind, and I feel like he set him up quite well for it with some of his previous play in the game, where he'd recycle play, where he'd go back to the edge of the 18-yard box, look to slowly play that ball into the feet of his strikers. Then he hit the ball roll scoop. It was kind of the explosive skill move that got him to the byline. Then he had that simple ball into De Bruyne. That's the mind games. Again, you know, what am I going to do? How can I be unpredictable in and around that 18-yard box? And that was a really good example of it.
Definitely. Well, a lot of very exciting games. But first, to break down the game some more, we will hear from Alex and Kyle.
Leah, Mark, thank you so much. Yes, we are back. We've got more analysis to show you. Alex, what have we got this time?
Well, we're going to take a look at the goal that was first conceded from NH. We spoke about 16 years of age, being on the stage for the first time. We're taking a look at it, and it also comes from conviction in your player switching. You only control one player at a time. We can see here, change over to Hullet, and it's I'm going to press with Cole, but I'm going to try and cover in the middle. Because you're not still on that left-back, Cole, down here, you've got no conviction in that tackle. So you can see he doesn't quite win it off Kyle Walker. Ball comes out wide, and then once again, a player switch into the middle, and Vieira's not really doing anything. He's not being active in that process. So we see it at this moment, and this is a perfect time to use second man press, where you hold the R1 button. Vieira will press the ball holder, put in pressure while you can cover the passing lanes. Because that wasn't done, it allows Kyle Lees to turn in on that inside, find the room in the middle, and then ultimately work that chance. You have to be convicted in everything that you're doing when it comes to defending.
It's just those tiny little things as well that will set apart from scoring a goal or stopping a goal as well. And I mean, surely when you are 16 years old, when you're here in an arena like this, when you know that this is being broadcast all across the country and across the world as well, those little mistakes will start to creep in.
Yeah, definitely. And player switching ultimately is probably one of the biggest skill gaps on FIFA, because you need to use the right stick to be able to change to a player that's further away from the ball. And if you're changing and maybe you get that wrong switch or you didn't get the man that you originally wanted, you lose that pressure on the ball holder. If the ball holder has a second to turn, use that skill move to be able to just manipulate the way that he wants that play to develop, that's when it's almost game over.
Now, I don't just want to say that it was all because of the mistakes of the defending players. You've got to be able to see that when you're attacking and to know that your opposition, your opponent, they're not quite doing what you expect them to do.
Yeah, definitely. You saw Kyle use the drag back with Ginola inside the 18-yard box to go from facing one way to the other way. And he's only doing that because he knows he's not got any pressure from that defender. So if you have that time and space and you can get a 180-degree turn to get a different passing angle open, like we always see, you will carve open the defence.
And I mean, looking at other things that Kyle was doing throughout that game just there, I mean, anything else that stood out to you, those little minor moments that maybe casual viewers at home, people like myself as well, won't even see?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, it's obviously just the composure really from Kyle more than anything, to just say, I've been here before, I've done that. Playing against someone that's 16, never been, it can be quite unpredictable to see what they're going to do. It was more so just a composed performance to just go through and see out that win. Right,
talk to me then. Have you ever been on anything like this? You ever been in these moments where those nerves are starting to get to you, the hands are getting sweaty, you're making quite a few different things, the different mistakes, let's say?
Look, I get nervous when I'm just playing at home in a FUT Champs game that means almost nothing, but we are going to take a look at Leeds and Newcastle as well to see how they got on in that game as we take a look at the group roundup on PlayStation 5. Leeds versus Newcastle. We know Oli Ito and Tom Stokes, that cross coming through. Crossing, we're seeing a lot of it on FIFA 23, and it's something that players at home probably don't use enough in their game, something you can take on. Nottingham Forest and Everton as well. Everton, Cantona finding that shot off across goal. Spurs and Bournemouth going again. We just said about it, didn't we? That cross coming through, and it just works so well. Ginola with that green time finish, ensuring that you will find that way through. Leeds and Newcastle again on the other side. Haaland finding that little cutback, and it's just a rinse and repeat, isn't it?
It is indeed. Right, let's get across to the Xbox side of things. Bournemouth against Spurs. Bournemouth taking the lead in this one, and now we're back into Newcastle. Leeds. Ball comes across that cross once again, which we've seen time and time again, and Leeds there making it 2 in that one. That man Haaland, and there you are, 4-0 it was. Newcastle managed to get a goal back, 4-1, 4-2. Could it have been back on? Maybe not. Here we are, Everton against Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest through. They were losing 1-0, but they managed to score that one just there. Looking at the Xbox side of things, Leeds United 4, Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 1, Chelsea 0, Bournemouth 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0, Everton losing to Nottingham Forest in that one. And then we can have a look at our PlayStation results. Leeds United beating Newcastle 5-2. Manchester United beating Chelsea 2-1. Tottenham Hotspur 2. AFC Bournemouth 1. And Nottingham Forest Everton 1-1 in that one.
Well, we've seen those first games. It's time to take a look at the Group C standings. It's no surprise. We gave them all the hype before it. Oli Ito and Tom Stokes, both of them picking up that win. Manchester United as well. And then obviously across the board, no points as of yet. But we still need to see a game from West Ham, which we will have in the next round. Moving over to Group D, though, and how that looks. Nottingham Forest with those 4 points, 1 win, 1 draw. Bournemouth sat in second. Tottenham Hotspur, Gorilla and Tom Stokes, one again of the favourites, only getting the 3 points there. And then Everton sat on that 1 point.
Right, well, that's how things look after our first round in Group C, indeed. But do not go anywhere. We've got plenty more FIFA 23 action coming your way. The players are getting ready right here in the arena. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
Well, welcome back to the ePremier League. You join us here in London for day one of the group stage acts. So myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through some more group play. As we said, we've started the second half of today. We already know 4 teams that are into tomorrow's knockouts, Rich, but the journey has started to find 4 more, and there's already been some interesting first results. Nottingham Forest, top of this Group D that we're going to take you through right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this story starts to unfold, where it's going to take us, what route will we find our way to the top 4. Newcastle United against West Ham United. That's going to be a game taking place. Chelsea against Leeds. AFC Bournemouth against Leicester City. And Everton versus Spurs. Where are we going to be focusing our highlighted match, Brandon?
I think we're going to be taking that Bournemouth match, aren't we? AFC Bournemouth against Leicester City. Why this game is so interesting, Richard, you've got 2 players that have played between them in 7... I mean, together, I'm not 7, but they've both played in multiple ePremier Leagues, I should say. As we know, Mitch Hayward, this is his 4th ePremier League final. For Jay Sharp, it's his 3rd. On the flip side for Leicester, this is what the ePremier League is all about. You've got 2 UK players that have never played in this tournament before. Cos, one of the youngest here as well. You see him in shot, his teammate there in Deji. This is their first group game. They've had to wait a long time to get going today. How do you think they're going to be feeling coming into this?
The nerves will be amounting to something really sort of uncontrollable at this point, you would imagine. However,
it goes 2 ways though. Could be a lot of excitement in there.
There'll be excitement, and there'll also be no real sort of stress. There's no stress they're putting on themselves. There's not a lot of people maybe from an esports organisation expecting them to win the trophy. It's their first ever tournament, first ever LAN event. But we've seen amazing things happen. Look last year, who made that grand final? It was Norwich who was victorious, Goal Poacher and Dammy. But the team that sort of took everyone by surprise, Brentford coming out, Zohinho, Sam Brewster, as relative newcomers to the scene, making the grand final, getting playoff spots for them. They will be gaining so much confidence from that here, will Leicester City. Why not? That's the question.
Yeah.
Why not? This is what the ePremier League is all about.
Absolutely. Of course, if you are tuning in on this one from Sky Sports, welcome to the biggest UK FIFA tournament today. £100,000 on the line. This is the Premier League. 40 players to represent each club in the Premier League. Tomorrow, we come back for only 8. This is what we're here for today, to do the group stages, to find out who is going to be going through. But back to your point, if there was a script last year, Richard, it was just ripped up completely, was it? No one predicted that outcome, and that is what's so special about this tournament. I mean, look at the teams that have already gone through. I would say, touchwood, we're following some sort of script in terms of players that we expected to go through have performed well. But on this bottom side of play, Group C and Group D, literally anything can happen. We are waiting to get this game underway. The admins are just in the player booth, making sure that everything is good to go.
Well, we said it earlier on as well, if you look back at what happened this morning, Group A and B, where were the real success stories? Where was the teams that went through in the end, their real sort of positive gameplay from? It was those early fixtures. Round 1, round 2 of the games, they picked up big points, whether that was maximum points or 9, maybe 10. And then the pressure's off when you get into those last couple of games, where teams around you, teams above you and below you in the table, are thinking, mathematics, well, we need to pick up 4 points here, we need them to lose. If you win those games early, you take it out of your opponent's hands. We always say you would rather have points on the table than games in hand.
Absolutely. As we said, we are underway for this one. Keeping an eye on the PlayStation side of things, though. It must be said, Richard, it is going to be Koza. It's his ePremier League debut. Recently, I believe, just turned 17. Against a player that knows this tournament only too well. Last year, he was in the top 4, representing Leeds United this time round. He's gone down to the south coast to represent AFC Bournemouth and the Cherries. It's Mitch Hayward. He comes off the back of disappointing loss. He did start the game superbly well. So he just came up against Tom Lees of Spurs, past the Premier League champion. What a start this could be for Mitch. De Bruyne, back to Ginola again. Mudryk could be a perfect start. It will be. Timed it green into the top corner. And for a player that knows this tournament only so well, 8 minutes minutes is all it took for him to get going.
And what a fabulous way to start this second game here for Bournemouth, for Mitch Hayward. The double step over to create the space inside the box, and then that whipped finish across the goalkeeper, green timed into the top left corner. That's a perfect way for Bournemouth to kickstart the second round of fixtures here after disappointing for Mitch in the opening game after leading and then unfortunately taking 0 points.
Future stars Mudryk as well. Come on as a sub for many so far we've seen in the group stages, but it's a starter for this AFC Bournemouth side. If there was any nerves, they may have built a little bit more for Koza. Imagine that, Richard, your first game on live TV in the ePremier League in your debut.
I think the main thing for Koza here, just don't let the game be over by half time. You can see those rolling results and current scorelines in the top right corner. Leeds United leading.
Here come Leicester. Junior Firpo back inside, well played. Hulic has got a leg on that, still is alive. Mudryk tries his best to offload it to fellow player and foot hero David Ginola. Just couldn't find the clean pass there. Keep it on the right-hand corner of your screen. There are live results coming through. These are all the games that are underway. West Ham against Newcastle, there's been goals there. Leeds United against Chelsea. Olilito and Tom Stokes in action. Another team to keep an eye on.
As it stands, both of them, two players that you just mentioned, winning. Leeds United currently in pole position, as are Newcastle, both winning their respective games so far.
Could be a second for Bournemouth. A big save from Van der Sar. Just missed that ounce of timing maybe in the shot. De Bruyne outside the boot, another good hand from Van der Sar. He's shot after shot and a lot of pressure to deal with at the moment. As AFC Bournemouth try to build into a second or a third goal. Harvey Elliott, Martin Mudryk, the only goal scorers so far, and Vieira back defensively able to do his job.
I think for Koza at the minute, what he has to do is just almost jab Mitch. Let him know that you're there. Let him know that you're dangerous in the final third. Give him something to worry about, 'cause after 27 minutes of being played, it's just been all Mitch Hayward.
Here's Emerson Royale. Little ball into a scoop turn. Well, let's check in at the other matchup that's taken place. Jay Sharp against Deji. There's been a goal in this game, and on one side Leicester might be losing, but on this side Leicester are winning. Brilliant composure there. Just got the ball to his feet. Little La Croqueta from David Beckham and went, look, come at me. Deji leads by a goal to 0 over on the Xbox.
Lovely finish from team of the year David Beckham. An icon, obviously. One of the best players to ever played in the Premier League, but his 94-foot item that was released during the Team of the Year promo is really, really viable at this level. And as you can see, if you may be a player who doesn't do too many skills, only the 4-star is enough for you, doesn't get much better.
It's a really clean exit, wasn't it, from David Beckham? It could be a chance for Koza. Wins a corner, 10 minutes away from half-time. A golden chance for Leicester. Mudryk back to De Bruyne. Virgil van Dijk. What a ball that is, and what a finish from David Ginola. He might be one of the youngest players in the tournament with composure like that. You would have never have guessed.
The corner manipulated, short play into the box, and then he just had so much space. I'm not too sure if it was a defensive error potentially, or just the great attacking play there from Koza. Lovely driven into the bottom left corner.
Chance, great feed. Ginola on the opposite side. It needs another good save from Van der Sar. Corner played short. That one was a bit too predictable. Let's jump over. There's been another goal in this one. Is it an equaliser for Bournemouth on the Xbox, or is it a second? I think it is for Leicester. Oh, Deji puts Van der Sar to the ground with a little skill move like that. What a start to his first ever ePremier League. What a start this could be to their first fixture in Group D. As it stands, it would be 4 points.
Yeah, the lateral heel to heel, creating the space, sending the goalkeeper down. 4 points from a opening tie. I think if you're Leicester City, you are more than happy with that result. Mitch will get the final chance here before half-time. Koza just sticks him out of touch, and that will do us for the opening 45.
And well, half-time here, we're all square. I'm sure Koza is just slowly looking across the board and seeing his teammate that's probably got a huge smile on his face. He's up by 2-0.
After Jay Sharp as well just picked up a big win against Gorilla. So I think that just goes to show the competitiveness of this ePremier League. It is true that anyone can beat anyone.
No one is safe by any means. Again, this is the game we are focused on. As we look around us here in the studio, West Ham against Newcastle is a fixture. Chelsea against Leeds, a massive one. And of course, Everton against Spurs. That one also in this group. Back underway for the second half.
I think for Mitch Hayward, for AFC Bournemouth right now, on this PlayStation side of his matchups, it's a, I want to say must win. That'll be 2 games and only 1 point out of 6 gained. We picked Bournemouth up coming into this. We expected them to perform well. The name power, you said 7 ePremier League appearances from them out of the 10 that we've had of the maximum available for a team. Nerves won't play a factor. They've played at the highest degree of FIFA esports.
Did it play a factor for Brentford last year when they came out and they were flying? Next thing you know, they were in a grand final. Just look to the opposite result in this group. It is 0-0 at the moment between Spurs and Everton on both games. This could be a golden chance for Koza. It's a running race. João Felix all the time in the world for Koza to try and score. He will! And from 1-0 down to 2-1 up. It is the perfect turnaround and the perfect start for the Foxes.
And great composure shown from the youngster as well. One-on-one with the keeper. You've got a million things rushing through your head. Do you go for a skill move? Do you go for maybe a ball roll? Just kept it really simple. Waited for him to come out. And then that lovely low driven past the keeper into the near post. Bournemouth on the back foot.
Mitch, nicely done. Ginola all the time. Well played, Vieira. Doesn't always get the nod compared to other defenders out there. We know how good he is, but it's been such an influx. Even better foot items. Another chance from another corner. Still bounces around. It could be a gift for Harvey Elliott. It goes for another corner for Bournemouth as the pressure continues to build.
It's great feat.
Watch that back post. Well played, Van der Sar. 2 hands on it, safely done. There's some scores for you coming through. West Ham 3-0 up on the PlayStation. Leeds United 3-0 up on the PlayStation.
Spurs and Everton still goalless, 0-0. Tom Leeds looking to bounce back from, I should say bounce his results together after just beating Mitch Hayward. Did leave it late on that occasion. And on the Xbox, Tottenham and Everton 0-0 as well. No goals being scored.
Well, I just look across me there. I think Tom has just scored for Spurs to get the first goal in that game.
Mitch still probing this Leicester penalty area, but Koza stands strong once again.
So patient, isn't it? Not phased at all with the stage that he's on here in London. His first outing in the Premier League, and he's 25 minutes, just under that, for picking up his first win at his first major tournament. He's the prime advert for those that might be sitting at home watching, thinking, how can I get involved in this next year?
Just do it.
Pick up the controller, enter the qualifiers, choose your favourite club, and who knows, you might be here battling it out with some of the best players in the UK for £100,000.
This will be a great start for Leicester. Nottingham Forest also playing really well so far, but Mitch Hayward, the wily veteran, doesn't care if it's your first tournament or your 50th. Equalises this game up.
And this point's so important, Richard, with the result we've seen on the opposite console. Last time we saw that one, Deji leading Jay Sharp by 2-0. Leicester were in for a potential 6-point victory. Mitch Hayward finding a way back.
Needed goal as well, because there's enough time in this game where you don't necessarily have to change your formation or your tactics. You can just play the rest of the game out and know that you'll probably get a chance. As that goal was just going in, I was just mentioning Nottingham Forest. 4 points out of their first game, out of 6 available. Now they get a break, now they can take a rest as well, coming into a really big round 3 where they'll be looking at this table thinking, we can start to push ourselves to the top of this.
And I think from what the other groups that we've seen, Richard, if you can average 3 points from a fixture,
you're in. Yeah.
3 points from 6. I mean, 12 across the board.
It was enough to send Wolves through.
To send you through, yeah, it was enough to send Wolves through earlier today. Okocha fresh onto the pitch for Mitch Hayward and for Bournemouth. As you see the score come through there, Tom Lees up by 1-0. Tottenham Hotspur beating Everton. Newcastle 1-1 against West Ham, and Leeds United 4-1 up. This is coverage from Group C and D. Group A and B have already finished today. This is alive, this could be a chance. De Bruyne, back to Hullett, who's going to have the last chance to go. Marcus Rashford, it was a quick finish. Needed a big save from Van der Sar, that's exactly what he was able to provide. Chance still not fully dealt with, needs to look back defensively to get it clear. As Leicester build again, an update we hear that Deji, 3 goals to the good. This is an incredible start for the Xbox representative of this team. He's got a little bit of...
What a goal. Deji is
loving
life.
The final third, hasn't he?
Loving himself here at the ePremier League.
Flary FIFA from the Foxes, who leads 3-0 on that side. If they can hold out this 2-2 draw, 4 points in their first outing.
Not only does it really help themselves, but it also puts Bournemouth in a real precarious position towards the bottom of that table.
Just letting that time tick down. He'll be happy with a result. Unless Mitch Hayward or Koza can have the last chance of the game.
Space.
Junior Firpo all the way from fullback will try and ball roll his way into the box. Will there be enough time for one more chance? There might just be for AFC Bournemouth. Added time of 1 minute. This is Mitch Hayward's last chance. It could be a running race. JJ Okocha, he's just offside.
I think that will pretty much do us for this Bournemouth and Leicester City clash, unless there's one final opportunity. There won't be. And we are tying this game all square. Mitch Hayward and Koza 2-2. Mitch showing himself that he can get back in the game, he can fight back, but Koza will be really happy, probably a little bit disappointed, to be honest. First game at LAN, and you're picking up a 2-2 draw, but that game was there for the win.
Absolutely. Well, you said it was concluded on the PlayStation side of things, Richard. It's not concluded on the Xbox yet. But I'm sure Koza can just peep around the corner to his teammate and look. What a start you are having. Clean sheet, 3 goals, maybe 4. I tell you what, very expressive FIFA player is Deji in the final third. All the skills are out on show. The combinations are there. This man is enjoying his FIFA. David Beckham somehow finds Virgil van Dijk.
And why wouldn't you be enjoying it? You're 3-0 up. You've got 5 minutes left to play. It's your first big game at LAN. You're getting your rest game early. So now you can potentially start to get some momentum. You're not going to be broken up with the rest of the matches taking place here today. If you can pick up, if one player goes perfect on their particular console and picks up 12 points for that team, you just said it. That's pretty much enough.
I'll tell you what we're seeing, Richard, from the opening results in. No one is really running away with things as of yet. If Jay Sharp scores now, it won't be more than a consolation, unfortunately. As much of it was a great finish from Erling Haaland. Just because, as we know, Nottingham Forest, they've already got 4 points. They're sitting out this round. Leicester will have 4 points. It'll be another 4 points on the board for Spurs. That will put them on 7, unless there's been a result for Grilla in that game. Well, see, it's a 1-1 ending there between Everton and Spurs. And there we have it, full time in the Leicester City-Bournemouth matchup. And for 2 new players, what a start. 4 points from 6. They had to sit out the first round. I'm sure there was nerves, but there was a lot of excitement. And look, this man's enjoyed himself. 3-0 win. What a start for Leicester City.
And I'm smiling because that right there on the screen is what the ePremier League is all about. Veterans of the scene looking at this tournament potentially as a playoff opportunity. Yeah. As an opportunity to prove yourself once again as one of the best players in this country, Europe and the world. And then on the other side of it, rookies, newcomers, whatever you want to call them, first event that it is here, live in London, live on Sky, on the ePremier League finals, and you're putting a performance like that up. 3-1 in the opening game, a late consolation, otherwise it would have been a clean sheet. Really impressive stuff. Yeah, 30 grand tomorrow you win, and you'll get that fast track to the playoffs, which is a money can't buy prize. Obviously, if you qualify for that, there are more tournaments up for grabs. So, Richard, it's another game done and dusted here. For now, we're going to pass it back over to Rachel and the guys on the desk.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, off screen there, Gramerson was just giving a little bit of a clap to Leicester City there. What a statement for those guys. A 16-year-old and a 20-year-old in Koja and Deji there, getting 4 points like the boys just said, over a player, an England player. I mean, what does that send message-wise to the rest of the teams in their group?
I think it just says that if we're not going to fear anyone, but the fact that they can come out there already and get those 4 points just says they can play FIFA. And I think as well, that first game is so important, right? 16 years of age, first time on that big stage. Deji as well, first time here. And you're looking at it and you're going, you know, if we pick up a loss there, both of us, it could change the tournament massively for them. But 4 points on the board, we were bigging them up before it, weren't we? And they've delivered.
Gramerson, 16, were you playing FIFA yet? What was your first game like? Can you remember it?
I was a 2-time Spanish world champion at that time. So yeah.
Spanish world champion?
Yeah.
Spanish champion?
No, world champion. Spanish champion. No. Not that good. Not that good.
I've known you a long while. Was that in your other FIFA career? He's a very good chap, though. But obviously, as a 16-year-old, it's so tough, but they have such great role models now to look up to. And in terms of the Leicester guys, you know, probably look at, I would if I was a Leicester player, going, right, I'm representing my club that I follow. Look what they did in the Premier League, but they came out of nowhere and won the title. Let's try and inspire or take some of that inspiration into this, and that's what they're doing right there. A word on Mitch Hayward, though, being that E-Lions person. He has, I guess, that monkey in his back. Everyone wants to beat him, though. Do they, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, for Mitch, obviously, he'd be a little bit disappointed to not get the result that he probably would have wanted there, but also, he's been there and done it. He's been around for so many years. I know that he has got that little bit of the fire just to say that he wants to perform, he wants to show what he can do. One of the things that he's so good at is working the byline, off across, and also, if he gets a lead, it's very, very difficult to get that goal back against him. So I have no doubts that he'll come back out into that next game and feel a little bit more confident. You know, you don't represent the E-Lions and not have the calibre.
Yes, high release, I'm sure. Just go in the next round, just see what we can do there. Got a point, didn't he, Mitch Hayward? OK, well, Everton took on Spurs in the pod behind us there. Kyle Walker's over there talking to the Everton boys. How did that result go down, Kyle?
Well, yeah, let's get the lowdown from both of them. Josh, Joseph, it's great to have you here. Not at the best of times, as we've just been talking. You have got another game, but Josh, I want to come to you because you scored in the 80th minute against Gorilla, and then in the 93rd minute, it didn't go your way.
It didn't. I fumbled the bag. Instead of holding the ball up the pitch, I went back for a stupid reason, lost the ball, done another stupid thing, an offside trap, which led him to an open goal.
And I know that's difficult to take, but you've got to stay positive because, as you can see, your next opponents are setting up just behind us. You're facing Leicester right now, so although the results haven't gone your way so far in the tournament, what are you going to do to stay positive now?
Just keep trying to play our game. I'm confident with the 2 games left we can still get points, so yeah, we'll just try and play our best and see what happens. How
great is it to be here and to be representing Everton? I know this is going to mean a lot to both of you. You want to get through to day 2. How much would it mean if you can turn this around and actually make it to day 2?
It'd mean the world. Everton are my team. I've been an Everton fan since I've been born. I would love to do it.
And for yourself, day 2, how are you going to do this? You talked about staying positive, playing your own game, but what have you got to implement now?
Just try and play out like, our own game, just try and win every game. I said before in Intermission, don't come bottom. I'm here just not come bottom. I'll take fourth every day, so...
Oh, whoa. Top 2 is what we need, all right, and we're changing that mentality. Rachel, Grav, Alex, I'm going to throw it back to you. I'm going to have a bit of a positive team talk with these guys because they need to change that mentality.
You do that, Kyle. I'd like to actually sit in on that team talk and see exactly what Kyle has to say to them. He's always positive, so I'm sure the Everton boys' mentality will change around when Kyle's had them a good talking to. But they're obviously playing Leicester next, so a really tough match-up there, especially after we saw what the Leicester boys can do, making their debuts here at the EPL. Of course. Well, let's get a roundup then from some of those results as well, starting with the PlayStation leg from Newcastle West Ham right now. Okay, let's see how these guys got on in this. If you want to take this one, Gravison.
Yeah, pretty much. Ginola scoring all over the place. But yeah, Ginola, one of the best players you can see. Obviously, we had like 3 different chances to the goals. All of 3 of them coming from the left side of Ginola. Have you seen that?
I was just very shocked by that. You saw David Beckham going for the little rainbow flick into the power shot. It almost gave me flashbacks to when I played against Gary from Brentford. He did the same thing to me there. So.
We're back to Newcastle West Ham now as well, and I always like just seeing what kind of players. You've got Eric Cantona, Virgil van Dijk, completely different eras playing against each other, which is great.
It's the thing about Ultimate Team, you know? You get the chance to pair up Van Dijk against Beckham, for example, so yeah.
This is the Xbox leg of the matches now with Leeds, Chelsea here. Chelsea, yeah, nicely done for them to make it all squared. One apiece there. But Leeds, we could hear them, couldn't we, in the form of Ololito as well. I'm not sure how vocal Tom Stokes is. Not as much as Ollie, I think, but they were shouting back there in their pod, just showing exactly what it means to them. It went pretty close, didn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the things that I always love about Ololito as well. You know when he's in the building. Even from game 1, game 2, he's letting you know when he scores, and everyone can see that as we see Everton coming across there against Spurs. A lot of these goals are very similar, aren't they, Gravison? The little cut back off across, trying to find that simple tap-in.
Yeah, pretty much. But you see here, actually, it's hard to do in the 90 minutes to have just the ice on the veins to just control and not tap in the first time. But yeah, we see the results in the Xbox side of things, and West Ham had a really close game. But yeah, Ololito has been playing consistently good today.
Yeah, West Ham 4-3 over Newcastle. Ololito, of course, plays for Leeds United 4-2 over Chelsea. Leicester 3-1 over Bournemouth, and Tottenham Everton 1-1 there. PlayStation results went as follows. So West Ham again 4-3 over Newcastle. Leeds United 5-1. That's probably what Ololito was shouting about behind us. We said, it's making a lot of noise there. Calm down. Bournemouth Leicester 2-2, and Spurs Everton. Spurs getting that win 1-0. Kyle Walker is currently having a team talk to those Everton boys. I'm going to try and have a word and see what he had to say. Okay, Group C standings after 2 rounds. So Leeds United, 12 points. Perfect so far. West Ham and Man United, 6 each. We kind of bigged those 3 teams up. At the moment, the script is going to form. Newcastle and Chelsea yet to get off the mark. Group D. Let's see what happened there. Tottenham, again, as we expected, 7 points, sitting at the top of the table. Leicester, Forest and Bournemouth all on 4 points. I cannot wait for round 3 to see if they can be separated. And Everton as well on 2 points. At the moment, at the bottom. A lot still to play for. Remember, each team has to play 4 times, and only the top 2 from each group go through, and we see a final 8 tomorrow on Sunday to try and get their hands on that top prize of £30,000. Guys, 3 more matches still to go today. We'll take a quick break, but come and join us for round 3 on the other side.
Welcome everybody to the ePremier League. I am Samantha Miller and I am joined by the wonderful Alia Harvey, who is a FIFA player as well as a caster. And we have a tasty fixture for you coming up. It is Nottingham Forest against Spurs, and it is a must-win game for Nottingham Forest. Tottenham Hotspur are extremely experienced with Tom and Gorilla. Alia, what can we expect from this game?
I mean, I think this is going to be a very, very close game. At the minute, you know, the second place in this group is really the one that everyone's eyeing up. So Nottingham Forest really need to win both of their games to sort of secure that second place spot. But, you know, between Tom and Gorilla, there's 13 years of competitive FIFA experience between them. This is their second year competing for Spurs together. So we see our coach give a little wave to the camera, but we're just going to jump to the fixtures now.
Well, we see Leeds United take on Manchester United, West Ham versus Chelsea. West Ham have shown some spectacular comebacks in this competition so far. Tottenham Hotspur against Nottingham Forest. Tottenham very experienced in the game, and Leicester City take on Everton. And it really is between Nottingham Forest and Leicester City. It's big between the two. They're both competing, but Tottenham Hotspur will really want to get some wins under their belt in this round of fixtures. And Alia, can I get your thoughts on Nottingham Forest?
I mean, I think in a way, against Spurs, I would say you wouldn't expect them to beat Spurs, especially considering Tom in 2020, his first ePremier League, he won it with Watford. So I think if Nottingham managed to beat Spurs, I think it's going to be a massive upset for them. But we are going to be watching the Xbox game, which has Gorilla, who has gone past the group stages before, but his best finish has been the round of 16. So he's definitely going to want to get to the knockouts tomorrow.
Well, Gorilla has so much experience, but he is still yet to win this. Tom knows what it's like to win, and Tom actually said that nothing would feel the same in comparison to his first ePremier League win. It wouldn't quite feel the same even if he won it this year. But regardless of that, these two will be desperate to win. He'll be desperate to get the win for Gorilla in particular, and it's important that Gorilla is able to keep his head in this game. It's all going to be about the mentality today. We know that Tom and Gorilla are a great pairing, but will Nottingham Forest be able to pull off a surprise? We'll have to wait and see, and we will shortly get things underway with Tottenham against Nottingham Forest. And here on the Xbox game, where we will see Gorilla try and get that win against Nottingham Forest. And Nottingham Forest start with possession. Alia, what do you think will be going through Nottingham Forest's mind, knowing how experienced Gorilla is?
You know, I think from his perspective with Redlac, he has competed in ePremier League before. This is his third one. In 2021 and 22, he's never got past the group stages, and he's coming up against someone who's just so experienced and knows the game so well. So if I were him, I wouldn't be scared, but in a way, I'd be a little bit worried for what Gorilla can do.
Well, Redlac is in the box, tries to get a shot off, and it is in the path with Van der Sar. A comfortable save in the end. You just alluded there that Nottingham Forest, Redlac does have experience in the ePremier League, so he won't fear Gorilla, and Gorilla will now go forward with Tottenham. Now, Alia, Gorilla, you know that player really well for Tottenham. What will be going through his mind now in this match?
You know, I think Gorilla's competed in so many different high-level tournaments that he sort of has learned from his mistakes on why he hasn't got all the way to the quarters, the semis, and even the finals. And I think, you know, he has competed in a few tournaments this year as well. And both Tom and Gorilla, they both are playing for the same organization. So that's going to be a massive contribution as well. But if I was Gorilla, I'd just be using my experience and saying, just stay calm, because I know I'm good enough.
Well, Tottenham have a corner here. Will they make something of it? In and around the box. Looks like Gorilla could get the opening goal of the game. He's twisting and turning in the box, and he plays it across. And nearly the opening goal there for Gorilla.
Yeah, you know, I think that this year especially, that's something you always see from FIFA players, is going to that byline and just passing it in. And I think, you know, Redlac probably did expect that, which is why we saw the save there. But I think it just goes to show the skill and the understanding of the game that Gorilla has.
Well, over on the PlayStation game, we are seeing the opening goal has been Nottingham Forest. They are leading 1-0, and we know how experienced Tom is. Well, look at that for a finish. Clinical fired into the back of the net. And Forest now has got the opening goal in this second game. And look at the composure there from Redlac. Bit of emotional. We're seeing there some emotions of scoring a goal against Gorilla. And Nottingham Forest have the lead in both games. How important will that be considering the table standings now, Alia?
Massively, you know, as we mentioned earlier, Nottingham need to win both of their games to really secure that second spot, because it is just so tight in this group. And you know, the RSD game where, you know, he scored first against Tom, this is his first time at the ePremier League and his first ever LAN event as well. So that's going to be a massive contribution to his, you know, his confidence, really. And I think we are seeing the trend with a lot of these games today as well. When one goal happens in one game, another goal's happening in the other as well. But as it stands, Nottingham are leading on both games, which isn't going to be easy for Spurs to take.
Do you feel like Nottingham Forest, the pressure seems to be off them and they're playing with creativity and freedom? But we're going to go back to the PlayStation game for now, where it is Nottingham Forest 1, Spurs 0, and it's Nottingham Forest who put a cross into the box and nearly a second goal to cushion the lead, nearly 2-0, but it's 1-0 and it is a corner to Nottingham Forest into the box. Well defended there by Spurs. Do you think Spurs might make a comeback now?
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, Tom is a very, very experienced player. You know, he plays for England as well, and that's just playing for your national team. He gains so much experience. But I think it's only the 21st minute of the game. He is 1-0 down. But we know with FIFA, a 1-0 goal, you know, a lead, sorry, it's honestly, it's nothing. So I expect Tom to be able to really pull a goal back here.
Well, Tom describes himself as a passionate player, and if he was to describe himself as a Premier League player, he actually said Højbjerg to the Spurs to break up the play, and he said that maybe he doesn't always give himself the credit he deserves, but right now it is Nottingham Forest trying to get that second goal of the game, and it's gone out for a corner, but Nottingham Forest knocking on the door for another goal in this game. A lovely turn there, and will it be the second again? Van der Sar to save it, and a lot of players are using the Van der Sar item. How important has that been today?
I mean, you know, we've casted, this is what, our 6th or 7th game today, and I think we've seen pretty much all the games we've casted, all of them are using Van der Sar. And, you know, if there's one icon card you had to choose, it would be Van der Sar. But we are going to switch back to the Xbox game now, when Nottingham Forest are still leading 1-0.
Well, can Nottingham Forest maintain this 1-0 lead against a difficult Spurs side to beat in Gorilla? Gorilla has sometimes lost his head, which is admitted to in games that will all be about that mentality that I mentioned earlier of remaining composed and just trying to get himself back in the game. But will it be Nottingham Forest to get to second? Yes, it will. Redlac with his second of the game. A comfortable lead now, 2-0. It was an excellent finish into the back of the net. Talk us through that goal, Alia.
I mean, I just feel like, you know, with FIFA, you have to take your chances. And really, there was so much space that I sort of saw that coming in a way that he was going to cross it in. But, you know, I think from Gorilla's perspective, he didn't really react to that goal, which is good because, you know, he has admitted before that he does lose his head a little bit. And, you know, 2-0, we have watched so many games today where people have come back from 2-0. So I think Gorilla just sort of needs to keep his head, which he has done really well today, and then just sort of try and get at least one goal back before half-time.
Well, here over on this Xbox game, games so far today. Are we going to see it from Spurs, or will Nottingham Forest be able to maintain this 2-0 comfortable lead? But it is Gorilla now that will try and pass the ball forward, and has he lost his head a bit there because he's played the ball off the pitch with no pressure, but we do know what a fantastic FIFA player Gorilla is. Do you think that he could pull one back?
I think he can, you know. I think you have to give credit to Redlac as well. He's 20 years old. He's very, very young player. He's pretty, well, I wouldn't say new to the scene, but he's not as experienced as Gorilla. But in a way, I feel like that is helping him, because he feels that, you know, if I can score against such an experienced player and a really, really good player, I can win this whole game.
Well, it is Spurs Gorilla that is going forward on the counter-attack now, trying to play the ball as quickly as possible. It's been intercepted now by Nottingham Forest, and it's been end-to-end. If you're Gorilla now, what tactics would you potentially change? Well, it is the half-time whistle. So if you're going in at half-time and you're 2-0 down, what might you look to do differently in the second half?
I mean, one thing we sort of see a lot of the pro players do is that at halftime they will look at the performance stats, because you can see where you're losing possession, where you're winning the ball, and I expect that's what Gorilla's going to do. But he's probably just going to speak with his coach and say, look, what do I need to do differently? And we can see here, really small on the screen, but Gorilla is changing his tactics. And, you know, these pro players, they won't just have one tactic or one formation in their lineup. They will probably have 4 different ones, 4 different situations. So I do expect Gorilla is going to switch his tactics, but Redlac probably will stick with the same.
Well, we've seen throughout the day a lot of teams change their tactics. We've seen quite a few go defensive when they're 2-0 up. So it will be interesting to see if Redlac does that with Nottingham Forest. He does look comfortable within this game so far, but really needs to maintain that lead, especially with the table standings. And that will be playing on his mind. Do you think that's why we might have seen real fire to his game in the first half?
I think so, you know, as well. When you know the stakes are so high at the ePremier League. Oh, we nearly just saw a comeback from Gorilla there. But, you know, the stakes are so high that you really have to go all out, because this tournament only happens once a year. Anyone can compete to try and qualify. So to be here is a massive privilege and honor for the players. So you really want to make your club proud.
Well, Spurs have a corner, and you can see there Gorilla, I think he went for the spectacular to try and curl it in from a corner, and we sometimes see players do that. But over on the other game on PlayStation, it is 2-0. Well, it's 1-0 to Nottingham Forest. What have your thoughts been on this game?
I mean, I
think
they
make it 2-0 now.
I mean, you know, I think it's just probably a bit of a shock to both Tom and Gorilla, because 2-0 on both games, you know, if I was them, I'd sort of think, I'm more experienced. How am I conceding these goals? I really should be winning. But I think it's sort of what you see with the young players. They're just not afraid.
Oh, Ginola who fires it into the back of the net for Nottingham Forest. A brilliant finish to make it 3-0. Gorilla can't quite believe it. He just let his head drop for a moment there. But Redlac is maintaining composure, and he's really fired up for this game. He knows what it means, and he's playing an excellent game of FIFA today. Redlac, a great performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just spectacular what he's been doing today. And, you know, Gorilla's just pulled him back to make it 3-1. But on the PlayStation game as well, with Tom and RSD, Nottingham Forest have made it 3-0. So this is really going to be quite the uphill battle for both of the Spurs players.
Incredible stuff. We could see a comeback on the cards. Now Spurs have got one back, but it's a difficult task ahead. And we're just seeing in this Xbox game, Gorilla with pure concentration there, wondering how he might change his tactics, because it is important for confidence for Gorilla to get himself back in the game. And he's on the attack now. Quick counter-attack. Do you think he might get another goal?
Yeah, you know, I think getting one goal so early on into the second half, yeah, potentially gonna see a second.
Here is he going to get a second goal to narrow down the scoreline, and that was his chance. Maybe just played the extra pass, and then a shot off target, and we're just seeing a break in play now. What do you think Gorilla might do? He really needs to change things up now.
I mean, I think that last chance he had there before that, you know, shot, I think I was wondering why he didn't pass it in. Like, it seems like he held the ball a little too long, but he got one goal back so early on in the second half. And if there's one thing we've seen with the ePremier League, you can be 3-0 down. You know, we were watching one of the games earlier. They were 3-0 down, and he pulled it back to win 4-3. So I think Gorilla really just needs to tap into his experience here and just remain calm. You know, I think he is sort of getting a little bit frustrated, shaking his head there. His head's dropped a few times as well. But, you know, this is FIFA. It's not impossible to really pull one back and at least get 1 point from this game.
Well, he is getting some coaching tips from his coach to see what he can do differently to try and get 2 goals, and that is to equalise in this match. Sure, Gorilla would have wanted a win against Nottingham Forest, but Redlac, such a young player, and he's playing with all the freedom in the world. He's coming forward here with Hullet, tries to get the cross. Let's see if he pulls it off. Turning in the box, some lovely skill moves there. Ginola, and Gorilla has kicked the ball out. Do you think Gorilla will get something from this game, or do you think Nottingham Forest will get another goal? Let's see. Ginola in the box, passed it across to De Bruyne, and Gorilla really needed to defend in a compact manner there.
Yeah, you know, I think as well, you know, one thing we've noticed in this tournament, the younger the players are, the more fearless they are. You know, we've seen 16, 17-year-olds competing in the other groups, and, you know, I just think probably Gorilla has more pressure on him with how experienced he is, the titles he's won. You sort of have that pressure of thinking, okay, I need to prove myself here, whereas the younger players are sort of, well, I don't have much to lose except just show people what I can do.
We are seeing a lot of creativity and flair from the young players, but right now it's Gorilla who really wants to add a second. Will he get it? Yes, he will! Gorilla's second of the game, and that will be a better chance now for Gorilla to get an equaliser, and it was another great finish in this game. We've seen plenty of them, but how important is that goal now for Gorilla? But let's just take a look at the other game. Lots going on, Alia.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the second game we've had where it's just such a high-scoring game, but we do see Forest go 4-0 up on PlayStation. So I think, you know, it's really down to Gorilla to try and save at least 1 point, potentially get all 3 for Spurs. But we have seen Gorilla change his tactics as well. He has gone to a 3-back, which means he's going to go all-out attack here because it's only 1 goal to chase for a draw.
Well, Tom can't quite believe it because Tom has won this competition before, the ePremier League, as we mentioned earlier. And he's also moved around FIFA teams in the game where he actually went for a record fee. So he has high expectations, a lot of pressure on him. Do we think that could be a factor in the way he's performing?
Yeah, you know, I think Tom has mentioned before as well, you know, that he does let the pressure sometimes get to him. And, you know, he's an incredible FIFA player, but I think he is coming up against someone. It's his first time at LAN and first time in the ePremier League. So for RSD, he's really just sort of like, I'm just going to go in, see what happens. And Tom's sort of got that pressure to actually perform and prove himself at this level. But it is down to Gorilla, really, to try and save a point.
And what's interesting with Redlac is he's not really, we've not seen a smile from him when he has scored these fantastic goals, and I think that's because he can't underestimate Gorilla. Gorilla has so much potential to get back in the game, but 3-2 is going to be more of a chance for Gorilla to do it, but Redlac seems to be confident. How do you think this one might play out? There's not much left to go in the game, but still time for another goal.
Yeah, definitely. You know, 15 minutes is more than enough time to score 1 goal, if not 2. But I think this is where we are seeing Gorilla's experience come through, because 2 goals in the second half, you know, Redlac potentially wasn't expecting that to happen, but he has kept his head throughout the whole thing, which is really important. And, you know, sometimes you see FIFA players, especially pros, potentially get a 4th here. No, great save by Van der Sar. But you have 2 types of pro players, the ones that actually celebrate and scream and the ones that just sort of sit there after they score.
Well, this game is certainly heating up. Very interesting. Nottingham Forest 3 with Redlac, and Gorilla has scored 2, and it is Gorilla that's going forward now. Are we going to see that equaliser? And it was well cut out by Nottingham Forest. That could prove crucial.
Yeah, definitely. You know, 10 minutes of the game, and you can see it is end-to-end. Redlac is trying to get 1 more goal because he knows that Gorilla has it in him to score 1 more and equalize. So I think we're going to just see attacking non-stop for the last 10 minutes of this game.
Well, Redlac would feel more comfortable if he was to add a 4, but Gorilla really going for the equaliser now, and this is where we might see the experience of Gorilla. And Gorilla has said that he really wants to win something. The amount of games he's played, the ratio of winning hasn't been to his expectations. Are we going to see now? Sprays the ball out wide to Saka, and he's not managed to keep it in. What would you do now if you were Gorilla?
I would literally just send all my players up and start attacking because, you know, as it currently stands, Nottingham Forest are going to take the win here. So what really do you have to lose than to just attack all out and try and get that third goal to at least equalise? But we might see Nottingham Forest score the 4th goal here.
Well, it is Trent Alexander-Arnold. Cuts it back to Hullet. I was about to say, will he go into the corner? It looks like he has. Just trying to time waste there and hang on to this lead. Not long left to go. The last remaining FIFA minute to go. And will Nottingham Forest take the win for this? And he's just trying to keep hold of the ball. Would you time waste now if you were Nottingham Forest?
Yeah, I mean, I think 3 points is so crucial, especially given what Nottingham Forest need to be able to secure that second spot. So it's not surprising, really, that the last 4 minutes of this game, he's just holding on to the ball and just making sure he doesn't lose it. But Nottingham Forest have secured 3 points on both Xbox and PlayStation, so that's 6 out of 6.
Absolutely incredible. The fearless Nottingham Forest, that win is huge for them in terms of that table, which we will show you shortly. But a fantastic game there from Redlac. He was holding on because it looked like at one point Gorilla could get himself back in the game. And Gorilla's capable of it, but for Redlac to play with that maturity, Alia, being a FIFA player yourself, how much did that impress you, that he was able to just run the clock down at the end and hold on to that win?
I think it just goes to show how strong his mentality is, because, you know, if you're 3-0 up and you concede 2 goals, it can go 2 ways. You either let the pressure get to you and you start panicking, or you just stay calm and composed, which is exactly what Redlac did. And, you know, unfortunately for Tom, he did lose to RSD, but he was smiling, and that's one thing you notice about Tom as well. Even if he loses, he still has a smile on his face, which is great to see.
Well, for 2 fantastic games there, absolutely brilliant from Nottingham Forest to secure the wins. But let's head over to Carl and Alex for some analysis.
Sam, thank you so much. Yes, let's break down those games right there. 2 very interesting results, maybe not one that anybody at home or anybody here would have expected. Let's jump straight into it, Alex. So we're going to look at Redlac's performance and specifically a moment that you enjoyed from that.
Yeah, definitely. Redlac was so composed throughout the whole game. We're going to start off with the first goal, which came from a throw-in. And this is all about asking questions of your opponent. Now, we can see in the bottom right, Gorilla goes for an offside trap. And he's doing that because he's scared of what we call a German cross, where the ball goes out wide and we're going to look for a deep cross. And that's exactly what we see Redlac do. Yaya Toure, using that L1 button on your controller, tapping it, that then means he's going to run and penetrate that defensive line. But that's not all that you have to do. You have to lay the ball out wide. Gorilla spots this and says, I'm a little bit nervous. Van Dijk, that manual switch, the second man press with the winger, and then saying, I need to respect this cross. But the problem is that if you give the player time and space on the ball and they can find that cross, it's so hard to stop. However, Kyle, you at home, you'd probably hit this first time, right?
I mean, yes, I definitely would, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably would. However, Redlac, calm and composed, says, you know what? I've got time to take that touch, bring it down, and almost ensure that he gets that guaranteed goal from it. And Redlac, as I said, a calm and composed performance against the former world champ.
And that's the difference between these guys competing right here and me just talking about it.
Exactly.
Or instructing you to talk about it right there. You said at the end of that game when he was just running that clock down that actually it was a great performance overall, and I think we've seen that throughout many of the other games as well. So let's have a look now very quickly at our other results just here. We started with Manchester United against Leeds United on the Xbox side of things. Leeds winning 1-0. I heard plenty of shouts from that pod just over there, but this was Manchester United equalising. Everton playing against Leicester City right here. It was 3-2, 91st minute, making it 4. JJ Kocher stepping up, what a legend. Right, West Ham against Chelsea. It was 2-1 to West Ham. Chelsea getting that score though to equalise it just there, and you can see those results on the Xbox side of things. Manchester United 1, Leeds United 1, Chelsea 2, West Ham 2, Nottingham Forest 3, Tottenham 2, Everton 4, Leicester 2. Right, let's get straight into our PlayStation highlights. And Alex, let's have a look at these.
Yeah, jumping into the PlayStation highlights, West Ham 3-0 up against Chelsea. Looking good, however. Hullet comes for that run through the middle, time, cancel of the shot, and then shoots across goal for a simple finish, as you like. Leicester versus Everton. Everton, though, find themselves 2-0 down, and Leicester, again, we see that drive down the line, working it over, good feet, simple pass off across. Keeper has absolutely no chance with that, and Leeds and Man United, a fierce rivalry in the Premier League. Leeds 4-3, which obviously is solid. So them two dropped one game with a point so far. The rest of it is wins across the board for them. As we see, Leeds 6-3 against Manchester United. West Ham picking up a 4-0 win against Chelsea, which is going to see them drop out of the tournament. Tottenham Hotspur, unfortunately, there's a 4-0 loss to them against Nottingham Forest. RSD putting in the performance there. And then Leicester versus Everton. Leicester picking up that 3-0 win.
Right, let's have a quick look then at Group C and the standings after those games. Leeds United top of the table, 16 points. They've won 5 and drawn 1. Yet to lose, same as West Ham there in second with 10 points. And then we look at Manchester United on 7, Chelsea on 1, and Newcastle United yet to get a win or a draw. They've lost 4 there on 0 points. Now looking at Group D, Alex.
And moving over to Group D, Nottingham Forest, as we just saw, putting in a convincing performance, sat on 10 points. Leicester City, the 16-year-old, doing the bit so far, but will have a tough competition up against Tottenham Hotspur's Gorilla and Tom Lees. It's very tight in this group. Everton with 5 points, and Bournemouth, which is going to see Mitch Hayward and Jay Sharp, currently sat bottom, which is not where they wanted to be.
Right, well, we've got plenty more FIFA action coming up, so do not go anywhere. The players, they're set and ready to go. We're going to take a short break, but when we get back, we'll be continuing in Group C and D.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second last round of the group stages here in London, England for the ePremier League finals. My name is Leah Ravel, if you are just joining us, and alongside me is my co-caster on set. We are excited to cast the next game for you. We have an exciting matchup. They've all been really exciting. A lot of intensity, a lot of excitement throughout the entire day. Some players, unfortunately, already going home, and some still fighting for it all. You see our next matchup, or one of the matchups here, we have Chelsea versus Newcastle United. Chelsea, we've seen struggle perhaps a little bit.
We've been following a couple of games so far. That game's going to be going on elsewhere, but we're going to be following Nottingham Forest versus Leicester, because that game has got a little bit more riding on it. So we want to see how the groups are going to pan out, and that's going to be very interesting to see for sure. But this one's going to be a little bit special as we see some of the fixtures that we've got coming up in this round.
Definitely. So Manchester United, West Ham. West Ham actually just coming off of a really exciting win, looking to, you know, take it all. Manchester United is sitting in third place in that table, so Manchester United are going to want to get those potential 6 points. Chelsea Newcastle is at the bottom of the table, but the game that we'll be watching today is Nottingham Forest Leicester City on this main stream, and then Everton Bournemouth at the last.
Well, there you go. There's the matchup that we are going to be following. I've got to say, Nottingham Forest definitely had a conversation before those team pictures were taken to make sure that everything was in line. So they looked like they were ready to go, and certainly playing as a team. Hopefully, they will be able to play as a team in this round, there, Leah, because we keep talking about how the importance of matches ramps up as we get through the day. Well, we're getting towards the end of today, so there's only a few matches left to go. So every single point that you can pick up, especially if it's 3 points, can be such a big difference maker when it comes to those final group tables.
A big difference maker indeed, and we will see that for these games here. Like you said, everything is on the line. Everyone wants to make it to that Sunday final. You want to be there. You want to be eligible for that £100 prize pool, and that's what these players are competing for. That's what's on the line. As we kick off here between Newcastle and Leicester, any predictions?
It's going to be a tight game for sure. We've got Nottingham Forest, RSD is going to be representing them, and you've got Kozza on the other side for Leicester City. And every single chance that's going to be created so far in this game, I would say, is going to be a game, a shot that's got more pressure on it than we would have seen in previous rounds, the previous matches, because these games are going to get tighter and tighter between the players, between the teams, due to the fact that everyone has something to either play for or to hold on to. If you're in a good position in the tables right now and you're sitting, you know, at the top, you're feeling pretty good, then you know you don't have to go for the 3 points. You could try and play out for the draw. You could try and play a little bit more of a defensive game, a patient game, whereas if you're chasing things, you have to be the aggressor. And speaking of aggressors, look at Erling Haaland just flying down that far side, almost finding the cutback early on for Nottingham Forest.
A little bit of a mispass there, I would say. You know, Ginola was running in, and perhaps that could have gone to him. I thought actually Haaland was going to take that shot with the space that he created with that ball roll, but unlucky. Still early, though. Early days here. And yeah, as you mentioned, a lot on the line, and as we move forward in these group stages, the more important these matches become, and the more game management, debatably, you need to be able to kind of see out the games with whatever tactic, for lack of a better word, you have in mind.
There's ball into the box. There's a knockdown from Haaland. There's a cancel McGeady spin. I thought for a second that Edwin van der Sar almost run past that, but he managed to get down to his right-hand side and pull off the save to send it behind for a corner. And finally, the danger has kind of disappeared for just a few moments for Leicester City, but every time Nottingham Forest have picked up the ball so far, RSD has looked extremely dangerous and has found space in behind.
And something to mention, we do have a lot of very experienced competitors, but we also have a lot of very young competitors, 16 years old, under the lights, on a stage like this, with the amount of money on the line that there is, being broadcasted on Sky Sports. Premier League fans all over the country are watching these matches. That's a lot of pressure. So for those of you at home, picture yourself on a stage in front of thousands of people, lights on your face. That's a lot. To be able to be comfortable with that and perform on top of that is a big feat. A chance there from Ginola, but saved well by Van der Sar again. The first chance we've seen from Leicester so far.
I say it many times, like you say, a lot of pressure on these players, some of them familiar to the situation on the main stage, you know, with the lights and the cameras, some of them not so, and it's about making sure that you find a comfortable place to play the same game that you play at home or you played at the club playoffs to get here. And it seems at the moment that Nottingham Forest and RSD certainly looking the more comfortable. The problem for them is, though, haven't created the chances, haven't found the goal, and if you have a good period of play and you're the aggressor, you're the one who's going forward and creating opportunities, and all of a sudden your opponent scores that one goal to give him the lead in the game, he's got something to hold on to. And all of a sudden your hard work is almost for nothing at some points.
Definitely, I think we've seen Chelsea pick up a little bit here. He does have some space with Mudryk, but isn't able to get the shot away. He's defended well by Nottingham Forest.
There's a first-time ball over the top, just trying to catch that defensive line stepping up, or maybe use the physical presence of Erling Haaland to cause some problems, but not going to catch Leicester City off guard here as Koza starts to build an attack going forward. But again, Nottingham Forest win that ball back pretty comfortably. It's been a very interesting game. We saw a little bit of early pressure coming in from Nottingham Forest as we see RSD coming forward once more, goes for that cross into the box, having triggered the run from midfield. Can't connect this time, but there's been some good moments for Leicester as well. In and around that 18-yard box, got into some really, really strong positions, just not had the finish though.
It's been a relatively even matchup from both sides. We haven't seen too much, but as we've seen in previous games, it's all a game management tactic. Some players like to play aggressive right off the drop, and then some players like to feel out the opponent. We actually did see a tackle like that in a previous game that resulted in a red card, and Southampton playing down to 10 men. Will that be a red card? It was.
Oh my
goodness. Was another red card. That's a
blow,
wow.
for sure.
Blow.
That's certainly a blow, especially when it's such an influential centre-back like Virgil van Dijk. We've seen a couple of different partnerships, whether it be in a 3 or a 2. You've seen Saliba, you've seen Vidic in there as well. You've seen Vieira stepping into that centre-back role. But Van Dijk has kind of been the mainstay. He's been the first pick for a lot of these players. So losing that centre-back, not only is he one of the strongest centre-backs that you have in the game, but you're going to lose a position elsewhere. You're going to have to lose and sacrifice an attacker. And Nottingham Forest, they've got to make the most of that as Leicester find themselves down to 10 men.
Definitely, I think, given that Leicester was perhaps slightly on the back foot in this match already, being down to 10 men is not going to be helpful for them. Over in the other game where their teammates are playing, Nottingham Forest has taken the lead 1-0.
And it's Ginola who gets through on goal. He used perfectly timed ball roll to get around the goalkeeper as well after the step overs to just accelerate away from that centre-back. So just good isolation in the 1v1 and making sure that he beat his man. He got to the goalkeeper and didn't choke under the pressure that can sometimes get players. Went round the goalkeeper and finished very, very smartly. So a very important goal there for Nottingham Forest. And you would feel with 11 players on the pitch, RSD is probably in a position now to add more pressure onto the other teams in this group. If he could pick up 3 points here and make the most of the man advantage, then that would be a huge round here for Forest.
Definitely, we're nearing half-time, and we'll see whatever potential changes that RSD is going to make going into that second half. But like you say, perhaps a little bit of pressure taken off. Ginola almost with a chance there and some space. Would be quite impressive to see Chelsea take the lead being down to 10 men. Erling Haaland did have some space there. Tries to get the ball or scoop away and get some space in behind, but no such luck.
An update from the other game. We just saw the first goal going in, but Nottingham Forest have now doubled their lead, and it was Ginola who got the first. Well, it looks like it might be him who gets the second as well. Instead, he's going to stand it up. Lovely little reverse elastico to get it onto that right foot. Green timing across goal, very difficult for the goalkeeper to deal with, and that's just, again, just some great 1v1 attacking play. And it's Ginola who puts the finishing touches as we go into half-time here in our feature game with no goals to report.
None whatsoever. We've seen the game slow down a bit since that red card. And I think it looks like that's the tactic that Leicester is using going into the second half. Maintaining as much possession as they can, not trying to make any mistakes to give up that possession, and waiting for the right opportunity.
Sometimes it's, like you say, you lose that extra man, and if you're watching some FIFA esports for the first time here and you're thinking, oh, that's going to be completely one-sided now, it kind of, in FIFA esports, a red card isn't a complete game changer sometimes. You can still attack on one side of the pitch, you can still overload on one side of the pitch. It's just you have to give up what feels like a winger or maybe a central attacking midfielder, but you can still be a big part of this game. It's not going to hurt you as much as, say, you know, on the real pitch, so to speak. So for Leicester City, it is still an opportunity in this game to come away with something, whether it be 1 point or 3 points. And speaking of clawing their way back into the game and coming away with something, Leicester have struck back
in the other game that's going on right now, and it's Ruud Hillet in on goal, and I will say that is a beautiful little ball over the top there, a lovely little dink, and that's going to certainly make the confidence maybe come back into the squad.
I think that we mentioned what is possible with a red card in down to 10 men, and as you said, you can still attack, you can still come out ahead while being down, especially on the virtual pitch, but on the opposite end, those spaces on the pitch can be really taken advantage of, and I think that's what Nottingham is going to look to do against Leicester.
One thing you can't do is make mistakes, and he made a little bit of a mistake there, gave that ball away just for a second, and that nearly hurt him very much so in the creating space in behind with the attackers still up the pitch. Saliba is going to step forward though and make sure that he gets that ball away. Now you can see Leicester City starting to come forward a little bit more themselves. Furpa on the far side, strong tackle once again as we go into the pause menu. So it looks like a time for a little bit of a tactical readjustment from some of our players.
I think so. I think this is a good time for Leicester to refocus, understand that if they want to get any points from this match, they're going to have to really lock in, really make some changes. Obviously, they're limited now to the changes that they can make. They've already made one of their substitutions. They've already, conceded a goal. I think they're definitely at a deficit at this moment, but anything can happen.
Certainly can, and a game this tight as well. The longer it goes on and you've got 11 players on the pitch against 10, you start to think, oh, I'm not making the most of this. Oh, where's my space? Like, why am I not creating more opportunities? You start committing a few men forward and all of a sudden you get caught in the counter-attack. So it's a very difficult balancing act, even if you have that extra player available on the pitch to make the most of it. But here's that chance he's been looking for, and finally we do have a goal, and it goes to the 10 men here of Leicester City. Beautiful little shimmy inside of the box. The step overs once again so effective here on the virtual pitch, and it's going to be Janola who puts it past the goalkeeper. And the 11 men right now, they've got to chase the game against the 10.
We were just mentioning how teams down a man can still attack. They can still have that confidence. They can overload one side, and that's exactly what we've seen. That'll have to definitely cause a little bit of confidence now going into this second half, especially given that their counterparts on the other console are trailing. And now, an update from the other game, they are trailing 3-1 instead of 2. With Ruud Hillet into space, Janola is always the one, passes it on to João Felix with that outside of the boot shot, and gets to the back of the net.
Well, Forest have got some questions to answer now. For Koza, it's been a bit of a rescue job after the red card, but look at the players now flooding forward. Haaland makes the run. Instead, he's going to go across onto the left foot. I believe that's Cantona with the finish. And Forest back into this one. And you can see almost a reaction of relief coming in from RSD for a few seconds there. Now he's thinking, I got the equaliser. I need to go on and win this one.
Definitely a great Green time finish indeed. It was. And obviously, again, like I mentioned, with his console counterparts being up 3-1, he's in a good spot now. Even with the draw, ideally, we take all 6 points from a matchup like this. But I'm sure at this moment, they'll be happy with 4.
It was indeed Eric Cantona doing it on the virtual pitch. Like we mentioned, these teams made up of past and present Premier League players. That's why you see in the likes of Ruud Hillet, Eric Cantona, David Ginola so prevalent in these squads. And it's going to be Cantona this time challenging aerially. Now for Koza, having worked so hard with the 10 men on the pitch to get into a position to take the lead, can he create something more? Can he maybe steal away 3 points? Or do you think he's going to be happy with 1?
I think he'd be obviously happier with 3, but I think given the position that they're in right now, I think they'll be happier. I think they'd be happy to take 1 point away, but at any given time, goal differential still matters, so they'd be happiest to take 3. For those of you guys watching at home, Ante mentioned that they are using past and present players, so that's why you'll see Ruud Hillet, you'll see Cantona on the pitch, but if you weren't familiar with the FIFA 21 Ultimate Team game mode in FIFA, or FIFA 23 rather. And a chance there from Nottingham. That he's singing, he's dancing. Erling Haaland takes the lead again, and Nottingham Forest at this moment have all 6 points. I was mentioning almost a nostalgic factor. You have some nostalgia being able to play with icons, legends of the game that you've seen play for your respective clubs in the Premier League.
Well, it's a very important goal here for Nottingham Forest. RSD I love the fact that he's approached this game and he never got flustered, even though he had the man advantage and went down by 1. He never lost composure. He found that equaliser, and now he's starting to find a little bit more space in behind as well. It's Erling Haaland who does get that finish. And even though we saw the first, I will call it a celebration when he got that equaliser, it was more of a, okay, it's 1-1 now. That one was, okay, I feel very confident now. We might be looking at 3 points or maybe even 6 points from the 2 games. Now he's flowing forward and he greens it, gets a little bit fortune on the rebound. There's a smile, and you can see it's like if you were to draw a graph of like happiness through celebration right now for Forest, RSD is on the up and up.
You see the tongue out, the smiles, the laughs, the dancing. They know at this point they've secured those 6 points out of a possible 6. Unlucky for Leicester to obviously get that card early, but at this point, you know, after I would say the first 15-20 minutes, Nottingham has controlled most of that game.
Been really solid so far, and we've just seen the 3rd goal in this game. Well, bad news if you're supporting Leicester City right now, because Nottingham Forest have found a couple more goals in this game. De Bruyne, once again, just breaking to the byline. It's a simple FIFA goal with a cutback to Ginola, and then we did see a little bit of a consolation here. Maybe there is a bit of room for a late comeback, as we see Leicester City tiptoeing inside the box. A little dink to the back post, and a header to make that one just a 2-goal difference between the 2 teams. But Vidic is in a very aggressive position up the pitch here from a Leicester City play towards the end of this game. But 3-1, you would think, with 5 minutes left, possession here for Nottingham Forest. It's looking like 6 points.
It's looking like 6 points, and I think they'll be happy. They, in my opinion, deserve the 6 points. You know, especially after coming off of that red card early in the game. Another potential chance here by Mudryk. He's got the space. He takes the shot. It's saved well by Van der Sar, but is still in play. But Leicester's able to maintain, or regain rather, some of that possession. I think they managed the game well. RSD didn't attack too fast. Weghorst has some time. Oh, some probably unnecessary skill
this
moves.
is unnecessary. This is showboating. And to be fair, when you're in the last few seconds of the game and you've got a lead in the way that you do, we saw him going for the Rabona finish at the near post just before that. And then we see, you know, clean through on goal, cancels the skill move, goes for a little scoop turn. But maybe he's going to pay, because there's still time left in this game, even though it is just seconds. Manages to get the block in, and the final whistle should go in the next few moments. It does indeed, and it's 3 points for RSD and Nottingham Forest, and that is certainly going to put a smile on his face, even though he looks more relieved than anything.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you could see a sigh of relief from his face. But Nottingham does, at this moment, take all 3 points. This is their counterparts. Nottingham Forest leading 5-2. Almost finishing off. Nottingham, a comfortable lead. Leicester would... It's virtually impossible at this point for Leicester to come back from a 3-goal deficit.
I'll tell you what, if Leicester do manage to come back in this game, then it would be one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen. At the moment, it's all about how many at the other end of the pitch. Erling Haaland is going to add another, which makes it a 6-2 players forward at the moment, just trying to create anything to get back into the game, and that makes the game very simple. If you win the ball back, just play it over the top into that space, and when you've got the pace, the power, and of course the finishing attributes of Erling Haaland, he's never going to miss from those kind of situations. So Nottingham Forest, this is more of a victory lap, more than seeing the game out like we saw as we go into the 90th minute.
Definitely, and I think this is, what, 9-3 on aggregate, in an aggregate score, which is quite a hefty scoreline.
You would take that, yeah, 100%.
We would take that. We would definitely take that, and I think Nottingham Forest is happy with that result. Leicester City will be disappointed, obviously, conceding a red card so early in the game, but congratulations to Nottingham Forest on that big win, and commiserations to Leicester. You see the chivalry, the sportsmanship between teammates and opponents. They all know each other. They've all played against each other. They know what it means to be on this stage.
Very big result then for Nottingham Forest, getting those points and getting 6 of them. We saw how the tables were kind of stacking up and how important that fixture was going to be between the two clubs. And to come out with not just 4, but 6 points, I think is absolutely huge. And I've got to say, Leah, I think that's maybe a step in the right direction for them. If they get out of groups, they could be dangerous.
Definitely, and I think it'll be a really exciting day of the grand finals tomorrow to see who goes home with that prize pool. But first, we still have one more round. Before we get there, we will hear from Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much, Leah, and Onset there. Well, Forest pretty much look like they're going to go through to tomorrow. They still have one game left to play. Gravison, I wanted a word, though, on Redlac. You said you played with him online in training, and you knew he was as good as we've seen today.
Yeah, definitely. I've trained with him since the West Ham days, and you kind of see when you train with someone, you see pretty easily who's a mechanic player or who's kind of a build-up man, and his build-up is really good. Starting from the defense to the midfield, it's just like he sees the passing system by itself pretty easily. So I think that kind of player usually is more of a player who can perform consistently good, more than a mechanical player who depends on whether he's good on that day mechanically or not. So that doesn't surprise me because I've trained with him for the last 3 years, I'd say, and he's really good.
Yeah, and his obviously teammate as well, RSD, is doing the job as well. In his pro phase, he loves to attack, not very good at defending. Well, he's had a well-rounded game so far, let's say that for Forest. So still one more round of fixtures to go, and there's a massive one as well brewing. It is West Ham taking on Leeds United, and Kyle is over there with Ololito from Leeds.
Thank you, Rachel. Ololito, great to see you here. Top of the table. I mean, it's been a great start. Not the perfect start, you know, only 5 wins and a draw. Yep. But I'm sure you're happy with it, nonetheless.
For sure. I mean, if anyone would have said that we would have 16 points after our 3 games, I would definitely take that, you know. And I think I'm playing good. Tom is playing fantastic. So, yeah, we're off to a very good start. Last game now versus West Ham, which will be a very tough one, but always doing our best, right, and always aiming to get 6 points.
Now, one thing about you, I've seen you over the last few years, you never seem to show, not much emotion, but any nerves or any anger or too much that is a negative emotion, let's say. You like to just be quite calm, quite cool, quite collected as well. How are you feeling right now?
To be honest, in all my goals, I've been screaming today. So I've been trying to get myself fired up a bit. This is my first LAN tournament with my new coach as well. So always like trying to build on that kind of partnership, you know. Yeah.
Well, we can see right here some of your reactions, some of your goals, some of those games as well. I mean, looking at this one, though, this goes back because this is last year, and we know that an opponent that you're coming up against for West Ham, goal poacher, you're not coming up against him, but he's part of the team you'll be facing. He was the reason why you didn't get your hands on the trophy, as he beat your then teammate, Mitch Haywood, last year. So a bit of revenge coming this year. You know, have you got to revenge that one?
I hope so. I mean, he's a fantastic player, doing really, really good this year as well. So I guess lucky for me, I'm not playing him this round. But as I said, like when we're playing, we always aim to get the 6 points right and finish top of the table. Yep.
Now, obviously, this is an arena that you've had much success in quite recently as well. Final question I've got for you. More success tomorrow? Will you be getting your hands on those trophies? Give us a straight answer. Come on.
Maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
Come on. I thought I was getting the latest scoop from you there, Ololito. Well, good luck for that one. I'll let you go and get ready for that next matchup. Leeds against West Ham United, a huge one. We've heard from Ololito here. Rachel, he said maybe. I thought we were going to get a yes from him.
He's not going to deal with secrets, is he, yet, Carl? One more match still to be played. So we'll see how that one goes down. West Ham taking on Leeds United. They're getting ready behind us. That's round 5. But before we get to round 5, let's just clear up round 4 then, and starting with the Xbox highlights from this round 4 of fixtures. Let's jump into this first one here. Bournemouth, Everton. Let's see how they got on there with Bournemouth 2 goals up over Everton at that stage. And then we were speaking about the East Midlands derby here, which we had Forest 4-2. Then that was their 5th and final goal, which we just saw go in there. Back to West Ham, Man United now. West Ham again, 16 points next to their name, going into the final round of fixtures. And then Newcastle, Chelsea. Surprised with that result there? Four goals each.
I mean,
the end.
Both of them really are more than likely out of this tournament. So to see lots of goals,
is great.
You might as well go out and just have fun with it, yeah.
Yeah, let's just quickly round up then those results. West Ham 5, Man United 3, Newcastle United, Chelsea 4 all. Leicester City there losing 6-2 in the end to Forest, and Bournemouth 2, Everton 1. Right, let's jump over to the PlayStation highlights as well from that round 4 of fixtures. Let's start off then with Everton and Bournemouth. And Everton pretty much dominating there, 4-2, and Bournemouth getting a 3rd then, right near the end of that match. West Ham 4-1 over Man United, again, equally good on whatever console there, Gravison, which is pretty impressive.
I mean, what a goal. I was just kind of watching it because I was like, man, just the left foot there on that were amazing. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of Cantona today. That's, for me, like, it's impressive because it's the first time we actually see Cantona like in an actual event. I'm happy with that. Bring those legends back.
Exactly.
I don't know, it makes me happy in a way.
Well, finally then, Man United 2, West Ham 4, Newcastle 4-1 over Chelsea, Forest 3-1 over Leicester, and Everton 4-3 over Bournemouth. OK, let's look at how Group C stands after 4 rounds. One more round left to play. Leeds there, they take on West Ham, 16 each. So it's to be seeded first. And the narrative here we're building is whoever finishes top avoids Liverpool, which is a pretty big deal. So it's bragging rights to see who is not going to play Tex and Diogo tomorrow. Man United 7, Newcastle 4, Chelsea 2. Unfortunately, we're pretty much saying go home semi, so we know that that's how it's looking. So it's just for seeding in Group C. Let's look at Group D then. So Forest, again, going through on 16 points. It's as close as you like there between Everton, Bournemouth, Leicester and Spurs. 8 and then 7 points. All the final 3 are on 7th point, sorry. So, yeah, let's see what happens in this final round of fixtures. So Everton have obviously played all their matches as well, so it's really about what happens below then to see if they can hold on. I'm not looking likely at that point in the competition. We'll see what happens though, guys. All still to play for in Group D. Group C, it's just about who finishes top of the table and avoids Liverpool tomorrow. Come back and join us and see what happens in the last round of fixtures.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League finals, and we have a massive game up next with Group C. This is one who is going to top the group. West Ham up against Leeds. Massive game, Dan.
Top the group, but more importantly, whoever wins the group gets to avoid Liverpool tomorrow. Yes. I think everyone just wants to avoid Liverpool. I think they have been one of the biggest threats in this competition, so that's going to be in the back of the mind, I'm sure. So very excited to see who's going to take this one.
Goal poacher up against Stokes, but our feature game is actually going to be Dan Wright up against Ollie Lito. And talk to me about this game. Who do you expect to come out on top?
I mean, Ollie Lito has been not just a fan favourite, but a favourite in the competitive FIFA scene for the last few years. And I would say he has the edge, but what a time to make your name known for Dan Wright, to be the one to take down the likes of Ollie Wright. And of course, there is plenty of other fixtures going down. There is more to be had here in Group C and D. You've got Leicester City versus Tottenham, Bournemouth versus Nottingham Forest as we try and wrap up Group D as well. And then a game between Newcastle United and Manchester United, which unfortunately neither of those teams can progress over there.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is where our attentions do turn. And like you say, avoiding Liverpool could be the most successful thing these teams do in the tournament so far.
Yeah, we'll have to see who is going to be able to take this game by the scruff of its neck then, as both teams look to be ready to lock and load. West Ham versus Leeds to see who is going to top this group.
It's going to be Ollie Lito in the white, kicking from left to right, and Dan Wright kicking from right to left in the claret and blue of West Ham. Can the Hammers come out on top here? Will goal difference play a massive and key factor in this game, with both teams level on points heading into this one?
We'll definitely be keeping an eye on what's happening on the PlayStation side as well, because goal difference could well and truly make the biggest of differences, as West Ham looking to try and break the deadlock early here. And certainly you've got to try and apply a lot of pressure to a player like Ollie Lito. He's so defensively sound, knows exactly how he wants to strategize.
Say that though, Eric Cantona will break the deadlock. Dan Wright puts West Ham 1 goal to the good.
Just as I say, he's defensively sound. Dan Wright penetrates at the right time, manages to get the ball through, and I said you want to make a name for yourself against one of the biggest and best in the world. This is the time to do it. West Ham, who have yet to drop a game so far in this tournament. And Dan Wright's looking to try and continue that form, but it's the same can be said for Leeds. They've also yet to drop a game, and it looks like at the moment it's West Ham in the ascendancy, and Ollie Lito just clinging on right now.
Dan Wright smells blood in the water here, and Ollie Lito's barely had a kick in the ball so far. Just how direct those passes have been, completely bypassing the midfield, and David Beckham almost applying the finishing touches to a beautiful move. Here's Ruud Gullit, edge of the box, but tries to find the Frenchman in Ginola. Unable to do so on this occasion, but giving the ball away cheaply again as he tries to fire it towards Cantona. But you can see he's not trying to waste any time, mince any words, straight to goal.
Well, one thing I've always credited a player like Ollie Lito for is how quickly he can find out what his opponent is doing wrong, and he finds a gap here, and oh, just wide off the post. And what a chance that could have been for Ollie Lito. Will he look back at that one as a missed opportunity to really try and put Dan Wright into a position where he would then be the one worrying about things? But now Dan Wright can look to just hold on to possession, calm down a little bit, and not allow Ollie to have those chances again.
Dan Wright looking to take the sting out of the game, fires him towards Ginola, goes for the croqueta, a little bit fortuitous, and Cantona fires across Van der Sar, and doubles his lead. West Ham in the driving seat.
And sometimes the game is that cruel. Ollie Lito comes so close, and then Dan Wright just barrels down the other end, and Cantona, you cannot deny him. Doesn't matter the range, he seems to just have it. And now suddenly 2-0 to West Ham, and Leeds were cruising in this group, and don't get me wrong, you can see as it stands, Leeds would still progress. And maybe a German cross here will provide a goal for Ollie Lito, and that's what Ollie Lito does best. Just when you least expect it, he manages to pluck something out of nowhere and suddenly turns this game into a very interesting one indeed.
Dan Wright not given time to settle after getting that opening 2 goals, as Ollie Lito fires himself right back into the game with the help of Kevin De Bruyne and that scissored volley. But this game is so open, it's back and forth here. Emerson Royal inside, then Kevin De Bruyne cut out by his opposite number.
And I think you were completely right. Don't allow your opponent to settle. How many times today have we seen a player go 2-0 up and then just control the game, control the possession? and their opponent never able to get back into it. But this is what Olilito does.
David Beckham then has Haaland to his left, finds him, but Van der Sar gets out and smothers the danger. Chances for both players. What a start. 25 minutes gone. We've hardly been able to catch a breath here. Goal mouth action left and right.
And this is where experience does become a factor for Dan Wright. You cannot allow Olilito back into this game, so you need to keep pressing. You need to look for goals of your own.
David Beckham tries to find Cantona, and you can see why. And as it stands in Group D, Nottingham Forest topping the group. Tottenham Hotspur just pipping Bournemouth at the post at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that and see if things change, but here and now, West Ham just about in the ascendancy.
Can't imagine Tottenham Hotspur not getting through with the roster they have. Leeds versus West Ham at the moment is still 2-1, and could be a third here. David Beckham has a chance, but elsewhere you can see 0-0, but the goal does go in, and West Ham have taken a 3-1 lead as we just look away to the other goals that have been scored. Leeds got the first, but then it was an equaliser that happened to make it 1-1 between Leeds and West Ham on the other side. So at the moment, West Ham with 4 points from this one. It would be West Ham going through top of the table, and it would mean Leeds would be on the same side of the bracket as Liverpool tomorrow.
What a time to score for Dan Wright. To put himself 2 to the good. Here's Joe Felix. This game has been so fast-paced. Back and forth. The pendulum has swung. The perfect start for Dan Wright. He let Olilito grow in confidence just a little bit by getting that goal, but the wind in West Ham sails for the moment.
I've got to say, Dan Wright has certainly looked impressive going forward, has really exposed some of the defensive mistakes that we've seen from Olilito. Always finding those gaps, always finding the extra pass, and he looks so silky on the ball.
Bricketta from Cantona. Ginola goes for the McGeady spin. This time will not come through. And here's Haaland. Ginola at the back post in acres of space. Tries to find the back of the net with the head. He had time to take it down. Off to go for the first time effort. Wayward.
His hair getting his eyes. Surely there's something that has to be an issue there, because I would never see David Ginola missing those normally. What a chance that was for Olilito just to get one back and again just apply a little bit of pressure to Dan Wright. West Ham still a 3-1 lead. And of course this means that guaranteed West Ham are to go through. Goal poacher, a previous champion of the ePremier League, would love to lift it again.
Pullet driving forward. Looked as though he was going to go all the way. And this is an avenue that Ollie has found success on 3 separate occasions. Down the left-hand side. And is that something that Dan Wright can shore up? Because time and time again you can see him looking for that side, trying to find Firpo and Haaland. Beckham on hand to cut out that loose pass as we head towards half-time. Referee blows the whistle. What a game so far.
And when I looked at this group, I knew this group was going to be a rough one. You had such incredible talent. I think the fact that Manchester United had been eliminated from this group was a big surprise, but again, when you look at what's available for Leeds and for West Ham in terms of their player base, maybe it was an expectation with their progression here, but to who was going to top the group was our biggest question. Leeds were looking the most fiery as they started the fixtures today, but West Ham have slowly but surely worked their way through, also undefeated. And at the moment, I mean, Dan Wright, what a performance it's been, especially with how he's been going forward.
He comes again. Dan Wright tries to feed Cantona in the centre, but cut out this time. Ginola dispossessed. It's an absolute brawl in the middle. And Hullet comes out on top. Here is Saliba. Options out wide. And as it stands, Nottingham Forest still leading the group. Tottenham Hotspur and Bournemouth separated by a single solo point. That group still in the balance, as is this one. De Bruyne for Dan Wright, finds Cantona, options out wide. Joe Felix looks for the give and go. Here's Hullet. Has Ginola in space. Can he turn? Hullet now. Inside, Felix. David Beckham. Shimmies the feet, finds Cantona. Ginola Dispatched. What a finish. 4-1 the score now. And Ollie Lito on the ropes.
And you can see the reaction from Dan Wright, all smiles as he takes a 3-goal lead, and Ollie Lito, pure focus right now. He's not going to give up. I mean, Ollie Lito is one of the few players that I would expect to still give this a real go. I mean, 3 goals is not easy to find in about 35 minutes, but certainly could be achievable for a player the caliber of Ollie Lito. In the other game, remember, it's 1-1 last we left it between Stokes and Goal Poacher, and Stokes with a really important goal for Leeds to make it 3 points each. Now, we said goal difference could very much play the part. If they're both able to take 3 points, it means they would be on exactly the same in the group standings. So the 3-goal advantage that we see from Dan Wright, if he can increase that even more so, West Ham could still go through on goal difference.
What a difference a goal could make. I mean, you're already 4-1 up. You could be forgiven for shutting up shop, taking what you have, and maybe relying on your teammate to do the damage.
So as you can see, Leeds United topping the group right now on goal difference, thanks to the lead from Stokes. But just a couple of goals could really change this for West Ham, and it looks like it's more likely to be Dan Wright, but Ollie Lito trying to break through the defence. 30 minutes. I'd count on Ollie Lito to at least get a goal or 2 back, but it's whether Dan Wright would be able to actually just punish him a little bit.
We're going to switch over to the PlayStation. Goal Poacher up against Stokes, and I wonder if the call comes, although they find themselves down 4-1 in the other game. If you say shut up shop and just don't concede any more goals, and we can top the group here and now.
I think that's where the coaches become a factor here. You know, they're going to have eyes on both of the screens. They're going to know the lay of the land a little bit here. Most importantly for Stokes, just stay ahead. Can't afford to drop a goal here. And as you know, goal difference can be huge, but I think this is a massive opportunity for Goal Poacher just to show us why he's a champion, right? Why he is such an important name in this competition. And here he comes as well to try and find an equaliser here for West Ham, to try and give West Ham the advantage in this group.
Goal Poacher will not be fazed by the pressure. He's been in this situation time and time again. 1-2's given goals left, right and centre. Eric Cantona! That one was saucy. And we're all tied up.
What a goal from Goal Poacher, and what a time to do it as well. A fist bump as he knows what a huge goal this could be for West Ham and their chances to top this group. All he needs realistically is just a point, seeing how far his teammate is on the other side when it comes to the Xbox game. And you can see the coaches there just having a quiet word saying, look, just keep it calm, keep it focused. You need to be having the thought of the bigger picture at mind now. It's not about necessarily winning here. It's more about the team aspect of just ensuring you stay far enough ahead of Leeds so that they can't get back into things.
Massive goal. We spoke about the pressure, and he's been in this situation time and time again. And now he knows, as long as things stay as they are, as we head into the dying embers of this tie, they will top the group. Can Leeds find a response?
What do Leeds have left in the tank? What do Stokes have left in the tank? An absolute veteran of this team, but at the moment he's on the back foot. Hulling does manage to get a shot away, but Ederson quickly down and makes the save, and now it goes out for a corner. Stokes just needs to hold on here and reset.
Goal Poacher really applying the pressure now. Not interested in holding what he has, looking to push forward and get one more. An insurance policy, if nothing else. Here is De Bruyne. Shifted towards Weghorst. Tried to find that over-the-top through ball to Firpo. A loose one, though, and Hullet just about gets a toe on it. Those extra long studs really paying dividends. But carved right to the heart of the defence as Bernardo Silva just hasn't got the legs to break free from the unchasing defender as Cantona tries to square it to the Portuguese. But cut out this time. Score remains 2-2. West Ham topping the group as it stands.
Still time, though, for Stokes to make a difference here. And the fact it can just come down to 1 goal here for Leeds is massive. And I think that's the reason why we're seeing these tactical pauses. That's the reason why there's so much discussions around strategy, whether it be some fresh legs, whether it be just a change of formation, perhaps a more defensive approach. The towel applied to the forehead of Goal Poacher. And as you mentioned, you know, a previous champion. As there's the lay of the land. West Ham have the lead. They're top of the table, but it can all change if Leeds can find a goal. On the other side for Group D, we said how close it was between second and third. Tottenham have now extended that lead, Bournemouth falling behind, and it'll be Nottingham Forest and Tottenham Hotspur to go through from Group D. I mean, still such a close one. You look at Bournemouth, Everton, Leicester, all on 8. We've had Group C, which has been dominated by 2, and then Group D, which all 4 teams could have really made a shout for second place.
Still all to play for then. Can Stokes find a response? Just under 10 minutes of regular time to play. The other game, the score is 6-1. Cantona, though, he has the opportunity. Can he find the ice? The answer is no, as Van der Sar tips it wide. Danger not clear, though. Felix to De Bruyne. Ball whipped in. Virgil van Dijk somehow. Over the bar it goes. Was that the moment?
You have to feel like there's not going to be much better chances than that, and I think Stokes might know it, but still has possession. Every time he manages to wrestle this ball back, he is going to be presented with at least another opportunity to attack.
Pressure's mounting. Ball whipped in. Weghorst will knock it down. Haaland's there, but the touch is loose. And at the moment, goal poacher really chancing and testing fate. Hullet cannot clear his lines. Toure gives the ball away. Pressure really starting to mount. João Felix with the green timed strike. And Van der Sar is equal to it once more.
Did he shoot a little bit too early? Did he have a little bit more time there, Stokes? Only he will know, as it's another cross again, but Hullet denied, and what an important bit of defending that could be from goal poacher. And now it is just about eating away at that clock. Hold on to that ball, run it into space, and just keep this ball away from Stokes and Leeds United.
Hullet's heading for the tunnel. Gets the ball into the corner flag. Just keeps possession, takes the sting out of the game. Back is safe. Looking for home base. Saliba's getting flustered, but it doesn't matter. And West Ham survive. They hold on, and they will top the group. A massive display from goal poacher and West Ham.
Well, if you could ask anyone to just show a little bit of veteranship, to show a display of championship level mentality, goal poacher showing just why he's been here. He's done that. And it might be disappointment from Stokes as he was able to get a draw, but on the other side, it was Dan Wright. I mean, we can talk about goal poacher all we like, but Dan Wright taking down Oli Lito in the way that he did was incredible. And I said you want to make a name for yourself, right? If you're alongside the likes of goal poacher, I think Dan Wright has done just that by beating Oli Lito, who I would say is one of the best players in this competition, and maybe West Ham really putting their bid of becoming champions here of the ePremier League.
And we say Dan Wright beating Oli Lito, but he almost feels like that's not enough credit to him. I mean, it was an absolute demolition job. 6-1, I think the score finished there. So he done all he could, and unfortunately, Stokes just couldn't get the job done. Goal poacher, what a massive goal that was when the pressure was at its most and the lights were shining brightest. He stood up and stood strong, and what a finish from Cantona.
It's not even just the finish as well. It was what happened after. It was the defensive masterclass that we saw. I mean, when you look at a player like Stokes and how good he is at going forward, and he did have chances, he did have opportunities, but goal poacher just held on, made sure that he wasn't going to offer anything too much there, and he wasn't going to give him a free opportunity. There was no clear-cut chances there. Stokes was kind of stabbing at shots from outside the area, or just as he was able to receive the ball, but goal poacher, he just stayed strong. Made sure he played with his same mentals. He was listening to his coaches as well, and a fantastic performance from West Ham. But both of the two of them will still go through. We're going to see West Ham and Leeds United tomorrow in the knockout stages. But most importantly, West Ham avoid Liverpool, which I think everyone has been just hoping not to have to play the likes of Tex and Diogo.
Yeah, it means that this probably sets them up to be on the opposite sides of the bracket, which means they might not meet until come the finals, and that could be a huge ticket for West Ham if they can go on a massive run here. And with the way they've played today, they've been almost flawless at times.
They have been flawless. I mean, they literally didn't lose a match, which actually is very impressive. I don't think many teams would be able to do so in a league like this. But this is how Group C looks then at the end of things. No losses for West Ham, 20 points on the board. Leeds United still an incredible 17 with just the one loss. A real shame for Manchester United, who gave it a real effort here in Group C, as unfortunately Newcastle and Chelsea just weren't really able to find their form today.
So we say goodbye to those three teams, and West Ham, they will progress along with Leeds. So not too much to take away for Leeds. You know, they had some mistakes, they had some chances, but we're going to throw it over because we've got an interview with the West Ham boys. Let's see how they're feeling.
Yeah, you join us here with the winners of the group, advancing through tomorrow, Dan Wright and former ePremier League champion goal poacher. First of all, Dan, we were just speaking, you're saying last year you didn't even make this event, and now you're going through to the final day.
If I'm honest, Alex, I didn't even know what happened. Jack just, told me to play my best, and, that happened, so yeah.
Yeah, and we saw the emotion from you both, you looking, saying, what was the result? And you got the win, and all importantly, you avoid Liverpool tomorrow, which I'm sure you're quite happy with.
Yeah, buzzing to top the group. To avoid Liverpool, to be honest, probably the favourites to win the tournament. I think everyone knows that. Not that the opponent we're playing tomorrow is bad, it's just that you'd want to avoid Liverpool, so big win.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got your coach, Cezinha, next year, which obviously was with Brentford last season. What's that kind of partnership been like?
Well, me and Zoe play 2v2 as well. We're good friends, just without FIFA anyway. So it's just he's a mate, but also obviously he knows a lot about FIFA anyway, so he's a good coach for mental and gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. And Dan, we're going to take a look at some of the goals that you got against Oli Ito. Obviously, we know Oli Ito's such an attacking player. I just want you to talk us through, if we do have a little bit of a pause into this first goal, it's 3 minutes in. What's kind of going through your mind at the start of the game?
Just, firstly get the first goal, and then from there I can sort of see it out. Jack said we need at least a win to get the first goal, so able to see it out from there, just take control of the game. That's the way it was. Yeah, and for people at home, this sort of movement that you're doing in and around the box, is this just patient? Have you got a plan here while you're doing this? Personally, trying to find out? That's just me being patient, waiting for the certain options to be open. You see, it sort of brings the player out there, and Ginola's free, then Cantona becomes free, and it's sort of just again patience and that sort of stuff working through that way. Yeah, and we see that so much where the ball's at the top side of the box, and you lay it over one more just to kind of generate that space and get an easier shot on an angle. Yeah, I definitely feel like the extra pass as well. Something very key if you're trying to practice and learn. The extra pass is always probably the better option than trying to beat a player. Yeah, definitely. As you see, Ginola coming through, fancy footwork, getting a little bit lucky kind of with that, but happy enough. Cantona, the La Croqueta there, which it kind of rolls back the years a little bit. We used to see it a lot, didn't we? Maybe not so much anymore, but for people at home, in that sort of area, in the 18-yard box, do you think skill moves is something that separates maybe, yourself and a more casual? Definitely some skill moves are, that the key can be seen as the key ones, like the La Croqueta, the ball roll scoop maybe, just to get away from the defender in type places. Definitely. For yourself, goal poacher, what's your favourite skill move to go with?
Reverse Lasco. I scored it in the game against Stoke to get it 2-2, definitely that.
Yeah, definitely. Oli Ito, obviously, the opponent that you were up against. Did you think, as you were kind of 3-1 up, 53rd minute the game was done, or did you know he still got the quality? I was talking to my coach, Tom, and I was just saying, I don't even know what's happening here. 3-1 up, I was expecting maybe, a close game. I come out, make it 4-1, I just thought, I'm going to keep going, keep attacking. Keep going, keep attacking. That's exactly what you did, 64th minute. I've seen a lot of crosses so far this weekend. Is that something that you look for yourself, Dan, or are you just kind of looking for it? I'm more of the be patient, don't cross it, sort of play it in the middle, make it look like a good goal, a good team goal, instead of the German ball cross, that sort of stuff, so yeah. Yeah, definitely. And as you said, we do avoid Tex tomorrow. How confident are you both feeling going into that final day?
I think you've got to think you win it, right? Coming into the tournament, not even just getting out of groups, coming into the tournament, why would you not? Why would you come into the tournament if you don't think you're going to win? So confident for the quarters, and then you take it from there. You just first game at a time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are going to pass it over to Rachel and Gravison now for the render of the analysis.
Well, the West Ham boys loving the fact they don't have to play Liverpool in the quarter-finals tomorrow. That privilege, shall I say, goes to Leeds instead. I mean, that's going to be the game of all games to kick off tomorrow. But let's have a look at the roundup then from round 5 from Group C and D. We've got Nottingham Forest first up against Bournemouth. That was their last fixture. Didn't quite go to plan, but I was saying, did that matter because they could afford to sit on the back foot there, Gravison?
Yeah, it's kind of, for them, they would drop the group away. So it's kind of this typical match where your opponent is playing for his life and you don't care that much. So I would play 100% in that situation. But yeah, definitely a tough situation for Bournemouth because they're playing for their life and their opponent basically has nothing to play again.
And West Ham Leeds, and they are just playing for whoever topped that table. We've already discussed that one. And again, a lot of the other fixtures didn't really matter in that group. We were talking about that already. This was the result, so from the Xbox side of things. So West Ham 6-2 in the end of Leeds United, the big game we were all talking about. Man United 3-1 over Newcastle, Tottenham 2-0 over Leicester, and Forest 4-2 over Bournemouth in the Xbox side of things. Let's turn our attention to the PlayStation then in round 5 here between C and D. Let's see what unravelled there. So again, Leeds are winning there against West Ham, and West Ham on the attack, as you can see, levelled that one. Newcastle, Man United. Man United on the ascendancy in this one, getting another goal, taking them into the lead. Forest, as it stood here, 3-1 on 83 minutes. Bournemouth just getting another goal there. So in the end, results as follows. West Ham leads 2-2. Man United beat Newcastle 5-4 in the end. Leicester Spurs 0-0. Bournemouth 4. Nottingham Forest 3. That result meant something big happened for another team, and you may have heard it before you saw the result. That meant the boys next to me are going through. Tottenham Hotspur, we have Tom and Gorilla here. I mean, you were praying, Tom. Gorilla, you kind of saw me looking at you, you put your shirt over your head and said, don't look at me just yet, I don't know the result. You're going through by the skin of your teeth. Why did you make such hard work of that point?
I started off the tournament pretty slow. Tom was doing his job, but, you know, we done it in the end. Sometimes you got to do it the hard way, and he got the important point that we needed, so... Yeah, I'm relieved, to say the least. Breathe, yeah.
Tom, just describe the day. Obviously, we all talk about you as, obviously, you've won it before, not as a partnership. We all talk about Spurs as the ones to watch. And, again, didn't quite go to the script.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I came in probably low confidence from a few tournaments I've had previously. I haven't been playing at my A game, and I just wanted to settle down, get that first win. Obviously, playing Mitch is really, really good. As soon as I won that, I thought, OK, I'm here now, I can start playing. Felt a bit lighter. And then I had a bit of a bad game against Forest. And I knew it was going to come down to the last game. And I didn't know what was going on around the screens. I was just playing. I was drawing 0-0, and I thought, should I go for it and try and win? Or maybe that point would be important, and it turns out that point got us through. So I'm so relieved right now.
Gav, have you got a question for the boys?
Yeah, definitely. I have two of them for that.
Good. Take it away.
Gorilla, so obviously world champ back in FIFA 17, but then in the ePrem, it's getting hard for you to get a consistent result. Do you think this is your year to actually win the tournament?
I think coming into this event, I was really confident. My performances, obviously, in group stage, if you look back, I've not been playing what I wanted to. But I think that last game against Leicester, changed formation, changed some things, listened to the coach. And I think that's how I can play. So the aim, whether it's first or second, get through to knockouts, and tomorrow's a new day. So I think, for me personally, getting through, play on confidence. I'm a confidence player. If I'm feeling good, then I'll beat anyone.
And Tom, talking about confidence, talking about coaching, you guys got grouped last year, and I remember talking with Javi.
Thanks, Graf.
No. I'm saying, not saying like in a bad way, but yeah. Last year there wasn't the result that you wanted to have, and I remember talking with Javi. He basically told me that it was a big tournament for you. Do you think, I don't know, Javi's coaching maybe made a difference today, or just like a team result?
Yeah, I think Javi's made a big difference because, when you're not backing yourself and you're not quite trusting yourself and, things can go wrong and you're struggling, Javi's the man to mop it up for me, make sure I'm calm and confident. And, it's paid dividends so far. Hopefully we can go all the way now.
Well, guys, you have made it through. I think you now need to go and reset, calm yourselves down, because you're in the final 8 of the ePremier League. We'll see you tomorrow in those quarterfinals, of course. You're taking on the boys from Villa or Crystal Palace. That's the way. Of course, obviously 8 teams make it through to tomorrow. We do have a full roundup for you in a couple of minutes when we get a chance to catch our breath as well as the Spurs guys. We'll see you after the break. Well, welcome back then to the final time of day one of the ePremier League finals for 2022-23. You may have seen we have a Forest player standing next to us right now, Redlac. That's because Forest topped their table in Group D. I mean, pretty comfortably sending themselves through to tomorrow. I mean, Redlac, we were not really talking up Forest's chances before. This is their debut in the ePremier League as a club. Obviously, you've been here once before. This is your second time. With a debutant as well, an RSD, your teammate. Are you surprised how well you played here today?
No, you know, I'm third ranked in the UK. You know, I know I'm one of the best here, and I'm not shocked with how many points I got. I thought I played really well, and me and Ricky got good vibes, you know, so I'm not really shocked. I'm just, you know, excited for tomorrow. Well,
this man next to me, Graveson's been talking up your chances. Obviously, you've been playing with him online in practice tournaments for years. And Graveson, you were telling me just how good this chap is.
Yeah, basically. I just wanted to ask him like a quick question, because you played so good today. Do you think it's tougher to actually qualify for a tournament by itself, or just perform here at the group stage?
I think it is really tough to make it here. There's a lot of shocks in the build-up, but I think playing at the tournament, it's a lot harder than you expect. At home, I thought I need to come and get 12 out of 12, because I know how good I am. It's just, when you actually get it, it's a lot harder, just a best of one. Anything can happen, but yeah, I played really well, really composed and mature, and yeah, the results shown.
Well, should we look at those results as well?
Yeah.
We have them to have a look at, just so you can see how well you have done today. Wins, 4. We were saying maximum points for you, Redlac. I mean, the photo kind of says it all. You were blocking out the noise before the tournament even began. You're still seeming to block it out right now.
Yeah, well, I've said it 100 times. I know how good I am, and I can beat anyone here. So, yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow, and I think we've done really well so far.
And you mentioning your teammate there, Ricky, is this the first time you ever played kind of alongside him, and how's that chemistry? I know you haven't got to do 2v2, but it's still a team effort here.
Yeah, well, we've known each other a few years now, and we're decent mates, but coming into it, the media day and the EPL Invitational, it's really when I found out how good our chemistry is, and I knew how far we could really go. A lot of people didn't expect it, but we've knocked out a big team there in Bournemouth, so I'm excited for tomorrow, like I said.
Yeah, when you look at the table as well, you've got the likes of Spurs, you've got like Leicester, Bournemouth, like you said. Do you get a bit nervous looking at who you've drawn? He's going to say no. I'm predicting this answer.
No, you do, because you never know. Anyone can beat anyone in this tournament, and we know that. But like I said, just got to keep composed. And like I said, I know how good I am. I know how good Ricky is. We can go all the way. So just got to keep it one game at a time, and then hopefully we'll pick up a few wins.
I mean, Tom and Gorilla there at the end, they were saying, thank you very much, Forest, for letting us go through. I mean, they're obviously going through to the next round as well. They're playing Villa. You're playing Palace. Palace are a difficult team. They've got Ethan, who's on great form at the moment. Worried slightly or not at all?
Yeah, I mean, Ethan's a great player, but like you say, we've come first in the group, they've come second. Why can't we go and beat them? I'm excited and I'm confident. I think we can pick up the win.
Yeah, it's one of the best matches you can actually see in the UK scene right now. Ethan against Redlac, like top 1, I'd say, against top 3 in the FCS ranking. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, definitely.
And in terms of Ricky, we have to talk about your teammate as well. I loved his profile. He said, I'm great on the attack, I just can't defend. Has he figured that out a little bit more now?
Well, we're pretty similar like that. I'm usually conceding a lot. First game today, I've kept a clean sheet. So when you're here, you playing, you sort of, people say don't play the occasion, play the game. But I think, you know, playing the occasion is a good thing. Just got to be mature and, you know, play your usual way. If you do that, you'll pick up wins.
Well, what's Forest evening look like tonight? Are you going to go and have a team meal, a team talk, or what does it look like?
Nah, we'll probably say our goodbyes, you know. I'm really, like I said, really excited for tomorrow. I'm really confident, but probably going to eat a lot of food, chill out, go to sleep, hopefully. And then, yeah, we'll be back.
Well, don't eat too much food. Don't want you in a food coma for tomorrow, Redlac, but congratulations on topping the table and being undefeated yourself. Well, there you have it. Great day for Forest. Let's go over to Alex and Kyle, though, for goals of the day.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, there's been plenty of goals throughout the day and plenty that people at home might not have even seen. However, if you have been counting somehow, watching all of the streams, drop it in the chat right now. Let us know how many goals have there actually been, because, Alex, I lost count, but luckily someone's been watching and we've got some highlights of the day.
Someone's been watching. I want to know what you think in the chat as well to these goals. Starting off with goal number 5. We're going to see Erling Haaland coming with some acrobatics. Get a little bit lucky, but to have the quality to do that, that's why so many people have him in their team. Goal number 4, though, The over-the-top through ball from Kevin De Bruyne, Harry Kewell taking that driving run, and it's all about that heel-to-ball roll, taking it past the goalkeeper, composure at its finest from Aston Villa, which it may look easy, but it's one of the most difficult things to do.
It's not easy.
Kevin De Bruyne, he does it in real life, the threaded through ball. Again, we see Ethan there with that time and composure. The angle for the shot was difficult, had to take it past the keeper and did that with ease. Goal number 2. Let me know whether you think this one is better than goal number 1. Hullet going for that cross. Haaland knocks it down, and Cantona, very simple, calm as you like. However, for me, this is number 1, and there's no questions asked, all right? David Beckham picks the ball up, the rainbow flick into the power shot, and that is just absolutely outrageous, Kyle.
Absolutely outrageous indeed. Wow. Goal of the day. I can't argue with that. In the chat, let us know, can you argue with that? Rachel Grav, can you argue with it?
We're not arguing with it. This man Bray can do it. That's the problem.
I'm not sure. The timing has to be extremely difficult, but yeah.
Hang on, 2 times Spanish champion. You were telling me that earlier. Stop putting yourself down now. This man has some skills, let me tell you that. OK, well, we've come to the end of day 1, so let's have a look at who is still in contention for this title on day 2. Quarter-finals, then, look as follows. Villa taking on Spurs. We just mentioned that one. Massive game there. West Ham United undefeated. They're taking on Wolves. Forest, again, we just heard from one of their players, Redlac, the only player to get
About how in the ECL he wasn't performing as good, and then he just came and destroyed everyone. So I think Stokes is going to get a proper sleep today, and tomorrow he's going in for the work.
anyone you didn't expect to get to the final 8 who is going to be in action tomorrow, Alex?
Maybe Wolves last year, that didn't really perform as good as they wanted to. But Joey and Kai, they've just managed to find that way. As we said, they started off a little bit ropey, and then they find themselves through to tomorrow. So that would probably be my kind of underdog for it.
We haven't really spoken about Crystal Palace and Ethan that much either. They're going up against Forest.
Yeah, and I'd say, we expect that from Ethan, the top first seeding player of UK. But did we expect that from Ben? I didn't expect that. He was scoring goals and goals and goals. I remember a match 5-0. He was playing out of his mind.
Well, let's give him credit as well. We saw it last year where, you had these new players coming through and they maybe didn't perform as you needed to. So if you're with someone as credible as Ethan, it can kind of hurt them. But we saw Ben just say, you know what, I'm going to do my best for Ethan, and they find themselves both through tomorrow, which they'll be very happy with.
Well, we started obviously the day with all 20 Premier League clubs. We are down to our final 8. The quarter-finals are coming your way tomorrow. Everything kicks off here at 3 p.m. British summertime. Remember, don't forget that. The clocks go forward tonight, so don't be late to the party, because we will get at the end of tomorrow to crown our ePremier League champion. For 22-23, they will take home £30,000. You're not going to want to miss it. Come back and join us tomorrow. Good night.
Van der Sar still got the ball, and he finds the back of the net.
Far side. Haaland's inside the box here. Can he drive one across goal? Is there anyone going to be there? He gets a lot of fortune. Chelsea, and like you say, he dealt with adversity and managed to do a great job in doing so, but there is that ball across. And
United, though, looking for the space, not going to make any mistakes, does find that.
Back to Ginola again. Mudryk could be a perfect start. It will be. Timed it green into the top corner. I think it is for Leicester. Oh, Deji. João Felix all the time in the world because of to try and score. He will.
Clinical fight into the back of the net. And Forest now remaining composed and just trying to get himself back in the game. But will it be Nottingham Forest to get a second? Yes, it will. Redlac.
Goal poacher will not be fazed by the pressure. He's been in this situation time and time again. 1-2 is given goals left, right, centre. Eric Cantona!
That one will start.